All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it with my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body.
And away we go. Boo. Hey, what's up? How are you? Hello, hello, hello. Let me double check. Make sure I can hear my sexy self. Let me see. Uh-oh. I can't hear myself. Hello. Uh-oh. My computer's not working. Can you guys hear me? Hello. I've removed myself and brought myself back up. Let me see. Hello. I'm talking. I don't hear. I see my thing moving on my other. Okay. I hear it. I hear it. I hear it. I can hear you. We can hear you. I can. Thank you. It was my laptop. Slow down. I could skipping ahead to live, but nothing's happening on my other laptop. Oh, it's just slow. But on this computer, I can unmute my other browser and I perfectly. So no worries. Boom. Boom. Let's say hello to everybody. My goodness. Jaws here. Brother, how you doing? Good morning to you. I can hear you, brother. I can hear you typing away feverishly. I hear that accent. I hear that awesome United Kingdom accent. You bloody bastard, you. You bloody bastard, you. I hear it. Oh, my love has found me again. Oh, my goodness. Nice photo. True. Yes. That's a beaver, Wayne Gretzky beaver, and Sidney Crosby the moose. 87 and 99. Hello, Lola. True North, strong and free, young lady. Nicole Watt is here again. Oh my God. No wonder you text me all day long and message me every 5 minutes. And then you're here. Oh, you must really like me. I just tell the hubby I'm his backup. Whenever he's tired, send you my way, because I know you're a handful. And he texts me privately and says, listen, dude, this woman, 30, what is it, however many years we've been married, she's a firecracker. I can't keep up with her, dude. I need help. And I'm like, dude, okay, I'm 2,000 miles away up in another country, but I will help you, brother. So here I am. Nicole is a handful. Together. Yes, exactly. This woman is a handful, a firecracker. Her husband and I I entertain her while he's just getting rest and catching up on some driving. And then all of us, we entertain this young lady. And then when she's so happy and she has a nice nap afterwards, and then the hubby walks in and she just, hugs and kisses and everything's perfect. So we fill our role. We satiate this young lady's thirst for life. And this guy is over on the other side of the world in a whole other atmosphere. Oh my gosh, Rebby's here. Oh, about to go to bed like a normal weirdo. Oh my God. How dare you? How dare you be up at this time? Young lady. Hello. I am a colorful maniac. I am. Rebby is here. Let me go through. So we got special shout out Jazz here, calling from this planet called the United Kingdom. Planet United Kingdom. I've heard of it. Nice Canadian photo. Maria, where you been? Maria, hello, hello. Who else do we have here? Who else? Look at all the people. Hundreds, 900 people are here right now. Paula, conformity gate. Oh, was it? Oh, wow. So somebody was pranking people. Oh, wow. It was, yeah. Some people like to just take advantage of people that are excited about something and even though it's over. And yeah. So you got debunked it. At least you know. At least it didn't go on for too long. It's still kind of exciting, but yeah. Because the Stranger Things was such a big thing. Some people like to prank around and pretend stuff. Becky B. Hello. Becky B at 333. Look at those threes. Oh, did you guys see that last night? Check it out. Check it out. Look at. Oh, here. Like literally, look at the time. Oh, I gotta share my screen. Wait. Oh my goodness, I thought I was sharing my screen. I'm an idiot. Here it comes. I'm so sorry. There it is. Oh, put on. Oh, there it is. My live stream from last night. Look how long it was. When I shut down it. Okay, so what happened is I'll finish saying hi first. Carol has found me. Look at this one. Look at this. Shibby, my newfound love. It's like every day is like a new day for us. It's the Groundhog Day that you remember. You remember this, so it's called Shibby Hog Day. Shib Hog Day. Shibby Hog. Shibby's Hog Day. Yes. Shibby Hog Day. It's like Groundhog Day. It's like, but it's you remember each day like Groundhog Day, but it's not it's not a nightmare. It's heaven. It gets better and better and better, and you enjoy it. You wish each day would always be the same. That's called Shibby's Hog Day. Shibby Hog Day. Boom. Another Becky B. We have two Becky B's here. Hey, what's up? Dewey. This guy, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, busy wrestling, in the cage match and then filming movies. Acting in movies and wrestling, and he has the time to come here and say hello. And look at this. Oh, you're not feeling well, Hebs? I don't know if you've come back. Oh, have you? If you haven't, if you're listening, young lady, I hope you feel better. Look at this. We have an appearance. Oh my God. I found her. My warm Canadian pie. Love me some warm Canadian pie. Did you bring enough pie for the rest of the class, young lady? I hope so. Share that pie. Oh boy. Just perfect. Look at this. Nicole, Miss Pie, Ja's here. Mr. Ja Rule in the house. Rebby is here. Dang, that's a long time. Yeah. So I was about to say that, right? Thank you for saving me from that last distraction to my distraction. I almost forgot. I shut it down. The StreamYard, I shut it down. So Nicole, before she fell asleep, this one here, where is she? You get a good one for her? Make it a good one. Yes, you young lady. Share that pie. Share it. I can't take it all. I know you want. I'll take the biggest slice of it, but you got to share some of that pie with the rest, okay? But make sure I get the first piece of pie and I'll get the last piece of pie, and everyone else in between can have a little pie. All right? Love that pie. Look at this, 11-11. Rebby Ann, 11-11. This is 11-11. This is 11-11. This is 11-11. Oh, 11-10, Nicole. Damn you. 11-10. No, the first 11-11 was this young lady. This is 11-11, my time. So I guess mountain, or where are you? In the mountains, you weird lady? What color hair you have, Miss Pie? What color is your hair? Is this your real hair? No, what do you do this for? You have cute teacup pictures, but I want the real you. These lovely, lovely real you. Look at these lovely, lovely young ladies. Look at this. Look at this lovely young man with a big X. Did I say hi to everybody? Did I catch everybody? Oh my goodness! If I've missed you, I'm a horrible human. I'm a horrible sunflower. Put your regular photo, guys. You guys are so pretty. Ugh. I command you. I command you. Paula's here. Oh, 11. Yeah, Eastern, perfect time. So, Paula, did we get duped? Or did somebody play tricks on us saying that there was a new Stranger Things and you guys debunked it? Where is that? I put that up for you again. You debunked it and somebody debunked it. Ah, wow. Could be worse, right? Here. Conformity, is that what they called it? Conformity Gate was officially debunked and officially not happening, meaning there was, if you don't know, I believe Paula will update us that somebody put out a rumor that there was actually going to be some more Stranger Things, one last episode or something. Nice to see you. 11-12 here. Yes, she's so close to me. Oh my God. You should see how fast she gets here when I call, right? I call and she's here in 5 minutes. Yes. Banging on my door. And I'm like, okay, so here, just take a key. I've given her a key already. So she doesn't have to keep banging on the door. Right? Right. That's the truth. Nothing but. Yes, 5 hours. This guy's in the future. Not as weird as those Australian folk in a way in the future, but you're still in the future, which is, I should call you up and see, I'll do like Marty McFly in Back to the Future. You'll tell me who the score of the games, and then I can bet on them and we'll split the money because you're in the future, right? So technically, if you're 5 hours ahead, I should call you up and see who wins the game, and then I'll bet here when the game will be on 5 hours later because you'll see it 5 hours ahead. This is how it works, right? The time zones, like it happens there, and then 5 hours later it happens here, right? That's how time works. It's like Back to the Future. Look at Mimi coming in. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So let's do this. Okay, so first we need a proper distraction for the distraction that got us away from the last distraction. So let's do this. Start with a mellow distraction, right? Then we could have this play. Let's have this because I'm going to change this a bit. So there's nothing. No, let's keep it there for a bit. Let's get into. We're into it. The show is about to start. All I need is a few more of my regulars to pile in. I said hi to everyone. Okay, that's it. That's it. So here, let me talk here. So StreamYard. So Nicole last night falls asleep, right? But before Nicole falls asleep, this young lady, she requests I play my chickens. These ones. She requests I play the chickens, wherever they are. Shorts. Here they are. Here. My chickens.
Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop.
So she requests that. Oops, how do I get back there now? I don't get anything weird. Okay. So I get to lives there. So she requests that and then falls asleep. So no problem. I set it as my outro and I talk about it because what it says is it's actually 33 seconds long. And the one I play for you, it says in my StreamYard, it's 33 seconds long. So I go to play it for Nicole. And when I did it, I ended the show at what? At like 10:32 something or right at 10:33, I guess. When I ended the show. And 1033 is a special number to me. I won't tell you why, but I've had a number associated with that my whole life. I can't really say why, but it's a special number to me, 1033. And then Nicole wanted that, and I was talking about how it was 33 seconds long. And then I didn't even think about it. Like when I ended the show last night, my StreamYard said 10:33:34. And I was like, oh my God, that sucks. I was thinking, it's so close. It would have been wild if it was 10:33:33. And then I checked YouTube, and YouTube said 10:33:32. I swear to God to you, I took screenshots of it. So YouTube said 10:33:32, and StreamYard said 10:33:34. And I was like, what? It'd be amazing if it was in the middle. Then when it uploaded itself, I guess they met halfway in the middle, because one was ahead a second, one was behind a second, and boom. I swear to God to you, I didn't edit it, I didn't change it. It turned into 10:33:33, and I accidentally ended it. Oh my God. Now 33 is obviously nothing. It's just a weird Freemason number, but I just thought it was hilarious. So check it out. I did this. I made this post, and it's the truth and nothing but. Oh my God, I just ended my live stream talking about my 33-second chicken outro video, courtesy of Rotting Jewels Dana, that Nicole wanted me to play. And StreamYard said my live was 10:33:34 long. Then YouTube showed 10:33:32. Now they met halfway at 10:33:33. I tagged everyone I could remember that was there, just to annoy the shit out of yous. I tagged everyone that was around. That, look at it, man. I made this photo. Pretty cool, eh? That's my post. Amazing. I don't know why. I do like 10:33. I can't tell you why, but I thought it was so hilarious. Hilarious. For no reason, except that I'm a noodlehead. And somebody keeps subscribing and unsubscribing to me. I had 239. I haven't had 240 yet, and I went down a couple. I went down to 237. Now I'm back up to 238. Cool. So enough distractions. Peggy, where? What? Oh, you're here. Oh my God. Just in time. Oh my God. Guess what time it is, Packers? Guess what time it is? Can you guess? PTSD. Yeah, Christmas is done. Can you guess what time it is, Peggers? If you had one request, Peggers, what would you request? The Peggy slurp is up. I gotta clean my cup. The bottom. And the straw. It's like yogurt, and so if I leave it drying in there, it's not good. Look at her. Peggy loves that. She loves that. I do that for her, like, every time I finish a drink. I have to call her literally on the phone and slurp for her. And then she just hangs up on me. She's like, thank you. Get lost now. I'm done with you. You've slurped. Now get lost, you punk. Oh, TJ, did I miss you sneaking in? It's not me. I only did it once. Yeah, I saw you do it, because it's funny. Because if you unsubscribe and subscribe again, you kind of put you to the top of the list. And I was like, what? How did TJ get way up there? Because I have, like, it shows me in order. No, it's not you, because you're still there. Yes. So I got my warm Canadian pie, my slurping companion, my slurpy companion from in Chirac, and my sweet Southern trucking company partner. And, you know, we're going 50-50 in our trucking company, right, Nicole? Right? And I'm going to watch everybody on cameras, all their dash cameras. I'm going to be security, and Nicole's going to handle all the hard stuff. We're going to have a trucking company. What's it going to be called, Nicole? It's going to be called the what? What do we call our trucking company? TMI. Oh my God. You think that was TMI? Wait till you hear this. Oh my God. Buckle up. I'm only kidding. Bruh. Let's do this. Enough distractions. Oh my God. Look at this 1033. It was amazing. 1033.33. So cool. I don't even know why. I like that. It's just funny. So here we go, folks. Let's do this. Any other special requests before we... Oh, Peggy, that was a great show tonight. Just everybody... here we go. How would I do this for this young lady? I'll do this, 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 do this now. Make it bigger. Oh, wait. Oh, wasn't... Did you take it down? What? Oh, no, it's a video. So how are we talking to you then? Was I not talking to you in the lot? This was a premiere. How's it in a... What did you do? Oh, so it is. Okay. The truth is this 3 days ago. What? What did you do? Because I was talking with you, wasn't I? Didn't you just have a premiere? 4 hours ago. Yeah. So why does it show up in your videos and not lives? Hey, Dom. Where's Dom? Where's Dom? I don't see it yet. Young man. Hope you're feeling well. Glad you're here. I have a feeling your meds are going to kick in soon and you're going to fall asleep. Yeah, we were talking with each other. Okay. But it shows up in her, look it. I'll bring it over. It shows up in her, I thought it would show a premieres. Don't premieres show up in lives? It's showing up in your videos. Hey, Peggy, what's with this picture? I want a different picture. I want a different picture. It shows up in your videos. So what happens? So if you do a premiere, it shows up as a video afterwards? Or do you shut it down as a live and also upload it? You've done something. You know, actually, I'm going to send you the photo that you're going to put up. Yes. It'll be that one of us embracing. And Nicole, you and Nicole in an embrace. I'm only kidding. Dom, how you feeling, bruh? Oh, so it does that. Okay, so okay. So it goes up as a video, but so does it not show up as a live then? Okay. Yeah, did you see that? That was pretty crazy. That was pretty crazy. Oh, did you? When? I didn't get a notification. Or I might have been sleeping. Recently? You know, I did see one. If I'm sleeping, I'll miss it, but yeah, that was weird. I didn't see it, but that guy, she was kind of by the side of the truck and she was driving past, like, and he shot her. I didn't see that, but yeah, that was kind of getting weird. Like, it's too much. These state actors, all of them, they're all out of control. They think they can just do what they want, and it's getting to be too much. Yep. People need to take back, for sure. Yes. Oh, yeah. We can do it with the clothes on. That's fine. You guys can keep your clothes on like last time. Right? You guys can, and we'll do the same thing. I'll go commando, and you guys wear your clothes. That's fine. So kidding. Okay. So what are we calling our trucking company, Nicole? We're calling it the Shibby Nicole Watt Express. The Shibby Nicole Watt. Oh, you first. The Nicole Watt Shibby Express. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Who is that? This young lady. I think it's under videos because it wasn't live. No, it was a premiere. Re-up. Yeah, no. Like it was a premiere, right? So is that re-uploaded? Because we were talking with each other. So it was a premiere. I just didn't know. I guess a premiere shows up as a video. Sorry. I have not done a premiere yet. This young lady has done one. I will. That's my next venture. 2026 will be the year I get a camera happening and I make videos. I'm going to make videos. I'm going to make... No. Okay, how about pajamas? How about we settle with pajamas, okay? That's a deal. Trying to picture a naked chat. I get it. Well, how about pajamas? Your nicest, most comfy pajamas. And if you're like Abby, was Abby here? Abby, her pajamas are one piece. Literally, she has to like jump into them. Like she jumps, yeah, like a snowsuit, but her hands and her feet are covered in two. And she has a hood. When she puts the hood on, she looks like a Teletubby. She looks like a green Teletubby, Abby does. You got to see these. They're so adorable. Wait till she'll send you us a photo if you ask her. I promise. Bezo's here. Let's do this for Bezo Jones. Hello. You don't know what you're doing? Well, just that's the best way to learn. I screw shit up too. But I just try to get better and better. So just remember the mistakes. And then those are just lessons to grow upon. All right. I figured this out now, just like a few months ago. I'm 52, so it's taken me a while, but I'm catching on to this. And I figure by the time I get to at least 80, I'll have this whole life thing figured out. And then what time will it be? It'll be time to party. Like it's 1999. So a naked chat. Yes. Yes, you did. You did. I forget what it was even. Oh, it was about Nicole and Peggy and me recreating our photos from the past where we were all in our birthday suits, but now they requested to wear their clothes. And I said, fine, you guys can wear your clothes and I won't. But then Paula jumped in and joked. And now we're going to settle at just our nicest pajamas. How's that? Everyone get their nicest, most comfy PJs on. Let's have a PJ party. How's that? Although I don't wear anything to bed, so me, nothing. Honestly, I sleep commando. Rebecca and I, where's Rebby? Rebby and I sleep commando. You guys do what you want. I cannot wear anything when I sleep. It's too much Shibby to contain. I just end up wrecking. I wake up and they're all ripped and torn in pieces. I'm a wild sleeper, so I can't wear anything to bed. I wake up and my comforter's like ripped in half and there's like wet spots everywhere. Moving on to the wet spots everywhere. Good. That's perfect. Extra warm PJs. That's it. Everyone, honestly, the best PJs. I'm wearing my hoodie and jeans. And I got my feet, I'm reclined. Ooh, I made a new mouse thingy, so my mouse won't take off as much. Look at, like when I put it somewhere, it stays. My mouse. So I use this piece of, I have like one of those mouse things, but it was curved on the arm of my recliner, my chair. So I got a flat piece of styrofoam and set it on it. And it's like perfect. Like when I put it down, like it doesn't move. So amazing. Awesome. Hellfire. Which is the Hellfire Club again? Awesome. As long as you love them, it makes us so happy. Let's do this. Any special requests before Fishy moves on? Any special requests? I'm gonna find this guy Cicero. I can't take it anymore with that what's her face? Stacy Bozanovsky. Those people are amazing. Stacy Bozanovsky is a wild person. Grab my keyboard. I'll turn this down. So sorry, guys. So 1, 2, 3. Boom. And so let me find this first. Where are you, young lady? No. Day 9. We're on day 9. I'm really enjoying this because I forgot, like, it sounds weird, but we've covered this so many times, and there's just so much that makes I'm not being like facetious or melodramatic. Like there's really so much. Oh, wrong one. Get lost. I'm done with you. I'm Cicero is what I wanted. Like, we've covered this a bazillion times. I've had this read to me so many times, and I swear to you, it's literally each time I'm like, my jaw drops. Every other page with these people. Every other page. The absurdities. You can, young lady. You can. Just say, I think I can. I think I can. Oh, mighty, I think I can. Oh my God, that Cicero dude. I don't even know what's coming up here. I forget. Oh, is it? Is he the? No, that's Cecil. No. Cecil is the guy. So, no, Cicero is somebody else. He's sheriff. Laporte. He might be one of the guys that probably delivered all this stuff to her. And I'm not even sure. Fishy or somebody smarter will update. And oh, this just in. Fishy and I, we negotiated a contract. Fishy is going to, whenever she sees anything pertinent on this show that I'm reading, she has an amazing video on her Don't Hate Create. She's going to put the link in chat and we're going to play because she's going to help us with visuals. This young lady and her amazing, this other half of her, the Don't Hate Create part, the one, the creator, the snake-eyed one, she drop anything. So when we're reading this, if you want, as per our contract, and just put a link in if you think you have a video you want us to watch from your channel. And since I have all 100% rights to you and Criminality and Peggy O, that I can do anything with your content. Yes, see, yes. Just say yes, Sunflower, if Shibby can do anything he wants. Yes, there it is. Everyone check. I have the go ahead. Yes. Yes. I'm going to delete that message. Wait, this message. I'm going to wait. Can I delete that? Yes. I feel it. But I'm serious though. If you I love it when if you see something that you have, one of those little 5-10 minute videos are great. Like last night we were talking about stuff, searching and all that, and Fishy drops in a link and we watched one of her older videos where Mike Patty and Becky Patty are on a show talking about fucking searching and where they went and their timelines and jumping in a canoe and going downstream and oh gosh. Yes, look at, so no and absolutely not. So the question is, would it be absolutely not. Oh my goodness, do I delete that? What? Oh my goodness. And no and absolutely not. What's the question? Like I was gonna say, right. This is it. So I was saying, I'm not gonna play your stuff. I can't. They hate me. I wish they'd let me play anything they want from their channels, but I can't. I'm a horrible person. Peggy says, absolutely not. 33. Absolutely not. You can play everything you want. So, and look at, I said the same to Fishy. I'm a horrible person. I cannot play her stuff. She hates me. She'll never, ever let me. And she says, no, you can. So that's the way I took it. Dewey's here. Look at this. Fishy and Dewey. Peggy's got the slurp action. Let's do this. So honestly, I'm going to read this. And so honestly, seriously, Fishy, even Peggy, if you have an older video, it's really neat. It's really neat. If it's pertaining to what I'm reading and you feel like you want me to play it, let me know. Fishy has a bunch of older ones that really, really help paint a picture. Then I can also take 5 minutes to run off and go to the washroom. Stay safe. What's up? Yep, it's that. Oh, you going? Oh my God, severe snow. Yeah. Stay safe, bro. Hopefully, if you're still here. So, Ja, get your special trainers on. Stay safe, young man. You can do it. Grow some hair on that chest, boy, young man. Get out there. Tame the weather. Then, do your thing. Face this crazy world. Don't let anyone get you down. When somebody cuts you off, just smile and say, hey, I've got Shibby. I'm going to go home and my friends will still be in chat. I'm going to get home to them. My beautiful fiance is going to be there waiting with a nice cup of hot chocolate or instant chicken soup to warm the soul. Don't let anything get you down, bro. Do your thing. Brave the storms. And we'll be here. We'll be here when you get back. He says he's in the United Kingdom. He's over this guy's in a whole other solar system, pretty much, on a planet called the United Kingdom, across the Milky Way. known as the ocean. So, oh, it's going to hit. Well, don't you worry. Just always just leave a few minutes early. You got a full tank of gas. Your heater's working. Nothing can get you down, bro. Nothing. And when you get home, you can have a nice warm, Kelly will have a nice warm fire and a cup of hot chocolate, and you can cuddle and listen to us with her, because she'll be listening and cuddling the blanket, and you can jump in front of the fire, and she'll have share her hot chocolate with her and cuddle and listen to us when you get home. No hurry, no worries, nothing. Do it. So let me set the mood here. Changing. Let's put down the. I know you guys love this. I know you love it. I love this for some reason. But I won't play it loud. I do like that though. Doesn't it add intrigue and interest when you hear me talking like this? Do you hear it? Oh my God. I'm already interesting enough. And then with this in the background, oh my God. I'm a creator. I create. It's time to read. Time to read, young man. Get your reading done for these people. These lovely people are here in my chat. Look at 140 people are here for all of us. Look at this. Michigan, icy. Yeah, well, here actually it's nothing bad here where I'm at. It's actually not, it's not even negative tonight. I think it's not even dropped below 2. I think, what is my temperature? My phone is in my pocket. Trees are falling. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, when that, I have a coffee. Fuck. Perfect. And I don't have it in my Manly Stanley, so I can't let it go. I'm glad I remembered that. I keep the spoon in too, because I love stirring my coffee. I use a tablespoon in a gigantic cup. I keep the spoon in so I can stir it. I use this tablespoon in a huge, tall, gigantic mug. But this isn't my Manly Stanley, so I can't let this sit. Oh my God, I'm glad I remembered that. Oh, I got these little involuntary burpees happening. What's going on? Oh, all right. What are we doing, guys? Time to sleep? Okay. Night. So we're going to read. Oh, my glasses need to be cleaned. I'm so sorry. What the fuck? I did everything except clean my stupid glasses. Shit. I've got it here. I got the little napkins, but I like the spray too. The little spray, the Pluff, the Misty, the proper eyeglass cleaners, and like a nice, not a Kleenex, but I use one of those towel thingies that's like a Kleenex but towel. Perfect. Oh my God. They're just garbage Amazon readers. $15, I get 3 pairs of cheap glasses, and they work perfect from Amazon. I order them all the time. Just if they break, I just chuck them away or whatever. Mine is super strong, bro. I have I put like a tablespoon of instant coffee, the Nescafe caramel. I put like 1 tablespoon of sugar, and I use the real cream. That's it. Oh my God. It's like perfect. So let's do this. 130 people are here. If you guys, honest to God, I don't want to be a dork. Like, I know, like I'll say it every time. I know I'm on a lot. And don't feel you have to, if you come and just say hi and do your thing, whatever's best for you guys. If you want to lay and listen, if you want to catch replays, if you wanted to, just say hi and then mute me and listen to anything else and talk to these lovely people, whatever. I've been on a lot. And if you come and just say hi for 2 minutes, that's once every week. or so, once every week, I'll know you love me. So don't feel beholden or obligated. If you have conflicts, if you have anything, okay? I've been reading a lot. So if anybody else is on live at the time, if you can't listen to two things, just know that if you're here, I appreciate you. If you're not, I miss you. And if you just stop in to say hello and drop an emoji, don't feel you have to chat it up all night. Like this guy, he talks all night long to everyone. He's my greeter. You know when Walmart has a greeter? This guy, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, is going to be my official greeter. And he keeps people entertained. Like, I think I'm alone at like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, and then people come in and say hi, and then Dewey's like, boom, hello, young lady, I'm here. Shibby's going to ignore you because I usually miss for at least 5 minutes, and I got my greeters to say hello. Look at you guys, lovely people. Let's do this. The show is going to begin right now. Just know, if you have to fall asleep, or you want to come back, or you have to leave, if you just come in and say hi, oh my God, it's more than a dope like me deserves. And I appreciate you. Oh my God, perfect. 130 people. So the direct examination of Major Patrick Cicero by Luttrell. Would you state your name for the jury, please? Yeah, my name is Patrick Cicero. Tell the jury where you're employed, sir. I'm employed with the LaPorte County Sheriff's Office, where I currently hold the rank of major. And how long have you worked for the LaPorte County Sheriff's Department? I've worked with LaPorte County for over 24 years. And what are your current duties, sir? As the major, I'm mostly in charge of our civil division. I handle the civil employees and, one second. Oh my God, more, I sound perfect. And our captains. A lot of budgetary issues. I'm the third in charge of our agency. And what positions have you held at the LaPorte County? When I first started, I was a patrol officer. I was promoted very quickly, approximately a year later, to the rank of detective, where I remained for the majority of my career. I was in our detective bureau for over 20 years, with the last approximately 9 years being the chief of detectives. Oh my goodness, a chief of detectives. Prior to my tenure with LaPorte County Sheriff's Office, I was also an officer with the Indiana University Police Department in Bloomington. I was also an officer with the Amtrak Railroads assigned to the Chicago Division. And what training have you received as an officer, both in your investigative jobs you've held and any other jobs? Sure, as an officer. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Oh, yeah, it wasn't like a bedazzled suit, a silver bedazzled, Gord Downey, the Tragically Hip. If you ever heard of a Grant band called the Tragically Hip, great Canadian icons. Why have a detective from LaPorte work? Good question. Let's find out. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it was his last concert before he passed away. He had brain cancer or something. So let's figure this out. Yeah. Yeah, they had a few other people come from other counties help. And the weird one was, for me, was when Olahay said he was doing that thing with the ME, and the Olahay was at the autopsy where the ME needed to do the SA testing. So Olahay gets the kit from the hospital, and it's like a standard, like they got 15 swabs. They open it up, and there's like 15 bags they have to do from certain areas of a person who's, like I guess they call it a rape kit, which is an SA kit, whatever, on, so they did that on the girls, and Olahay, like he has to hand the bag to the ME. The ME does it. He hands it back to him, and he puts his initials on, and he puts it in, and to make it official, right? But they needed some of those clothing pieces. I'm guessing in the underwears and stuff like that. Some of the personal items that needed to be picked up from the drying center and brought to Olahay. And instead of his CSI guys, Page and Datsun, doing that, somebody else named Mullen, not Moonman Mullen, not the chief, Steve Mullen, but some other man. I don't know any relation or not. It was Mullin, same last name, but he was from Lafayette or something, a police officer. And there was a weirdness there, that something about him having to bring the clothing to him, and the way he had to cut it open, the box, to then get the evidence out to hand to him, to hand to the ME, and the ME handed it back to him, and then he had to put his initials on a new sticker on the evidence box, and turns out he forgot to put it. I don't know. It was something weird happened there. It seems every time they do something, it seems to be something for no reason, and something that's questionable. Almost like each time is a chance to just cover up for it. Something. At the very least, incompetence. They're covering up incompetence, but also I feel like there's much more going on. Mostly incompetence, but also things like those evidence numbers, the laboratory switching numbers from 17KC00066, then they say they ran out of numbers and had to get a whole new case number just for the laboratory. Therefore, all the item numbers shifted to different exhibit numbers. There's a whole, that to me is like the most suspicious thing I've ever heard. Because they say they had at this laboratory, which is the DNA and ballistics place, the ISP lab, the tool mark examiner, excuse me. Anything harder that makes an impression on a softer tool, this Oberg can tell what it was, which rock the otter used to crack open the clamshell. If you stab a fork with stab a banana with a fork, Oberg can tell which fork you used, I guess. She's amazing. So at this laboratory, they say they ran out of numbers in 2019, and it started since the murders were in 17. The case number there used to be 17K C or something, 0000 something. They ran out of numbers and they had to make it 19K for some reason. Yet, why couldn't they just reset the 17K? It's almost like whoever they started investigating in 2019, because it's indicative of the year. So the 19 is now their new case number. It's almost like they merged two together and disappeared one. A bunch of guns show up. Another gun disappears. Older guns were the ones that 16 was cycled through. Then she got it wrong and now says it's Richard Allen's gun. 5 years later is the one. And 2019 is also when Kathy Shank prints out her tip narrative thingy that she loses again until her late husband's birthday in September 21st of 2022. She finds it again. Yet a month before that, on August 23rd of 2022, Oberg has sent a bunch of guns that are from a water for them, and 3 of them are seized. They're all seized and rusted for them. They have like conch shells and zebra mussels and growing. They're seized and rusted, the guns. But Oberg, 1 month before Richard Allen's tip is found again in September 21st of 2022, which is 1 month before he's pretty much arrested and searched, pretty much. The month before that, in August 23rd of 2022, Oberg receives a bunch of guns for them, but in the beginning talks about how 3 of them are so badly rusted that she puts them in penetrating oil and starts hitting them with hammers to get them free. But then she rules them out because they're like 45 caliber ones and stuff. And there's one, a armory some kind of armory gun that is so badly rusted. She needs to put the parts of it or put it into a some chemical. She doesn't know what it is. She doesn't know what chemical it is, but it's stronger than like penetrating oil to help free these guns up. Because it's been in water, bags of water. They must have found them in a water source. They don't say which one. But so Oberg then puts this fourth gun into some solution that is stronger because it's not, the penetrating oil is not working. She comes back at the end of the day. The fucking thing is disintegrated. She disappeared a gun, guys. But hey, no worries. Oberg has the serial number. She was able to get the serial number for this gun before she disappeared it. It's fucking wild. You cannot, young lady, you cannot. And like it's just so weird. So in 2019 they shift a case, right? I'm pretty sure it's got to be Logan's. It's got to be. They must have said, okay, forget it. We're not investigating Logan. Let's get all the shit. Like we're going to say his gun is, because Oberg said that the bullet, the unspent round, item 16, case exhibit 148, she says it. 5 years before she has Richard's gun, she says it cycled through this Sig Sauer, and she ruled out the other two, which is a Smith & Wesson and a Glock. She ruled them out. She received the Glock half an hour before she received the bullet, unspent round in 2017. Half an hour, she received a Glock, and then on the 27th of February, 2017, she receives a Smith & Wesson 40 caliber, and then on February 28th of 2017, she receives a Sig Sauer. In February of 28th, 2017, a mere 2 weeks after the murder, she receives 3 guns she has at this time, and that unspent round, 16, which is now 148. She says they try to distract you with all the other guns, saying they're rusted, but they don't receive them then. It's way later, a month before Richard Allen in August of 2022. His tip is even found again by the woman who printed it out in 2019. So they're shifting all these numbers in 2019. They find Richard's tip in 2019. Kathy Shank printed out a day or two before Halloween, October 29th of 2019. Shank prints out this tip that's never been missing. The tip was in the Orion system. Tip 74 was in the Orion system, and it had flagged, it had triggered. It triggered Doolin's to go look, and it triggered Doolin's follow-ups and all that. So it wasn't missing. They cleared him. Kathy Shank pulls his tip in 2019, prints it out for some reason, then it goes missing again, and it hasn't been missing. So they lose it twice when it can't go missing once. It's been lost twice now. And then a month after, Oberg disappears a gun, and a couple years after, the same year, they shift all these case numbers to new numbers, and item numbers to exhibit numbers are all changing, and she disappears a gun accidentally with really strong chemicals that are 3 of them can be penetrating oil, works on 3 of them, but they can't be checked. Like the marks can't be checked because there's so much rust on them. But since there 2 of them were 45s or whatever, and she could rule them out because they weren't even the right gun. But the other one, that 4th gun, she puts into a stronger chemical. She doesn't know what the chemical is. On August 23rd of 2022, a month before Kathy finds Richard's tip, Oberg disappears a gun. She disappears a gun. Hey, but look let me know. She has the serial number, guys. Don't you worry. Before it disappeared or whatever it is, she got the serial number. But at the very least, the parts from inside, the extractor arm and all that, were melted by her from using too strong chemical. She comes back at the end of the day and like, oh my God, I fucking disintegrated this gun. So it's amazing. Hey, did I say hello, Maria? I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess if it's you're right. I don't know. But in her testimony, Oberg's testimony, she says it. She comes back at the end of the day. So it's got to be something. Yeah, that's why I was joking. Like, what is this? Did she go to the same store that the Joker? Or what's the other one? from Batman. The Joker, the Riddler. No, the Joker probably. Yeah, it's good. The Joker. Like, you ever see him when he's got like vats of acid and it's like fluorescent green and it's like smoking and bubbling and they're dropping people in it and they're just, and they're coming out with bones. like that's a joke, but like, what is she using? She doesn't even know what it is. In her case, she says, well, we used penetrating oil in the first 3 and it worked great. I banged them with hammers and got them loose, the guns. But the 4th one, it wasn't coming free. So I put it in something stronger that I don't know the name of. And she came back and the parts, not the whole gun, but parts of it, obviously the parts we would need, like the extractor arms and that, she says they disintegrated, gone, disappeared, vamoose, vanished, at the end of the day. So what do you do? Put stuff in chemicals and then walk away? She's trying to remove just the outside part of it. It's something so strong that it disintegrates in one day. You're so right. It probably is possible, but I mean, when you put it in there, it's going to start bubbling and reacting almost instantly, as if you would just walk away, right? It's a wild concept. It's a wild concept. They fucking do. They do. Right. Right, because Kathy Shank finds, that day, Richard Allen calls Jerry Holman, emails him, or goes in and talks to him. They say email, but I've heard people like Peggy and them say that Kathy and Richard Allen walk in and talk to Jerry. Whatever it is, Jerry Holman has that first. Richard Allen goes to them and says what he says. The time, location, and they say, okay, well, we'll send somebody out to talk to you in a day or two. And Richard leaves. Oh, okay, no problem. So forget it. If it's email, phone call, or in person, it doesn't matter. Jerry Holmes got it. Jerry gives it to his, here, let's go look at that if you want. Jerry Holman gives it to his what's her face? Alexis something, and she files it for him. And then it's in the system. Tip number 74 has been created that same day, that night, a couple hours after Jerry has received it. And then it goes, Doolin goes out and writes all his shit in it, and the system goes nuts. It triggers more alerts. The system is triggering. The Orion system gets triggered to trigger the follow-up stuff. And they say that somebody else didn't go, but either way, another person cleared it, and on behalf of Dan Doolin, whatever it is, it's cleared. Fuck them. It's cleared. I don't care what they say. So, but it's in the system. So then when Kathy Shank finds it in 2019 and prints it out, which is what I'm about to show you, the envelope, the manila envelope, they pretend like she's just repairing it on some manila envelope. And it's got to be right here somewhere. No. She pretend, and then it turns out she's printing it on, I guess that's what Amy G had found from Daisy Asks. She found the 2019 on the third piece of paper. It says printed October 29th of 2019. She prints it out. This tip that hasn't been missing is printed out 2 years later, then goes missing for another almost 3 years, until her late husband's birthday of September 21st, 2022. She then miraculously finds it again. That's been lost and found now twice. Something that wasn't missing to begin with, which is a whole bunch of bullshit, because it's in that Orion system and it's triggered and cleared and triggered and cleared bullshit. So, but the coincidentally is 30 days before that happens, where Kathy Shank finds it in 2022, her late husband's birthday, September 21st. On my mom's birthday, August 23rd of 2022, Oberg receives all those guns and one disappears. And that's also the same gun that was in the report that had the case numbers shifting from one to another. Now all these item numbers our new numbers are exhibit numbers, and everything's changing and shifting to 19 because the 17 ran out of numbers. It's such baloney. So I'll check chat. What's this? 228. What's that mean? What does that mean? 228, 231. Oh, the tip number, Doolins? Is that what you're saying? Get out. If it's Doolins, I'm going to freak out. Is that what you're saying, Peg? Doolins? That manila envelope's going to be tip 228, right? No. Where's the manila envelope? Doolin. Okay, there it is, Doolin. It's the one with the manila envelope. You're right. It's got to be this one, right? Where's? Okay, so it's that one. Thank you. Yeah, this is it. 3. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. So they pretend like this means anything. Who fucking cares if you fix it on some manila envelope? When do you do this? Like, who cares? This fucking trigger, the system, it's in the system. You don't even need the guy's name. Are they trying to pretend that if they can't arrest a suspect with all this information that would say you're basically there? This says you're basically the guy, or you're the guy they're looking for. 1 in 3. They're looking for some man at 213 on a bridge. You don't have to have a name. So they want to pretend that because they got it wrong and that this even matters when you don't even, you have his name and you have his street he lives on. So this computer system is like probably the instant she types it in, this Alexis, this computer system is like, what the fuck? We have a Rick Allen that lives on White Man Drive, or we have a Rick Whiteman that doesn't live on White Man Drive. And we have, if Doolin was being honest, he would have told him that he must have entered the type of cars. Like what world would you go talk to somebody about double homicide? Sorry, Peggy, let me get you off there for a second. I'm going to get you off, Peggy. There we go. I got you off. Now, what world would you go in 2 days, what is it? On the 18th, whatever it is, a couple days after, talk to somebody about a double homicide, that one person is there, have all this information. He's holding his phone. He's taking the batteries off, they're saying, because he's got one of those, he doesn't have an iPhone, he's got an Android of some type. So even Richard Allen talked, they're taking the battery off to get these numbers behind on, like the barcode, there's like a big numbers on the back side of the battery or inside of the phone when you take the battery off. They're doing that. Well, he says it. And then he says, oh, he parked at the old farm. Like, are we to assume that he doesn't know both cars Richard owns at this time? No. I guarantee you, Richard probably said he was in his silver Ford 500. Like, why else would he not put the black Ford Focus here? He parked his black Ford Focus, right? You know it. You fucking know it. I know it. Because if Richard said that, they would have fucking labeled him with that. And the reason they're not is because they're probably afraid of that tape maybe showing up one day. I guarantee he says, I was driving my black silver Ford 500 or something. Because at the time, even in his interviews, he says that they're about to get a new car and they're about to get a new van or something. But this Ford Focus is obviously the better car. So he lets Kathy drive that. And he drives the shitty Ford 500 silver because it's older and has troubles. Like any man would do with their wife. They would drive the shitty car, especially if she's got long distances or even just to go to work and stuff. Like he would let her have that car, especially. And then until they get the good minivan or whatever they were planning on getting, then she would have that, every husband would do that. Especially they'd want to get her a good car so then he can get himself a good car, because it would look bad if he went and got a good car and she had a shitty car, right? So guys, we think of the women in that way, but it's probably more in a selfish way. It's like, how can I buy my fucking Corvette? How can I get my 500 horsepower Camaro if this one is driving around a shitty car? So, okay, let's pretend I'm a great guy. Let's get her, this is what guys do. Let's get her a wicked car, the best fucking car that I would love to drive. It's good on gas, it's reliable, everything that she'll love. that she'll just love it for whatever reason, whatever color. Let's get it for her. Boom. Now, fuck, I can get that fucking Corvette I always wanted. That's what guys do. So we do it out of love, but we also kind of plan stuff like that too. So, but honestly, I think he's doing it because let's let the wife drive the good car. I guarantee this is why Doolin doesn't put in here the black Ford Focus, because as if he's getting all this information from him and not asking him what car. It's just not believable. And then what happens here? 2019. Can you guys see that good, right? She prints it out 10/29/2019, right around the time of who? Is it Ron Logan, Weber, Holder? Who was about to take the fall, and then they needed a new fall guy, and they found this guy, printed it out, and they were going to do it probably. They're probably going to announce Richard Allen on that Halloween. Look, we got the guy, but then boom, something happened. We had to disappear Logan first, probably. We had to take care of a bunch of guns first. We had to do changing numbers and all this bullshit at the laboratory. So boom, you know, Ron Logan lasts longer. Then Ron Logan dies in 2022, and then a couple months later. 6 months later, 7 months later, Oberg receives a shitload of guns. One of them disappears around the same time. All these numbers have switched and changed, and they happen to be guns too. And she says 3 of the guns at that time, the Sig Sauer from the February 28th, 2017, she implies that she said the unspent round 16 Exhibit 148 went through that gun in 2017. And if she had Richard Allen's gun, she would have got it correct then. But she didn't have Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier, so she got it wrong. Because she attributed it to being cycled through another gun. The only one it could be is that Sig Sauer, because she says it in 2 more paragraphs. She says that she's cleared that Glock, the original Glock from the 17th of February 2017, and the Smith & Wesson from February 27th, 2017. She cleared them too. She ruled them out because of the tool mark extractions on their unspent rounds. She compared them. She says it. So the only one it could be by default is that Sig Sauer that she receives February 20th, 2017. So for whatever reason, they blow over that. And then they throw in, if you had the 4th gun, the defendant's gun, could you have made a better conclusion? And she's like, yes. 5 years earlier, if I had the defendant's gun with these other 3 guns, I could have made a better conclusion. But she didn't. She attributed the bullet as having been cycled through the other gun. The other 2, the Glock and Smith & Wesson, were ruled out because of the markings. She says it in a couple paragraphs after. So she has to, whoever owned that gun, the February 28th Sig Sauer, probably Logan, they were going to do it. And then in 2019, they get a whole new case number. They do all this shifting. Kathy Schenck finds this tip that's never been missing. Again, she finds it right before Halloween. And they probably think, Logan's got to die first and disappear. And we got to shift all these numbers. So we need some time. A year goes by. And so but 22 comes around. And maybe that election's coming up. Forget about it, whatever. In January, Logan's finally dead. The election, whatever's happened, I don't know if they made, no, I don't know if they're making an announcement. Or the election's probably in 23, so forget that. In 22, September 21st, Kathy Schenck finds this tip again that's never been missing again. A month earlier, Oberg received a bunch of guns on August 23rd of 2022. They're arrested. She disappears one. Oh, and then, so fucking hilarious. So, let's do this. So, did I miss anything? I'm rambling to myself. Yes. Oh my God. It's such a fucking lie. Everything's a lie. You're so right, bro. Peggy's saying 100. Like, the show you had tonight, that recording was, those are the shows. Why are you doing them? Stop that other crap. That was a great show tonight, guys. You got to catch the replay. Where is that? Look at later on. Where are you? Oh, wrong one. Sorry. There you go. Let me just get this. whenever you get a chance, young fans, how do I share? Copy. Afterwards, go and watch this. I mean, it's funny because Dino and I, this was, I don't know how many months ago, Dino and I are cracking jokes up this whole thing. I never heard of ballistic conclusions being dependent on other guns. How's that a thing? Well, the thing is they bullshit, because it's a thing because she's trying to pretend like she's allowed to, if she can't make a decision, she pretends that she's allowed to say it's inconclusive because those black box studies say inconclusive, but she can't. Oberg can't be inconclusive because they always have to make a choice. And then their coworkers check it. And if their coworkers disagree, then the boss gets the tying vote of which one is right or wrong. So, but she also says about those black box studies, if people were forced to make a decision, it would be wrong. Yet in her job, she can't say inconclusive. Or if she could, she should have, because she only had, in the very beginning, she had 3 guns 5 years before Richard's gun, and she says that she attributed the item 16, the bullet, back in 2017. She said that it went through exactly like she said about Richard's gun in 2022. She said it in 2017 about another 6 hour. And then they throw in the 4th one. And if you had the defendant's gun with this February 17th, 2017 Glock, February 27th, 17 Smith & Wesson, February 28th, 2017 Sig Sauer, and the defendant's gun 5 years later. If it's a hypothetical in that paragraph of Oberg's on page 181, if you had the defendant's gun 5 years earlier, would you have been able to come in with a more conclusive? She's like, yes, I wouldn't have got it wrong, she's saying. I wouldn't have attributed 16, item 16, exhibit 148 as having been cycled through this gun. I would have got it right if I had his gun 5 years earlier. She's fucking saying that. So, whew. Did they only test those? Well, first of all, they tested the 3 guns in the beginning. 2 of them, the Glock that she receives before the bullet, it's probably Weber's. I'm only guessing. The Smith & Wesson is probably Holders or something, I'm guessing. And I'm guessing the Sig Sauer is Logan's. Or those 3, whatever, I'm guessing. But she receives the Glock before she gets the unspent round, a half an hour, on the February 17th of 2017. Then she receives the Smith & Wesson on the 27th of 2017, and the Sig Sauer on the 28th of 2017. She tests the first 2 and says that it couldn't be them because of the striations. So those aren't the rusted up guns. Those aren't the shitty guns. So there's that gun, and there's 3 guns. Then she receives 4 more guns on August 23rd of 2022 and pretends they talk about them at the same time, but they're distracting people. Those, because she's talking about hitting them with hammers and rusting them, but those are the ones she receives in 2022. August, a month before they find Richard's tip again. And that's the ones that 3 of them are ruled out because of the caliber. They're 45s. The first 1 or 2 are calibers. And then there's another one that, they got rust and conch shells all over them. By the time she gets them, she can't compare the striations with those ones. And the weird thing is the 4th one of those guns, the Smith West, the Armory one, there's some kind of Springfield Armory something gun, the 4th one of them. So she's received 4 guns in August out of water, because if she received those in the beginning, they wouldn't be in the condition they were. So the 3 she's received are not them. So she's received 7 guns before Richard Allen. So it's 8. His is the 8th gun that we know of. In the beginning, there's 3 guns. She attributes the bullet. She says, not this one, not the Glock, not the Smith & Wesson, but the unspent round, I believe, went through this Sig Sauer back in 2017. Because she says she gets it. If she had Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier, she wouldn't have said that. She says it. And if she then after that, she says, I've ruled out the Glock and the Smith & Wesson, the first ones. So it has to, therefore, she says, I attributed the bullet as having cycled through the other one. The other one is the third one, because this is 5 years before she's even received Richard's gun. And then a month before that, there's 3 or 4 more guns, and one is so badly rusted that she has to put it in something stronger than oil and disappears the important parts of it. Not the whole gun, but by the end of the day, she comes back and it's disappeared. But hey, oopsie, no worries. I have the serial number, people. Settle down. It's amazing. They did a whole switcheroo. She's a gun expert. Right. And if she was such an expert at the time, she would have said, this is inconclusive. I can't say 100%. I can't say it's this 6 hour because it turns out it's not. Or maybe it was, and she's now trying to say it's not. Maybe she was right in the beginning, and now they're lying, saying it's from Richard Allen's gun. Or they're most likely bullshitting and then just doing the same thing with Richard. And so why do we believe her now if she got it wrong the first time? It's amazing. And at the same time, in 2019, when they start printing off tips, I guess Ron Logan's probably, they changed their mind on Ron Logan. They probably shift all of Ron Logan's evidence to his. Whoever's that 6 hour that is, was going to take the fall. They changed in 2019. 2019, they get a new case number. They find this tip. They print out. They don't act on it until, it's pretty clear to me. I see it. That's how I see it. My opinion. So, 1 second. Let me have a drink. And we're back. Yes, I do too, bro. Okay, so let's get back to business. Did I miss anything, guys? Have I rambled too much? I'm sorry. They should have called her superior as a witness. Well, yeah, because what it is she talks about it at their office. If they think she's wrong, somebody does a check-in. There's a name for it. It's not checker, but at the Oberg, they have somebody that checks their work, whatever. They send it off to a friend or whatever in the same, and if they don't think they get it right, then their boss gets to have the tying vote. I forget the name. It's a dumb name they use. It's like reviewer or something. But it's such bullshit. I think we should start, if you guys want, Peggy, you're good at that. Start with the case number. The 17 in Oberg's bullshit on page 48. If you go to Oberg's testimony and you go to pages 48 and 181, that's where all her bullshit is. I have it written down. Her bullshit is mostly on pages, let me double check. Her bullshit is on Oberg's. So page 48, she talks about the 3 guns she received and the dates. Page 181 is the old item 16, 148, and I should have wrote down where she talks about the case number changing from 17KC something. And she at that time is like, I'm not sure if they're telling the truth. I can't tell that. And she even talks about it, saying, it's now 19KC or something 00 because they ran out of numbers. And oh my God, it's obviously a lie. Not one objection from the defense. That is the super sus part for me. Oberg's bullshit that she says that it went through another gun, distracting with 3 guns, but it actually turns out to be other guns. It's got to be at least 8 guns, including Richard's. 3 at the time she gets the bullet. Within 2 weeks of the murders, she's received the items, the unspent round, and 3 other guns. She then says, if I had received Richard Allen's gun back then, I would have been able to get this more conclusively correct, meaning She gets it wrong. Then she rules out the Glock and Smith & Wesson and says, I attributed it to the gun. The other gun, the only one left is that Sig Sauer from February 28th, 2017. Richard Allen's gun doesn't exist for 5 years. She's like, it's a hypothetical. Like, if I had his gun now too, if his was the fourth gun here, I would have got it right, but I didn't. It's on page 181 of her testimony. So, yeah. Page 48 is when she talks about it. Do you want me to have a quick look? I could show you. Might as well. Because this isn't very many pages. So here, it's right here. I'll show you. Day 7. It's day 7 for sure. Oberg. It's all about Oberg. She's got tons of pages. I'll show you. The main thing is you find what page. I should find it because there's the one where she talks about the page numbers. That's the one I got to write down. And I meant to write it down last time. You'll see it. It stands out. It says 17K000C. It sticks out. So it's going to stick out much. Or when we see it, it's going to bonk you in the face. So forget everything. Just looking for the 17K, 19K. And their whole excuse is the biggest load of shit I've ever heard that's not objected to. It's fucking amazing. It's almost like the defense are not even in the room. That is the biggest thing. A whole bunch of bullshit. So I'm talking about these page numbers here, not the volume page numbers, the ones in the documents. It's page 48, but I'm going to scroll through because I got to find that one. I keep meaning to write it down. You'll see it. It'll bonk you in the face. They're both right on top of each other too, because the 19K is like right underneath it. And that's just going to jump out at you. They're right around you. You watch. You watch. When I see it, it's going to bonk you in the head. So this is worth it. This is so worth it. This whole bullshit of them saying item numbers and not the exhibit numbers. Shifting of numbers. New case number. We ran out of numbers. What? How was that accepted? How was it accepted? Any second now. Oh, and also, when she talks about this false positive, 2-8, and false negative, see, it equals 5%. So they want you to believe that out of 100 people, they are getting 3 wrong that should have, like they're putting 3 people away for murder that shouldn't be charged, and they're letting 2 people go that should be charged out of 100. But they don't remind you here, this black box also has a 25% inconclusive rate, meaning if they can't tell, they don't count it. You can't do that. If you can't tell, that's 25%. So basically they're 70%, 25% inconclusive, and 5% are either false or positive negatives. So if they leave the inconclusives out, but that's fucking a big deal. You can't just say inconclusives. Yeah. If you leave out the inconclusives, the stuff you can't tell, then yeah, you're fucking, looks like you got a pretty good record. You get 95%, you only get 5% wrong. So you only lock up 3 people for 130 years that shouldn't be, and you here's E.T., the movie, don't let that distract you. And you only let 2 murderers go. So out of 100 people, you lock 3 people up for 130 years that shouldn't be locked up, and 2 people that should be charged with murder get walked away. That's still bad. But without the inconclusives in there, which is 25%, that looks even worse because there's, 25% that are just thrown out of court. So no wonder they don't mention that. And at the laboratory, they can't say inconclusive, because if it is inconclusive, if she can't decide, her co-workers look at it. And then if they don't agree with each other, then the fucking boss comes in to make a tying vote. So there is no at the laboratory. She turns around and says, it would be wrong to be forced to make a decision at the laboratory. So they're fucking talking to both sides of their ass. So let's find this case number for Peggy, because she's going to be a pitbull. You watch. You watch. Peggy's good with these numbers and stuff. It's coming up. Oh, wait, what are we on? 35. So here's where she's received the first. Yeah, this is where on page 35 is when she talks about the first Glock. She received it before the bullet. So she receives the bullet, the unspent item, the unspent cartridge, the one beside Libby's foot, is item 16 in theirs, which turns out to be Exhibit 148. Exhibit 148 is item 16. She receives it February 17th, 2017 at 1:37 p.m. But when did you receive the Glock Model 2240 Smith & Wesson caliber pistol? On February 17th at 1:06. So 31 minutes ahead of that, she receives this pistol. Right? Then there's going to be some whole case number mumbo jumbo here. It's right up here. You guys know what I'm talking about, but I feel like I just want to look at that again for myself. It's fucking amazing. So goddamn amazing. Especially their way they talk about it. Like, I don't know if they're telling the truth or not. That's what they told me. I can't confirm it. Oh, so here's where so forget about, so this is when they're talking about the cartridges. So don't get distracted with that. It's cartridges. The one is, they also try to distract you with the cartridge they found on his keepsake and the ones they find in Richard Allen's closet. But then they use that as a distraction, and then they just keep talking about the unspent cartridge anyway. So they're trying to distract with those other cartridges. They don't mean anything. The fucking case number is coming up. So this is when she starts talking about other guns. So these are magazines. So here it is. The second firearm was a Sig Sauer P239. So that's the one on the 27th she receives. And the Smith & Wesson is the 28th. And they say that more coming up soon. Sig Sauer 239 pistol is what? They start giving it. It didn't have, so they're saying the Smith & Wesson, right? So she's ruling out the Smith & Wesson and the Glock. But there's a whole, she couldn't fully exclude it. The other one, the 6 hour, she couldn't, but she definitely includes it because she says it. So that's that's what the distraction that everyone's fallen for right here. Everyone saw this and stopped reading, basically, it feels like. Because when they say she couldn't fully exclude it, well, of course she can, because she included it. This 6 hour, she says it in page 181 that they sneak it in that she says the bullet was cycled through the other gun. It couldn't be the first two that she's ruled out because of the ejectors. She rules out the Glock and the Smith & Wesson. And page 181, she slips it in that she says that the bullet 16 was cycled through the other gun. This is the only gun left. So when she says this is the distraction that people fell for. Yeah, she couldn't exclude it. I didn't fully exclude it because you included it. Right, you didn't fully exclude it. There was nothing to, yeah, that's bullshit because you say it. So this is a whole bullshit that we fell for. Because on page 181, she says it. That it was through that other gun. Now, when you examine the Glock weapon, well, 6 hour, did you do test fire cycles? Yeah. And she does it and rules out the other two because they don't match. But here, so here it comes up. So the case number is the best part. But so this is 48. So this is when she talks about the dates that she receives them. I can give you the exact dates. So item 90, the Smith & Wesson I received on February 27th, right? So it's the Sig Sauer I received on 3. Now, when I see this, I almost think she wanted to say a Freudian slip, like 3, like she was about to describe the date, because look at how she's describing the dates. 2/28/2017. 3, like picture Ron Logan at 3 is when his search warrant is in March. She says 3, what? She probably meant to say 3. The truth is probably 3/19, like 2 days after Logan's search on the 17th or whatever, right? But she says 3, oops. No, it wasn't March when we got it from Logan. Let's lie and say it was 2/28/2017. It's this Sig Sauer on 2/28/17, because you'll see it. Forget all the gobbledygook. And then they talk about a bunch of this. So see, this is where they do the change too, because they don't receive these guns at this time. So whatever they switched, they fooled everyone with this. They fooled everyone and started talking about a bunch of bags she received guns in water. That's not these ones. They've gone on to 4 other guns. One of them disappears, and she's got to make them safe. Here it all. It's got fucking gunk all over them. The Springfield Armory 45. There's fucking 4 other guns that she's throwing in now. So she's at 7 guns here, but these ones, they don't come to her till August 23rd of 2022. So they started talking about these and confused everyone to shit. So by adding these, a bunch of bags of water and guns, that's not these ones. These didn't come in because she's examining with no problem. So there's 3 guns, and then she says she receives a bag of 4 other guns. 4 of these guns were received in water, right? 4 of them, plus not these 3. So they duped everyone. We fell for this. The defense is sitting there listening and not saying nothing, because they're probably confused, thinking it's these ones. That's why they did the switcheroo here. These are the ones she receives in August 22nd of 2023. They slip it all in. So we got duped. So she's talking about these as if they're these, but she doesn't receive these for another 5 years. A month before she receives Richard's gun. 1 month or 2 months before she receives Richard's gun. 1 month before they find his tip, she receives these guns. And one of these gets disintegrated, yet they have the serial number. Like, fuck, how did the defense not let this go? Did they? Did they call this out or not? Like, so they've switched. They're not talking about these 3 guns. They do a switcheroo and jump to these guns. Because so she knew it. When he asked about describing them, everyone thinks they're describing these 3rd submissions. And she throws in 3 other guns, which is actually 4. But it's not these ones. It's other ones. And she doesn't receive them way back then. Because if she did, they wouldn't be all seized to shit. Look at the guns she receives are what? It says all of these guns were seized and had some form of gunk attached to them, or shells or random stuff attached to them from being in water for so long, right? But this is what? The murders just happened. So what would you even be looking at these guns for? I mean, really? I mean, it could be still years earlier, but it's not. So then the second portion is I could never. So she puts, I had to let them sit in rust release for quite a while to unseize some of them. 3 of them get unseized. The first firearm you can see up here, this was found to be a Springfield Armory. It's 45 caliber semi-automatic pistol. I could never make it functional, but I was able to restore what it was and the serial number she gets. Right? The second portion over here, I wasn't sure what this stuff was that she puts it in. That's stronger because the oil wasn't enough. She was not sure what she's putting the other portion of the gun in. I tried to restore it as well, and it basically, at the end of the day, it disintegrated. She put something in. She put something metal in something stronger than penetrating oil that she doesn't even know what it's called. I don't know. I don't know for sure what it was. She tried to restore it, but she comes back at the end of the day and it's disintegrated. But she don't worry, folks. She's got the serial number, and on page 181, I'll open up so I don't have to keep going back and forth. I know you guys love this. Quick side note here. This is just a quick page 181. Watch this. You're gonna fucking love this. Oops. 181. Boom. She talks about it here. So if you had received all 4 firearms, this is how they do the switch. They throw in 4 firearms because they received 4 in a bag on August 22nd of 2022. But if you had received all 4 firearms, right? So how they get to say 4 is the first one was a Glock, the second one was Smith & Wesson, the first was a 6 Sauer, and the defendant's firearm. So this is a hypothetical question. If you had, basically it says, if you had received Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier with the 3 other guns that we're trying to make you think are the 4 guns in the water that we distracted you with, and they're not. It's not the 4 guns in the water. It's the 3 guns that they received at the time. Because if you received at the time, along with State's Exhibit 16, which they receive on February 17th. So they're throwing these 4 in to distract as the 4 in the water, which aren't them. This is a whole bait and switch. Because they're saying at the same, here's how this question reads. If you had received Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier with the 3 other firearms that you tested, which were the Glock from half an hour before the unspent cartridge in 2017, the Smith & Wesson, which was the 28th, and this 6 Sauer, which was the 27th, and the defendant's firearm, which is now the 4th gun, which lines up with the bullshit bag of 4, but it's not. It's not. It has nothing to do with them. That's just a coincidence in the numbers, because it's a hypothetical. Without the defendant's gun 5 years earlier, because to do that would mean at the same time as you receive Exhibit 16, that's 2 days after the murders. 3 days after the murders, they received this. So this is a hypothetical. So if you had received Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier with the 3 other firearms here, the Glock from the 17th, the Smith & Wesson from the 28th, and the 6 Sauer from the 27th of 2017, and 5 years later, the defendant's firearm, if hypothetical, if you had received them all at the same time, the 4 is being distracted as a 4 has nothing to do with the 4 that were in the water. This is a whole fucking switcheroo. Because they're saying if you had received the defendant's gun at the same time you received the unspent cartridge in 2017, February 17, would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion if you'd received them all at the same time? Yes, because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other firearm. The other firearm. She would have been able to yeah, because she was. And then she goes and she rules out the Glock and the Smith & Wesson because of the marks. So what's left? Richard Allen's gun doesn't exist here 5 years earlier. So she says, basically, because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the first 6 Sauer, I would have been able to come to a more definitive conclusion if I had his gun 5 years earlier at the time. But I had limited evidence. So yeah, you didn't have Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier. So you had limited evidence. So having the additional gun 5 years, if the gun that we didn't know about for 5 years, I would have been able to I had limited evidence to work with. Right. You didn't have Richard's gun yet. So having the additional items all together, I would have given me the ability to get it right. So she gets it wrong by saying it was cycled through the other firearm 5 years before Richard's gun exists. And you can tell it's that 6 Sauer because they try to slip this in here. And would you have been able to exclude any of those firearms? Yes. Well, what? Because based on the marks I was able to observe in detail, I would have been able to exclude the Glock and Smith & Wesson. Therefore, the only one that's left is that 6 Sauer. She's saying it here, and they got through. Because Richard's gun doesn't exist. The hypothetical is 4 guns. Really, it's the 3 guns. So, you're right. So, Peggy's going to be on that. You watch. She's going to be on that like a pit bull. Let's do this. All right. 1 second. I need a drink. 1 second. Thank you all for being here. Back to our regular program schedule. regularly scheduled program. Major Patrick Cicero. Day 9. Sure, as an officer, we all go through standardized training to be law enforcement officers in the state of Indiana. Most of my training is around the forensic disciplines, and I was a crime scene investigator starting approximately 2002, and remained as such to this day as a crime scene investigator. Forensics are my specialty, and many facets of forensics and crime scene investigations, more for the field type of investigations, training in blood stain pattern analysis. Oh, is he the blood splatter guy? Crime scene reconstruction, just a litany of different types of training I've taken over 20 years. Like this whole bullshit with their training. Stop it, you guys. Stop it. You take you're fucking, we could all look at this shit and probably guess pretty good too. She is. Well, she had help with the prosecution. That Latrell McClellan's probably talking to an earpiece in his ear. Gull is probably sending fucking little taps or signals. I don't know. They duped everyone. They fucking duped everyone with that rigmarole of the 4 guns. Well, there was never, back in the beginning, there was never 4 guns. It's a hypothetical. They tricked everybody with the 4 guns they received in water in a month before Oberg, a month before Shank finds the tip, 2 months before they find Richard's gun. A gun disappears, a serial number that's been shifted. Oh my goodness. And it's that same back at the same office that's shifting other numbers and serial numbers. So I guarantee it that they fucking said whoever 6 hour that first one was from the 27th of February 2017, she says it went through that gun, and now they're shifting all those numbers, item numbers or exhibit numbers shifting. A case number from 2019 now is the case number. Whoever they were going to nail that with in 2019, Logan most likely, is now Richard Allen's gun. They've shifted it all. Like, that is fucking blasphemy. That right there would get him walking out of prison, if that's correct. Whew, what is going on here? I mean, I barely squeaked through high school, and I can see that. And I may be wrong. If I'm wrong, fuck it, I don't care. Just, it seems pretty plausible that everything, they slipped that past everyone. I don't even know if the defense was in the room when all this is going on, because there was no objections to all this gobbledygook. And I really mean I should have found it for Peggy to help if you're doing, I got to find it. Last time I do this. So so page 49 is when she talks about receiving the Springfield Armory, August 23rd, my mom's birthday, 2022, 1 month before they find that tip again, is when the Springfield Armory, and that's the one that the part gets disintegrated. This is the Springfield Armory that gets disintegrated, but she gets the serial number from it. And then she has the serial number of this Smith & Wesson was this. Like, I mean, they're doing a whole gobbledygook. Submissions. No, this is when they're receiving those 4 guns. Was received then. Because this is the one that disappears. Springfield Armory. And it's the one that was so badly rusted up. Then all of a sudden, the next gun they talk about has a new serial. She was bearing a serial number. It's like they're switching. They're switching here. And I just got to find that case number and move on from this. Sorry. Because I meant to find it. You guys fucking will love it. I received those items 10/14/2022. Yeah, this is Richard Allen's gun. The defendant's home. Yeah, 10/14. So 5 years earlier, she received his gun and cartridges, which then they try to distract you with the cartridges, but they mean nothing. His cartridges mean nothing because it's now the gun that gets the designation of having the 16 cycle through it, when she's already attributed it to one of the other guns 5 years earlier, and nobody's picked up on that, or they okayed it, they let it go. What? They fucking slipped that one right in. Here it is here. Here it is here. Peggy, page 55. So this whole rigmarole, ejector head, blah, blah, blah. Forget all this bullshit. Item 16, which is Exhibit 148 now. So all this magnificent level hairlines, blah, blah, blah. Here's the jury's familiar. I believe they've seen multiple packages that bear the number 17K00066. What is that number? That was the first case number that I received. So item 16, Exhibit 148, the bullet found beside, the unspent cartridge found beside Libby's foot would have been received under this case number. Yeah, the Delphi murders, which was in 2017. What is 19K? No, so now there's one with a whole bunch of numbers here. They're at 197 on this one, 19. That would have been when I received the firearm. It came underneath in that case number. What? You received the firearm? Which firearm in 19? You're not receiving Richard Allen's in 19. So she's receiving another firearm in 2019? That would have been when I received the firearm. It came in underneath that case number. Why did the case number change? From what I was told is that within our laboratory information management system, that there was some maxing out of the first case number. They were not able to add items into it, or there was some issue going on, so they had to create an additional case. An additional case, or did they merge two together? Because if they're creating an additional case, are they keeping the first one? No. Is the 17 and 19 a reference to? Well, what is it a reference to? Basically, those are the case numbers that each item was submitted underneath. So item 16 would have been, oh my God. So it is Ron's gun, or whoever's this, an item 315 would have been underneath 19K. So that's how they get that other gun in there. Through this switch, they add it to this. So this gun, they're receiving another gun at that time in 2019 that they're switching in. So they've decided then to, oh my God. So the bullet found beside Libby's foot, item 16, 148, would have been under this case. And an item 315, which was what? The other gun was underneath this case from 2019. Well, that's only because you ran out of numbers. That's what I had been told. Whether that's true or not, I can't confirm. But that's the same case? Correct. What? Well, what gun is it you're receiving? It's not the Delphi murders case, is it? In 2019? Because 315 is what? 315 sounds like that pistol. No? What's 315? So that I received case. So that item is 314. The hairline, yeah, it's the other, a different cartridge. They're trying to do a rigmarole slip up. Test fire from the firearm that I received in this case. So that's item 314. The ejector head. Yeah. So what's 315? What were they talking about 315? These fuckers, they switched it up. I don't know why I'm back on this. It is fascinating. Anyone still here? 13 people. I'm losing people. I should go back to reading. So that's it. That's it. I pass it on. Well, yeah. But also there was, I mean, they have an unspent cartridge, but they're just trying to find something that they can make somebody look guilty with. They don't care what. So, I have all the page numbers written out, and this is Oberg's testimony. So, pages 55 here. They're talking about the case number. I finally found it. You know what? I found it again. I'm going to write this down. I've done this 20 times. Today is the day. I'm writing because I love seeing that. I've been looking for it. Page 55 of Oberg is where she talks about the case number changing. Page 55 is the 17K 0, because if these numbers are indicative of the year, what case in 2016 ended that turned into this case? Because that's where the gun came from. That's where a gun came from. A gun was introduced then, which then another gun disappears. A bunch of other guns show up right before Richard Allen's gun shows up. One gets disintegrated. They can't tell because but they get the serial number and they have serial, something's changing. They duped everyone here. Changes from 17K00066 to 19K00197. So with their philosophy, it seems as though, like, look at 19K, right? So 197. So what if they find another piece of evidence? It's 198. They find 199, 200, 200. So basically you can count to 99,999. Well, this is only at 66. How are they running out of case numbers here? Item numbers for this one case. So the case is 1700K00000, and then each time they add one, it's like a new thing that happens in that case. 01, 02, they get up to 66, and they say they've run out of numbers here. What about 67? What about the next 99,933? That would bring us to then have to go up a number when all they could have done is just added another zero here. How many zeros could we, what? Do they need more than 99,000? No, that's why they have those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 placeholders, because technically they can go up to 99,999 and they're at 66. So there's 99,933 more spaces, yet they've run out of numbers. What? Well, that was the first case number that she received the unspent cartridge under this in 2017, the Delphi murders. But then that new gun comes into play here. The 16 was received under the 17 case, which is the Delphi murders. It starts, what is 19K? Well, that would have been when I received the firearm. It came in under this case number as item 197 in a whole other case. So think of all the shit they found around before that. That was either Ron Logan's or I don't know. All the stuff they'd investigated up to this point, because they didn't have those two together. Ron Logan or whoever's case this was is where a gun comes in. And then they're fucking. So if they had to reset this number, the Delphi murders that was from 2017, why isn't it just going back to 00000? Because it's 17. Why change the 17? But now it's 19? No, because they had a bunch of shit they had to disappear and merge into this case. Not this, So, and in 19, they obviously stopped investigating Logan. They found Richard Allen's tip, but they didn't act on it. Logan had to die. He's around. He dies January 2022. 6-7 months later, Oberg receives 4 guns that she's tricked everyone thinking that there were the other guns from before. 3 of them are seized. 1 of them is disintegrated. They have the serial number for it. A month after, they find the tip that Shank prints out, the tip that was never lost, that she printed out in 2019 that she found that was never lost from the beginning. And then Shank, a month after, Oberg receives those 4 guns and gets a new case number and disappears a gun. There's a gun. There's a whole space open for something now. Then a month later, they find the tip. They go and find Richard Allen. They get his gun. They introduce a new gun at that time. That's wild. And then they arrest Richard Allen. Yeah, is the 17 and 19 a reference to? Well, what is it? Basically, those are the case numbers that each item was submitted underneath. So item 16 would have been the 148, the unspent round found by Libby's foot. It would have been referenced as the 17K case. And item 315 would have been under the 19K case. So there's 2 cases. There's 2 separate cases. Because if they found this gun and connecting it to the Delphi murders, why is it under this case number? Wouldn't it be under this case number? Because this is the Delphi murders. 17. So they had a whole other case. Who had a separate case? Probably Logan, right? Or Keegan? I don't know. I don't even know how this works. Like, why do we need to merge these two? Why can't you just reset the 17? What? Because this is indicative of the year. Well, they probably got 19 all over this other gun, so they have to keep it. The only reason is because you ran out of numbers with the 17K. That's what I had been told. Whether that's true or not, I can't confirm. But it's the same case. Correct. So is it the same case? If you're using these the year you fought, the year of the case, why do you have 19? What case is from 19? Not the Delphi murders? Or is that the year you stopped investigating Logan and needed to switch all his shit over to this case? Fucking guys. And does the 17 relate to the year? Yes, it does. And the 19 would again relate to 2 years later? Yeah. Whenever they pulled that out, if they submitted more evidence under the case number, it would have been relevant to what they submitted that first item in that year. Right. Right. That's why it's a whole other case. It's not the Delphi murders case. Comes up as Carroll County, Indiana, Delphi lab case research period from 2019. Yeah, right. Research. Yeah, bullshit. Look at that word. They can just throw anything, Dewey. Look at that. Research period. What were they researching? Because they're not researching anything. They're fucking merging 2 cases together. Because the research is 2017 it started. Because they had 3 guns they were researching. Where's that research? What starts in 19? Such bullshit. So they stop investigating Logan probably. They merge all his shit into a new case number. They add all those 3 guns. The one, especially the one that they said, aha, that's why they're doing it, is because she said that first gun, the 6 hour, is the one that the bullet went through back then. So to get that into this case number now, she can say that that's the one that's attributed to Richard Allen. They switched things up. So that's why these are all changing numbers. And then Richard Allen's gun comes into it. And then another gun that disappeared, their serial number's there. And there's a whole fucking rigmarole. Yeah. And then now, boom, they can say that Richard Allen's gun is the one that cycled this bullet. It's almost like they got to throw away the stuff from that's what it is also. Because in 2017, she made the conclusion that it went through the other gun. So if they get rid of it and start at 2019, that's probably all gone. Those first 3 guns and whatever she did with them, where's all that info? That's why they got to get rid of it. That's why, let's start in 19. Let's start over. Let's start new. Look at 2019, what happens? Let's fucking get rid of a bunch of evidence. And those numbers drop too. Look at the numbers. Or the numbers are bigger. So the numbers for this are bigger. So this is 66, right? And then a couple of years later, there's what? Another 97 plus 33, another 134 items between those 2 years found. Or this is a completely other case that is merged into this. Because if you run out of numbers here, which is bullshit to begin with, because you got 99,933 more choices. So right off the bat, it's bullshit. There's no reason. Right off the bat, there's no reason to change this number, except if you're trying to merge 2 cases together. Because you're not. Well, how could you run out of numbers here? What about 67, 68, 69, all the way up to 99,999? Could have went for another 99,933 more items could have fit under this case number. That's why they give these extra zeros. That's why they start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 placeholders, 5 zeros. That's where it starts at. Then you go 1, 2, 3, and they know they're not going to fill these up. They're there just in case. Maybe they find a case of jelly beans and have to count every single jelly bean and a skid. Each jelly bean needs to get its own case number. Still, you're probably not going to fill that up. 99,999. It's ridiculous. The only reason this comes into the case is because whatever they stopped doing in 19, and that seems to be the same year they found Richard Allen's tip again. Kathy Shank prints it out in 2019. The tip that was never missing in the first place gets found and tip printed out for no reason. And then a month before that is found, in September 21st, 2022, Ober receives a bag of guns, 4 guns. 1 disappears. She has a serial number for that. She kind of tries to make it look like it's the first guns when they just jump to talking about those 4 guns, which were received a month before they find his tip again, 2 months before they find his gun again, in the same year, printed out as they're merging these 2 case numbers together. Holy fuck. I gotta move on. I gotta move on. Just gotta move on. So, Peggy, get all over that. It's your job, if you're still listening. And, sorry, 1 second. I need one of those cough drops. Oh my God, my mouse just rolled away. 1 second. I made a new thing for it, but I'm going to secure it better because I bumped it. Okay, no more distractions. Going to read. If anyone's still here, thank you for being here. And so this is back to Cicero. And that included not just as a crime scene investigator, but when you mentioned bloodstain pattern analysis and crime scene and reconstruction, does it also include entomology? Yes, as a crime scene investigator in the state of Indiana, we receive entomology training. But I received a specialized entomology training over the years to where it's mostly focused on the investigative approach and the collection procedures for crime scene investigators. And do you have any certification in any of the subspecialties of detectives or investigative work? These fucking guys are out of control. All these specialties and certifications are all fucking garbage. These guys are all just fucking throwing shit at the wall, taking ambiguous statements and rules and policies and laws, not following them, bending them in their favor, applying them at will to people they like and don't like differently. It's like it can mean anything they want. If it's a bootlicker, they fucking means they're innocent. If it's someone they hate, they're fucking get them with it. Exact same wording. So fucking ambiguous, and their discretion, their beliefs, just fucking, they've abused it. They've made a mockery of this whole system. So I am a certified crime scene investigator because these guys, the first 3 guys, the CSI guys, go on about showing up and just tossing aside branches, at least 10, 11, 12 branches that were on dead bodies. The guy obviously touches. They toss them off to the side. And some of them even have blood on them. Invisible blood. That Doolin sees a couple days later. They toss them off these bodies and they say, we made the right decision. The defense asks them, yeah, did you think you made the right? Yeah, it was the right decision because they wouldn't have yielded they couldn't got any fingerprints from them because they're still rough. And then they fucking, Doolin tells them to go back, get this shit, there's blood all over them, I see it. A couple days later, and then they wait another 2 weeks. And they finally go back and they're disgruntled, they're pissed, they have to go back. Baldwin then asks them again, do you think it was the right idea to leave, you made the right decision leaving those branches out there in the woods for 18 days? He's like, yeah, fuck, who's the idiot who's my upper ups that wanted me to go back and get them, basically. They're an idiot. Because my experience says we had combined 60 years of CSI experience. We thought together that it was a good idea. These wouldn't yield anything. So we just tossed them off to the side. 12 pieces of evidence that were directly placed by this person on top of these bodies. We chucked them off to the side, left them out in the, the elements for 18 days. We go back and get them, and lo and behold, we do at that time, after raining and snowing and fucking animals pissing and running, all squirrels fucking chirping all over them, and birds and shit, whatever. They fucking 18 days later, they do find blood on them. And imagine what you would have found if you fucking took them that day and properly transferred. So at the very least, they didn't want more work to do. But I don't think it's that. I think it's more than that. Much more nefarious. So at the very least, it's incompetence and laziness. But way beyond. So I'm a certified crime scene investigator for the state of Indiana. I'm also on the certification board for the state. And so I certify crime scene investigators throughout the state as they go through their futures as crime scene investigators to ensure that we are maintaining standards. Did you train those guys? Is it your mentorship that they relied upon and to come up with the conclusion that when we show up to a crime scene, we should toss 12 huge pieces of evidence that the fucking perpetrator had to have touched for whatever dumb reason you want to believe? After stabbing, and there might be a bunch of other sweats and fluids and everything all over these branches and ridges where obviously you're not going to get fingerprints, but you're going to get much more stuff. And then make up bullshit excuses that the bark was falling off and there was green moss growing on them and they would be good for nothing. Did you train them that way, young man? Because they did that. They did it, and they are fucking proud of it. They said they'd do it again. They would show up to a crime scene, toss off 12 huge pieces of evidence placed by this killer on the bodies, most likely passing along something of his on there. And that was what they show up to the crime scene, and they believe we had no reason to believe the sticks were involved in a crime, so we tossed them out to the side. Fucking idiots. And by being certified, does that require you to attend a seminar or of several seminars, or do you have to prove or demonstrate some level of expertise in order to be certified? Your fucking certification, stick it up your ass. Your fucking certification is garbage, excuse me. Yeah, so with our certification programs in the state of Indiana, it requires a certain amount of training, years of service as a crime scene investigator, right? Because the one, Datsman had like 16 years, Page had like 21 years, and Olahay had what, 25, 26, 27 years experience. The three of them together were easily over 60 years combined years of service, training, mentorship. They're fucking pros, these three that show up. And they bunk their heads together, and they all three together come up with, yeah, let's toss these sticks off to the side and leave them in the elements for 18 days. Ignore another Department of Natural Resources officer that comes and says a couple days later that there's blood all over these sticks. We need to go get them. Wait a couple more weeks, and then mosey on out there and begrudgingly collect them, half-assed, and state that it's a ridiculous thing that we're being sent out to get these again 2 weeks later, and this is a dumb idea, and I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't have to. It's ridiculous. There's blood on some of them still. So there are proficiency tests, a written test as well, and you must show your work. The certification program lasts 3 years, and then you can get a recertification. What training have you received in blood stain pattern analysis? Over my career, I've attended numerous training venues, at least 3 40-hour courses in just the basic blood stain patterns analysis, advanced courses in blood stain pattern analysis. Just one of the venues was just dealing with fabrics, and then I have attended several conferences over the years where there'd be break-off sessions talking about bloodstain analysis or certain areas certain areas of bloodstain pattern analysis. During reconstruction type crime scene reconstruction training, bloodstain pattern analysis is very synonymous in working together with the reconstructive model. It's like if a drip of a blood drop comes, if it's teardrop shaped this way, it's kind of, you can tell if the person's running by, it's dripping, they're going this way because when it hits, it splatters, to blood. It has a tear shaped pointing in the direction they're traveling. And if it's on the roof and up the wall and somebody died here from a hammer, it's pretty obvious to see how they were hitting them and swinging the hammer back, and and you can see which way they were standing because you'll see which way the blood comes. You can see it all. Do you need this much training for that? These fucking guys are out of control. Come on. They fucking act like they're... And what professional organizations are you a part of? I'm with the International Association of Identification, and I'm also with the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts. Why are you part of those organizations? The organizations, they provide guidance, updates with training as well as standards, and being a part of professional organization keeps you fresh with the current trends. How many bloodstain pattern analysis cases have you been involved in where you've worked and approached it from incorporating your bloodstain pattern analysis expertise? Over the years, I probably investigated several hundred investigations where blood was present at the scene and needed to be at least documented or analyzed. Like at this scene of this crime, like everything's kind of soaked into the ground pretty much. Like what are you going to do? Oh, the pool of blood is here? Thank you. You're an expert. Thanks. You see that the pool of blood is here. Thank you. What did you find? One or two leaves that had a blood drop on it, therefore saying, hey, the blood drop hit here and was kind of coming down this way and splashed that way. Like, yeah. You're right. The defense in this case, Gull has them pretty much shut. Right. They definitely shut them down, but I was a little surprised with Oberg's that they never jumped in. Like, why? Like, you saw that. The case number, all that rigmarole of them item numbers now being case numbers. It's like they did a whole bait and switch 10 different times. They talked about 3 item numbers that were different case numbers, and then they threw in those other case numbers as there was those items, but they were talking about the same amount of them. Turns out there was one more of them, and it's a whole switcheroo in that Oberg's testimony. And I don't remember one objection. That's the biggest problem to me so far. Letting Oberg kind of get away with all that switching of evidence numbers, and the case number now in 2019 is now 2016. Everything that happened in 2019, Shank printing out tips that were never lost for no reason, finding it again for no reason. A month after, they found a bunch of guns that they tried to play with were guns from earlier. One of those guns disappears, parts of it. Turns out they got the serial number for it. Then a month after that, they received Richard Allen's gun. They got his serial number now. They got this other Sig Sauer that they attributed the bullet to in 2017. Now, if they had received Richard's gun 5 years earlier, she would have got it correct because she did attribute it to the other gun. And of the 3, it could only have been one other one because Richard Allen's doesn't exist. The Glock and the Sig were ruled out because of their markings didn't match. Their extractor arms didn't match on their casings. Unspent or spent, they didn't match. She rules them out. Therefore, it has to be that first Sig Sauer. And the only reason it wouldn't be is if 5 years earlier she received the defendant's gun, which she didn't have for 5 years. So if she had his gun 5 years earlier, she could have probably cleared all 3 of those and then attributed it to Richard's. But since she didn't have Richard's gun, she cleared the first 2, and that other 6 hour was the one she's either saying is or was most likely and give it to. Then these numbers merge and that paints a picture to me, and I hope I'm wrong. What exactly? We don't know who's. If we can find out, I'm guessing Logan, because Logan had that whole. I mean, it's possible they had a case on hold or 2, right? Because there's a whole case number, and it goes to 2019. So I don't think it's. I'm pretty sure it would be Logan's. Picture them from his search warrant, because also she does that Freudian slip. She does that Freudian slip. Oberg does in the very beginning when she says, I received those guns on, she says 2/29, you know? But she says that little 3. That's a fucking obvious Freudian slip to me. Again, who does that? She fucking says it in her testimony because she's describing the months that she's receiving these. It turns out she probably would have received that 6 hour if it's Logan's in 3, and she just slipped up. She slipped up, in my opinion. She says 3. It's when she's receiving those. Look what you've done, Stu. Look what you've done, Dewey. That's cool. We have time. There's only, oh my God, there's only 60 pages. Well, I can blow through those. Boom. No problem. So I just got to see that now for my petulant little mind. Hopefully I don't lose too many more people. I just need to see that 3. The part where she says, I received it. No, it's not here. Where she's describing dates. So the first gun, she's describing the date. No, the second and third one she's describing. I wrote the page number down. See, this will be the first time I can save myself. It's on 48. She's talking about the 3 guns. So where am I going? I'm not even close. I might as well just scroll. I can get there fast. 48-ish. $43. No, what am I stopping for? I feel like that was it. No. Like, we have to keep better track of these dates and numbers because they duped us. They literally duped us big time. And the defense doesn't object once. It doesn't even feel like they're in the room here when this is, I don't know. Or they were sleeping. I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but how does this get by? Right here. So she's talking about item 90, which is a Smith & Wesson. I received that on February 2017. The second pistol here, which is the third pistol, because she's received the Glock. So this is where they fucking trick you again. They want you to believe it's the second pistol here. Yeah, here. But in 27 and 28, yeah. But it's really the third pistol. And they do that because they want you to think she's saying 3 because it might be the third. But no. She received it when? On 3. Hold on. On 2/28/2017. But they say that because if she said the real date would be what? 3/19, I'm guessing. A day or 2 after Ron Logan's search warrant, you know? 3 what? Because it's the second pistol here, but you've already received the Glock, which is the first. So this first one is the second one on the 27th. This second one is now the third one on the 28th. It's the second pistol here, as in this paragraph. But the first one was received on half an hour before this bullet unspent round on the 17th. So it's a whole fucking switcheroo. We got duped. Defense gets duped right here. Because she received it half an hour before she received the unspent cartridge, the Glock. This Glock. She receives it, the first gun, before the unspent cartridge. Mm-hmm. She does. She does. Everyone takes the bait. That's wild, wild, wild. I don't even want, because I know, for whatever reason, I just want to see it. Such an idiot. Yeah. I received the item on February 17th at 1:06. What was it? And did you receive this Glock Model 2240 Smith & Wesson caliber pistol? I received this item on February 17th. This is the one I received at 1:06 p.m. After that, we received what? At ISP, is there a sealing protocol of any package? Yes, there are. And so a package cannot be received by the lab, right? So then a half an hour later, but before that, she says she received, yeah, it's a half an hour later, but before she mentions, I received item 16, the unspent cartridge that was found beside Libby's foot that same day, 31 minutes before she receives this Glock. So she receives a Glock gun first. Before the bullet that was found at the crime scene arrives, she's already got a gun. But they know about it. But this one makes it there. So how are they getting this gun so fast? Who would be? They're banging on Weber's door, right? Or when did Holder's interviews? Like, we got to know whose guns these are, right? Why can't we find that out? They said Logan had 160. Oh my God, 164. Oh my God, that's amazing. Like, all these guys have guns. I don't know. Why don't we know whose these three guns are? Whose Glock is this? Whose, wild. So I better get reading this because I'll never get. At this rate, I should blow through this. And is all that in LaPorte County where you've done that work? No, I have done work for Lake County, Porter County, St. Joe County, Jasper County, Stark County, Lawrence County, near Bloomington, of course, Carroll County. And I was asked to work on a case in Las Cruces, New Mexico, years ago. Have you testified as a blood stain pattern analysis witness expert? Yes, this is my 34th time testifying in a court of law. Ooh, that would have been great if it was the 33rd time. And have you given lectures on the areas of these subspecialties of crime scene investigation that you've mentioned? Yeah, for blood stain pattern analysis, I've been instructing at the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy, teaching the crime scene investigator course for the past, I believe, 9 or 10 years. I have taught at St. Joseph's College in Rensselaer, which is now closed. Both the basic and advanced courses there, again, talking about bloodstain pattern analysis. I'm on a rotation now with the National Forensic Academy at the University of Tennessee. I've taught many lectures concerning crime scene investigations to not only our officers, but other agencies. For the last 18 years, I've been employed with the University of Tennessee as their instructor for forensic entomology for the crime scene investigator. And I still maintain that, my tenure there. So it's something I've done for many years of different disciplines with the crime scene investigation umbrella, if you will. I'm going to hand you what you've marked as State's Exhibit 285, Major Cicero. Can you identify that for me? Yes, this is my CV. Yes, my curriculum vitae. Yeah, all my experience and bullshit. And does it in further detail describe your experience and your education and training in crime scene investigation and the subspecialties that you've mentioned? Yes, sir. I would move the admission of State's Exhibit 285, Your Honor. No objection. Oh, sorry. Oh, OJ. No objection. All right. With objection 285. Without objection 285 is admitted. May I pass the exhibit? You may. You may proceed. I'm not sure if I asked you. I may have. How long have you been involved in bloodstain pattern analysis? It's over 20 years. Would you please describe that field? Is it correct I've called it a subspecialty of crime scene investigations? Is that accurate? It's just a part of the crime scene investigations. Would you please describe that for the jury, please? Sure. Bloodstain pattern analysis is a field of study that refers upon a fact that blood is a fluid, and as such, it adheres to our physical laws. Therefore, oh my goodness, it adheres to our physical laws. Thank God it's fucking not from another planet, like E.T., like space. Because then it would float. I don't know. Wouldn't have no gravity. Would have no effect on it. It'll be so tough to tell which way the blood came from if it didn't adhere to our physical laws. Therefore, blood under similar conditions reacts in a repeatable, predictable, and measurable manner. Yeah, it's pretty obvious for fucking anyone to tell. What do we need these guys for? Fucking good for nothing, this guy. As analysts, we examine the size of the blood stains with the pattern, the shape of the blood stains with the pattern within the patterns, the volume of blood within the pattern, its distribution within the pattern, and the location of the patterns within the crime scene. Ultimately, our goal is to provide the best explanation for the events that created the bloodstains. And how do you know that a particular bloodstain pattern is consistent with certain actions if you weren't there when it happened? Oh my God. As I stated, blood is a fluid. It reacts in a predictable, measurable, repeatable fashion. We know through studies, experimentation, visiting the scene, and fucking everyday normal human activity, knowing what had happened. What the blood will react in a very similar manner depending upon the volume and the force applied to it, to the blood. It is repeatable, testable, measurable. The theory of blood stain pattern analysis is the fact that it is a fluid. It will react in that manner. What are some characteristics? Would you summarize for the jury the characteristics of blood stain that can be examined as you make determinations? Well, the characteristics are the size of the blood stain that, depending upon the size, can tell us as to the type of force or energy that may have been applied to the blood. And the fact that the guy's laying there dead with a hammer impaled in his, a claw hammer impaled in his fucking skull. We can guess. If we compared it to water, for example, it's colorful too. I forgot. It's colorful, guys. If water splashed, like imagine blood splashed and then like when it evaporated, it was gone, like water would. Wouldn't water be easier if we just drank red water? Oh my God. Then we could tell. and I put water into the palm of my hands and I smacked my hand. Exactly. It's fucking clear water that doesn't leave any residue. Oh my God. We know what would happen as people lived on this planet for a while. That it'll go in many different directions. It'll actually turn into water drops as opposed to a body of water. If you smash it in your hands and if you smack together a handful of water and clap it together, it's not going to then come back together as one body. Oh my God. I thought it would then, like in those movies where you see like Gremlins and all that, they breaks out and then they kind of gloop, 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 they kind of come back together to form one. Oh, that's wild. We look at the shape of the stains, whether they're round or elliptical, because we have a principle of the stain shape in a vector principle. Oh, it's fucking vector principles. Oh my goodness. Thank you. So gravity, physics, and vectors. Wow. Whereas the stain's shape could tell us to the direction to which it came from. We look at the amount of stains, the volume of blood. We look at the location of the patterns within the crime scene, whether they're low or they're high. It's going to give us indication as to perhaps where the victim of the assailant was located. Overall, all these characteristics provides us with a way to provide the best explanation as to what occurred. As a result of that, we have what's referred to as taxonomy, or the characteristics for blood stains, okay? And it provides us with how do we explain what they are. We give them names as to whether the blood stains are impact patterns, or they're just transfer stains, or if it's just pooling or saturation. Wow. So you can tell the difference between a drop and a smudge. Oh my goodness, thank we got these guys trained. Whew. So if I take my finger and wipe it down a fucking wall, and I then fucking splattered blood on the wall, you can tell there's one was splattered and one was wiped, eh? It's fucking professionals. God damn, thank God these guys are here. So we have a lot of terminology and bullshit that we have developed over the years to describe what we're seeing at these scenes. Basically what everyone else could walk in and do too. And you have studied the various physical properties of blood. Is that correct? Yeah. And the characteristics of blood stains. I gave you information about how the blood got there. Yeah. We are talking about the properties of blood, of being cohesive, where blood wants to stick together. Blood is also what? Don't tell me it's going to coagulate and scab up and block holes and help us. Oh my, don't, if he says this, I'm going to freak out, because who would know that? And we have Band-Aids. You ever use a Band-Aid? Are you a professional in Band-Aid applications too? So if I have an object or even my hand, blood has adhesive qualities, or wants to stick on my hand. But when forces are applied to blood, that's when it's propelled or flung off. Blood, of course, has, like any kind of fluid, has a certain viscosity as well. What is crime scene reconstruction? Crime scene reconstruction is a discipline that incorporates all different disciplines in their results. So as a reconstructionist, I will utilize blood. The result of a bloodstain pattern analysis, I will utilize results of a shooting reconstruction. I will utilize the results of what a pathologist determined, whether the labs may have determined to be evidence, and this is all data. And this data is put into our formula, if you will, of how we look at the data and try to determine the best explanation as to what occurred. You know, I would love to have these guys show up to a mock scene and then give their determination, and just have 4 of us people picked out of this chat, one at a time, say, come and what do you think happened here? You know, and I bet you would fucking get pretty much exactly the same as these guys. My humble, honest opinion. Where I've seen lots of blood, lots of viscous fluids splash everywhere. Fucked up a whole lot of shit. I should know. We use the topics and premises of superposition. Oh my goodness. That's a Scrabble word for Hebby. Where's Hebby? Superposition. Oh my God. Lateral continuity. These are all terms that we used as to what had happened first. What happened first? The chronology. Like, oh my God, you can tell the orders. These guys are amazing. Amazing. We use Locard's exchange principles and Newton's laws of gravity and Einstein's principles, theory of the relativity, and the space, dude, where's my cars? The space-time continuum transfunctioner came into play. Oh boy. Curvature of space and time and gravity too. Oh my God. All these principles apply to crime scene reconstruction, and ultimately we put it into what's called an event sequence. Holy fuck. This is amazing. They're gonna fucking solve space travel, like the space time, like how to travel back in time. Oh my god. This is good. This is good stuff. These guys almost have the code, the sequence to determine what is the best explanation as to what occurred with that data given and that dead guy and that hammer stuck in his head and this other guy with his missing arm and the arm wrapped around this guy's handsaw. I'm going to just try to figure this out here. Yeah, and this guy over here is holding a fucking sawzall and it's still going. He's holding the trigger and his arm's off his body, but yet he cut his own hand off accidentally, trying to, and the thing's still go. The battery hasn't died yet, and his arm's on the other side of the living room. What has happened here? So you've been taught this crime scene You've been taught this crime scene reconstruction as well as the blood stain pattern analysis. That is correct. And have you actually performed that in the field like you have with blood stain pattern analysis? I have several times. And have you taught crime scene reconstruction like you were taught and like you practice in real life cases out in the field? Yeah, I have. And who have you taught? I've taught the attendees at the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy. And are those, I assume, primarily from Indiana? Yeah, mostly from Indiana. We've had some Illinois students as well. I wonder if this guy's taught. Only he sounded older, but Page and Datsman. I wonder if those were his. If he advised that, hey, if you dipshits show up to a crime scene and there's fucking blood splattered on some branches that are all over these dead bodies, that you just fucking toss them off to the side and ignore them. Did you train them that way? Because I'd love to know where they learned that. And have you, as you said, you testified in blood stain pattern analysis. Have you testified in crime scene reconstruction? Yeah, certain portions of the reconstruction were always included in our analysis of the scene. And what you mentioned, the National Academy at the University of Tennessee. Did I get that right? The National Forensic Academy? Yeah, the National Forensic Academy with the Tennessee's Law Enforcement Innovation Center and Bullshit Society. And you've taught there? What various topics and disciplines have you taught there? Well, as of recently, blood stain pattern analysis, but for the last 18 years, I've taught primarily forensic entomology for the crime scene investigator. I've taught topics as far as what's called scatter investigations, to where when body parts are scattered, I was right. Scattered body parts. Oh my God. Are you saying that you'd be able to get this? You would say this body's missing a right arm and a left foot. There's a right arm and a left foot over on the other side of the room. Oh my God. They came from this guy. Boom. Boom. Thank you for your training. That'd be great. How to document and collect those. And you can pick them up. And I worked with a forensic anthropologist. Holy fuck, are they digging? Yeah, they're digging up the Aztecs. And fucking the people from the old wild, from 100 years earlier. He's gonna dig them up and do a whole on other areas of interest. So maybe dinosaurs? No, I'm kidding. What's that called? There's a different name for that. Such as time since death and working with exhumation techniques. What? So, and I work with forensic anthropologists on other areas of interest, such as time since death. So time since death, okay, and working with exhumation techniques, okay. Were you asked to assist in this particular case and provide insight and analysis on bloodstain pattern analysis, as well as crime scene reconstruction? Yeah. And when did you begin your involvement in this matter? Oh, it was fucking February 12th of 2024. What? That's fucking 7 years, 6 years, and 6 years and 363 days after the bodies were found. Goodness. Just in time to crack the case wide open with this guy. 300 fucking 7 years. Sorry, 6 years, 363 days later, they call this fucking guy in. Whew. Okay, dude. We need you. We need you. We're trying to fucking frame a guy. What do you see here? How would you do it? Is when I first had communications with the prosecutor's office here. Would you tell the jury what you did to prepare yourself? What materials did you review? I reviewed numerous files of photographs on a flash drive. I reviewed reports, specifically autopsy reports, the diagrams, laboratory reports. I'm sure there's additional data that I received. Did that include the DNA reports prepared and signed off on by Stacy Bozanovsky? Yeah, yes, I did. And the photographs, did that include among them photographs obtained by the crime scene investigators, Sergeant Page, Datsman, and Olehay? Did they take photos of the pile of sticks they left out there? Did you see those? Yeah. I'm just kidding. I added that in. Yeah. So, and not just the photographs that the jury may have seen, but all of the photographs that they did, at least they were provided to you. You examined those. So they don't even show the jury all the photos, eh? Did they mean to say that? There's a whole shitload of photos people haven't even seen. This jury, doesn't the jury? So he says, this is the prosecutor. And not just the photographs that the jury may have seen, but all of the photographs that they did, at least that were provided to you. You examined those? That is correct. What about the autopsy photographs? Did you examine those? Yeah, I did. And you mentioned reports, the autopsy report? Yes, sir. And what about personally examining things? Did you go to the scene? What? This location where the crime occurred? Yes, on April the 4th, 2024, I visited the scene. And on April 5th, I examined the clothing worn by Abby. Okay, that's different, but what are you doing? April 4th, 2024, what are you going to do? Look at the fucking... Fine, okay, go there. Go there and sit down in the middle there. Take all those photos and kind of recreate what they should have called you out to do fucking 6 years and 363 days earlier. So he goes back to the crime. The blood splatter guy goes back to the crime scene on April the 4th of 2024. Holy fuck. That's amazing. And the clothing worn by her, specifically, what items did you personally examine? I examined a pair of jeans, a dark colored hoodie sweatshirt, a pink shirt, sleeveless shirt, gray sports brassiere, and a black regular brassiere, and a pair of shoes, canvas shoes. I'm sorry if you mentioned it. Did that also include a black hoodie sweatshirt? Yeah, it was a dark colored black or dark blue. It was dark colored. Why did they have to sound so weird throwing this hoodie in when they've been talking about this weirdness? It's always something weird. Like, why does he forget? Why does he have to remind him of a black hoodie? Doesn't he have a list? Doesn't he remember? How does he remember everything? Jeans. So I examined a pair of jeans, a dark color. So is that the hoodie? I'm sorry you mentioned. So yeah, so he's not paying attention. So it's not him. It's him, prosecutor. Did that also include a black hoodie? So yeah, it was a dark colored black or dark blue. Dark colored hoodie. There was only one. No, wasn't there two? I don't know. Either he's a dipshit or they're up to something trying to slip in. I don't know. Every time it's always even if it's just their ridiculousness, it just makes me stuff doesn't sound right. Yeah, it was a dark colored black or dark blue. Like that. So he dark colored black or dark blue hoodie sweater. Now he's adding black or dark blue. Black or dark blue, and he doesn't describe any color. So why? So that's to me that's weird. That he's got to get in there so that he's pretending he doesn't remember to get him to remind him to say the color, I guess. So maybe he's not as dumb. He's trying to correct this guy because, you mentioned colors everywhere that you needed to, except here. Dude. And jeans you wouldn't need to, but dude, are you sure? Okay, so did that include a black hoodie? I'm sorry, did I miss that? Yeah, it was a dark black or blue hoodie. Yeah. It was a dark colored. He almost did it again, but thankfully he's reminding him to say because he's stuck on dark colored. So that to me sounds weird. Like they're trying to do something and just sounds weird. Because he does it again. It's like he doesn't want to lie by saying it's a dark colored hoodie, but he has to then confirm the color, which he left out here. But then when he answers it, he answers his, color, black or blue. Yeah. But then he was about to do it again. It was a dark colored, like he was going to describe it like this again and not mention the color. Like they're avoiding or like, I know I'm being an idiot, but I hear those things and I think, why all this extra gobbledygook for just that? With the name German on it, that is correct. Again, that's another thing. It's like, so why does he have to confirm with you? Like, why aren't you saying at the time you describe it, a dark black or blue hoodie with the name German on it? Like you're a fucking tenured professor, teacher, professional, expert. You need to be reminded of its color and what it said on it. Yeah, that's correct, sir. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as Quartz Exhibit 286, 87, 288. Do you recognize these photographs? Yes, sir. And were they 3 of many photographs you reviewed of the crime scene? Yes, sir. I believe we've agreed these were 3 that were not admitted previously, Your Honor. That's why they're being shown now. And I would move the admission of 286, 287, and 288. Is 286 with the ruler? Yes. And 288 is Abby. 287 is the lower part of the tree. And 288 is the cropped photo of Abby. No objection. All right. Without objection, 286, 288 inclusive are admitted. Whoa, that's not admitted. Oh, yeah, it is. I'm sorry. Has that been admitted? It has. What exhibit is it? May we approach? Yeah. So they're going to have a little sidebar here. Seems as though that's a lot of guns, Dewey, if you're still here. Oh, my God. Logan had 100. So why aren't we getting a whole list of that? Didn't they search his house? See, that's a whole other case, all right? Are they saying Ron Logan was a separate case? Because they weren't considering him with the... Oh my God. Damn you. Don't distract me ever again, young man. Those are fair questions. My problem is I know every one of the photos now have been offered into evidence. I cannot assert to the court that I know the exhibit numbers on any of these. No, but I remember seeing that one, 18, 19, and 20. Those are the item numbers? Or no? I apologize. If you want me to make the record with the exhibit numbers, I'll have to take a recess and examine them. But I'm prepared to go ahead if you are. I'm certain that they were all in evidence. I believe you that they're been admitted, but just for the record, I think it's important to have an exhibit number. Oh. They have an exhibit number. So are you telling me we need to take a break? Sorry, they have an exhibit number. Are you telling me we need to take a break? Let me see if I can do it this way, Your Honor. Okay. We are looking for the record at State's Exhibit 20. No, it states item. Oh, exhibit. These fucking guys. Is this a diagram that you recognize? Yes, it is. And in fact, are you familiar with the photographs on which it's patterned or copied upon in its preparation? Yes, sir. You know, when does that picture come in? The Faro image. Have we missed that? Because I don't believe I've heard anyone talk. Well, they talked about it. One of the guys talked about the Faro in the very beginning. And it's that 3D image of the tripod device that does a whole 3D image of the scene. And would it assist you in describing and talking about the facts of this case? Yeah, it provides some accurate depiction of the spatial relationships between blood evidence and where the decedents were located. Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor. You've testified that you went to this location, that this diagram depicted, and walked that scene yourself. I did, yeah, yes, sir. And you did so after you examined the photographs of the scene? Yes. And would you tell the jury how that assisted you? Well, if it assisted them, why aren't they doing it then? Go walk them through as you're talking about this. You guys didn't do that, did they? Weren't they afraid? They didn't take them out to... Again, when I referred to the term spatial relationships, specifically to the left of the diagram, you see a darker gray somewhat of a circle, and it's labeled tree. It assisted me, the distance between that small tree and the large tree, and where the decedents were located in the scene. Approximately, of course, being the tree itself, it also assisted in that I suspected there was a lean to the tree. There is a natural lean to the small tree that is as well. So it just assisted spatial relationships and the topography itself. The area to which the decedents were located, it's almost somewhat of a bowl or depression, if you will. Whereas if you get closer to the small tree, it actually raises up an elevation. This next photograph is the one that you received. Yes, it is, sir. And is there an exhibit number? I'm sorry. I know it's an exhibit. I have it here, but I do not know the number. I can provide it for you later. And was this one of the photographs that you examined? Yeah, one of many. Would you be comfortable, sir, in coming down, and I may be able to ask you questions with referring to the screen on this and subsequent photos? Does that photograph show the bowl area that the girls were found? It does. Depth perception is a little difficult based upon this two-dimensional photograph, but oh, I'm sorry. Did I do that? Oh, you must have touched the screen again. You may have, but it's fine. Oh, okay. As we get farther down towards Abby and Libby, the topography loses elevation. It's almost like a bowl, if you will. This is the small tree I was referring to in the diagram. Libby is next to the larger tree. 1 second, need a quick drink. Yeah, he probably been collecting guns. They're probably worth big bucks too, eh? Some of those. When did you say that? Oh, that was recently. Yeah, imagine how much those guns, if he's got those old ones. Yeah, cool. I would collect them if I was guns floating around. He's probably got them from his family and left over from those old timers, especially. Every time one of his family uncles probably died, he probably got 10 or 20 guns every time. So his son obviously has them all now, right? Maybe except that one. And the tree in the foreground, the smaller tree that you referenced. Have you heard a phrase, bloodstained tree? I heard an F tree, but you can call it the bloodstained tree if you want. Yes, sir. And where approximately is not a close-up, but are you familiar with where on that tree, and point the jury where blood was documented via photographs as you can see it? Sure. So when I'm approximately 4 feet from the base of the tree is a blood stain that is located at this location. I'm sorry. That's fine. That'll work. So why does this guy need to describe to the, why can't you just fucking show them good pictures? They don't need this guy telling them where he saw a stain probably a couple weeks just before they've all seen it on pictures. Because what do we need this guy to do? Show them the pictures. Send this guy home. Fuck, useless. So I believe there will be additional photographs just on, well, I mean, right around the corner of this stain. Approximately 4 feet again are additional blood stains, as well as right below the stain on this. The right side of the tree are additional stains. So is there that many stains all over these trees, eh? If we can bring it back at this location approximately, I believe it was 2 to 3 feet from the tree. And this is going towards, I believe, the northeast of the tree. There is a blood stain on the ground as well. And when you said approximately 4 feet, the upper portion of the blood stain, the middle of what we are looking at of that tree, that's because you've seen measurements from the ground to that location. Yeah, there's other photographs with a scale within the photographs. And it's just right around, just under 4 feet, approximately. This next photograph, Auger jumps in. Before we can go, Your Honor, can the record reflect that Major Cicero was referring to Exhibit 38? Thank you. Sorry, thank you. I believe that's correct. I would agree with that. But it states Exhibit 286, 87, 88, correct? 286, 287, and 288, Your Honor. Those are the photos. Are the photos that we're not in evidence and that have been a part of the presentation? Okay, what do we see here? This is just a closer exposure of the tree with the blood stain that is at this location. What? Is this a different blood stain? Closer of the tree with the blood stain that is at this location. Again, approximately 4 feet. So this is also, so are they trying to, what's happening here? Feels like they're describing, are those the same trees in the appeal docket? Huh. So wait a second. So what do we see here? This is just a closer exposure of the tree with a blood stain that is at this location. Okay. So it's with the tree. So again, approximately 4 feet from the base of this tree, and you see the decedents in the background. For the record, that is Exhibit 39, 37, 37. Thank you. Yes, 37. I'm now showing you what's been admitted into state evidence as State's Exhibit 286. Was that a close-up of that tree with a measuring device? Yeah, it's a close-up of the blood stain upon that tree with the scale to provide reference as to how large it is. Utilizing the scale, it measures approximately 1.37 inches across this horizontal stain there, and I believe it's 5.9 inches from the top of the stain to the bottom of the specific stain. So it's not, it looks large on the screen, but it's not very large. What? As well, in this area of the pattern, there were additional stains that measure approximately less than 1 to 3 millimeters. You know how fucking tiny a millimeter is? A centimeter has 10 millimeters. Fucking centimeters is the size of your fucking... What is he saying? And with the blood stain pattern analysis, we measure in metric, of course. The rest of the world uses the metric system. You idiots. Damn you, Yankees. Your imperialistic measurements. So fucking confusing. Measuring tape with fucking inches, imperial inches versus, you know, the metric system. It's centimeters. So it's just divisible by 10. 1 centimeter is 10 millimeters. 2 centimeters, 20 millimeters. Fuck, it's so easy. These stains were round and consistent with what's referred to as spatter. And spatter, S-P-A-T-T-E-R. I hate spatter. I like splatter. I guess spatter. Yeah, no, fuck you. I like splatter better. Take your experience, shove it. It's not splatter. It's spatter. Like he's going to get pissed. You say splatter. He gets offended. And that is a mechanism to which, when force is applied to blood, some type of force, blood becomes individual drops and made contact with that tree. This stain, the large stain that I just described, is consistent with what's referred to as a transfer stain. And a transfer stain is nothing more than a bloody object coming in contact with the tree. Likewise, there are stains on peripheral of this stain right here that are also several contact stains, contact transfer, if you will. This particular stain on the right of the stain in the center is also consistent with the transfer stain. So you have used a previously used designation to describe the shape of an upside down L. Is that correct? That is correct. I described this as an upside down L. And around that upside down L are various, as you described, splattered to, as the jury looking at it. Wait, an upside down L? An upside down L. Where's that fucking appeal thing? Oh, God. That's the end. Upside down L. Fucking guys are hilarious. This is it here, right? No. Oh, fuck. I do this every time. Where is that? Where's that one that was filed? What are all these? Volumes? Is this the appeal stuff? What is all this? Oh, it's just, okay, this isn't what I'm looking for. It's the one on, that's here. Why do I do this every time? Fuck it. Nah, fuck it. You guys don't need to see it. The jury is looking at it to the left, and then a larger than the spatter, a portion right there adjacent to the vertical part of the upside down L. Right there. Yes, sir. And then you are saying around the corner, around the tree, you see another, there's photographs of other blood on that tree. Yes, sir. So there is. What are we looking at here? That is State's Exhibit 287. Yes, sir. I believe this is the blood stain that's approximately 2 feet from the base, more on the north side of the tree, and it's consistent with transfer stains. And the area located here indicates in the photograph, and here you see it looks like a little bit darker. That is consistent with blood accumulating. There's more volume, and as it dries, it became dark brown, almost black. Did you put that photograph in upside down, sir? I don't believe so. But then again, I'm not real sure. But then again, maybe you did, because the leaves are up here. It looks like I had flipped it. My apologies. So what are you looking at then? You're looking at a 7. Didn't you think this was not an upside down L, and it was now a number 7? No, upside down. So it would be back to a regular L. Yeah, because you're looking at upside down L's when it's in the right position. These guys are awesome. If you take, how could it be an upside down L if it's the one that looks like an F? If it's an L, it's upside down, it's going to look like a 7. So it would be the other way. So it can't be that same one, because if they're saying there's only one line, not 2, but it would be this way. So an upside down L would look like a 7. So you're looking at what is down to the left? Nothing. a fucking photo of 2/3 of an equilateral triangle upside down. It's going to be because that was an F tree, but sounds like they want to say L is to avoid saying F. But if it's L, then it would be just the one mark. But then if it was upside down, it would be to this side. These guys are... It looks like I had flipped it. My apologies. If you would take State's Exhibit 287 and I'd ask you to walk towards the jury and show that it in its proper configuration, right side up. Which exhibit is that? 287, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. That wasn't a test, Major Cicero. It was my error. Photograph, and we'll be getting the exhibit number for it very shortly, is that's going on in this photo. What's going on in this photograph? The crime scene investigators applied a chemical that's called lucocrystal and violet. So violet. And what occurs with the chemical is that it will stain blood to help with contrasting colors. What we see with the color of the bark, it sometimes marks blood stains or it confuses us. So utilizing the chemical, it really brings out the contrast. Is this chemical that you've used in your crime scene work and your bloodstain pattern analysis? Yes, sir, several times. And what did you find significant about this photograph? The enhancement to view it better, provided me with some better insight as to specific areas of this larger stain that is in the middle. The hypothesis was developed because this area, the horizontal part of the upside down L, was very squared, and it was something that we don't normally commonly see with just a transfer. Likewise, this stain that's over to the right of the large stain in the middle of the photograph also presented some interesting detail where the margins are, they're uniform. They're smooth and uniform, and even so the hypothesis was developed that this was more consistent with what's referred to as a pattern transfer. And what a pattern transfer is we have an object that would leave repetitive patterns that appear the same. And does this same violet color appear to be on the other portions of this bark, not just the spot adjacent to the vertical portion, but over here to the right? Is that, or left, is that correct? It appears that way. Yeah, yes, sir. And would that be where you have seen blood on the previous photographs? I did not see with my naked eyes without the enhancement. It's just the color of the bark could somehow, be very faint stains on bark. As well, I brought it out. It brought it out. That chemical's reacting. Is it reacting to blood? Yeah, that's what it's intended to do. Yep. And what's that? And that's what's happening here. To the best of my knowledge, as to how they applied it, I believe so. And we have here, where is this particular application of the chemical on the tree? I believe this is also the north side of the tree, that the previous exhibit we saw was approximately 2 feet above from the base of the tree itself. And as we can see, it looks more voluminous, but that's just the stain itself. Very faint stains will come up because of the chemical. Oh, when did you say that? Well, that was a while ago. Sorry, I should be reading chat. Sorry, bud. One sec, I'm taking a drink. And we're back. Look at you guys. Dewey's chat typing, and there's 14 people sleeping. So, for the record, this is State's Exhibit 53. Previously thought it was 52. Did this help you in your analysis of determining the best explanation for how the blood was applied to the tree? Yes, it's all consistent with the transfer. So some bloody object could come in contact with the tree. And it's this photograph with the law enforcement's evidence markers 1 and 2 in the left-hand foreground. You're familiar with this photograph? Yes, I am. And how does this help? How did this help you understand the location? The CSIs who investigated this, from what I understand, utilized evidence marker number 1 as the location where there was a blood stain approximately 2 feet from where they piled the branches and left them there for 18 days. So I believe the northeast of this tree. This blood stain in itself, located here, is an accumulation of blood. And it's not just drips that were falling. It was larger than just drips, consistent with, more likely, a small pooling. But because of the surface of the leaves and the ground, we did not see a pool per se, but there was an accumulation there. So where was this? Like, was it right under a tree? Like, or was it right under a branch where that pool was? Like, what I believe is to be more stains were identified at placard number 2. It was not as voluminous to create a pool, but there were stains that the CSIs discovered there. This next photograph shows 3 and 4 evidence markers by the police. 3 and 4 on the right-hand side. We are looking at this photograph. And how did you consider this photograph when you were doing your exam? For example, for context, here is the small tree with the upside down L. So between the tree and where the decedents are laying, for when I originally viewed these photographs, I thought was possibly either another blood stain that was observed, whether it be multiple drips or a small accumulation. And I thought it was my understanding that 3 was possibly a larger pooling of blood. 4 may represent that pool of blood. 3 may be something of a different nature, but they are identifying something that they observed there. I was not quite sure when I observed it. You know that there's the largest pool collection of blood at the scene in that. It's in this photograph, is that correct? It is. The dark location here in the photograph is what's referred to as a pool of blood, and it was in the process of coagulation. What coagulation is when we have a pool of blood with its clotting factors will retract into a gelatinous mass. We'll see separation of serum as a result of that contraction of blood, which would be consistent with that separation of plasma that would be more likely soak into the ground. This next photograph showing the body of Libby in the foreground, Abby's in the background. These next few photographs will describe. I'd like you to look at it and then tell the jury that what you're learning from them. Was there anything about this specific photo you wanted to point out? With this specific photo, I wanted to point out that the blood stains that were under Libby's right leg specifically, you see in this photograph, the calf, the ankle, and the bottom of the foot here, or the side of the foot is in this. State's Exhibit 40, looking at previously admitted, and this photograph looking towards girls with the blood in the foreground. Is that correct? Yes. This is the large pooling of blood and coagulate of blood at this location. There's also blood that extends outward towards Libby that was not part of the coagulant or the pooling. You may try to stay to the side there, as much as possible so all the jurors can see. So here is the pooling and the coagulant, he points. And here, these leaves and branches are stained. Is that the pile of branches? They're just, or is it separate ones? State's Exhibit 39. So the coagulant or the gelatinous mass of blood is here. And as we go farther towards Libby, you can see that these leaves are stained. This stick is stained, and it continues in on. This is Libby's right leg. Here's the bottom of her foot. It's not in focus, but there's a blood stain on the bottom of her foot, and there's the gelatinous mass in the blood stains. The blood stains on the leaves leading up to her final location. This is a more close-up shot, exposure of the bottom of the foot, where we see blood stains on the bottom of the foot. This is consistent with transfer. And when you say transfer again, what do you mean? So, what do you mean when it's transfer? It wasn't splattered. It was rubbed. So, a bloody object came in contact with the bottom of her foot. Oh my goodness. And when you say an object, what could that be? It would be consistent with Libby moving and basically walking on the blood. Wouldn't walking on the blood? So wouldn't it, she be covered in? It'd be covered in other stuff. If it was that, like if she walked on it in that area, it'd be covered in dirt and stuff. Like it'd be. Whereas if somebody brushed it or hit it, was it covered? If she walked onto it like it wasn't her blood. What are you trying to say here? It would be consistent with Libby moving and basically walking on blood. This photograph looking down on Libby's body, what did you observe in this photograph from a blood-stain pattern perspective? On the lower torso and the torso are numerous blood stains consistent with flow patterns. A flow pattern is a volume of blood, and due to gravity, the blood will flow downwards based upon the gravity force. The stains that are marred are referred to as altered stains, meaning that it goes through the flow patterns and creates what happens to be transfer stains. So this is a complex pattern in the fact that they are overlapping each other and flows had occurred. You can see that at some point, the best explanation for the appearance of the flow is that Libby was upright. You can also see with the flows that they've changed direction, going downwards. And you could say you can also see subsequent alterations or transfers through the flow patterns around her neck and her upper chest. You may try to stand over, the other side, please, and see if around the neck and upper chest area there are numerous blood stains consistent with alterations and transfer, as if something was coming in contact with the area. On Libby's face were numerous flow patterns extending to her face, moving downward it appears to be going downward to her right side of her face. You can see a flow pattern that goes up over her cheek and down towards the bottom of her face. A flow pattern that's observed on the going from the right eye downward to the ear. And on the hand, we observe the voluminous amount of blood on the hands to include the cuticles where it coagulated and dried like a scab. And that would be both hands, correct? That would be both hands. Just in this photo is the left hand. Like if they don't want to show us photos, why aren't we seeing those illustrations? Like to understand what he's talking about, like depictions, like exact depictions, so we can understand what he's talking about exactly. When you mentioned some kind of flow to the right of her right eye, did you examine that from other photographs? I did. This is the left hand. This is Libby's left hand. Again, in the cuticles, there is a significant amount of blood that just coagulated and almost became like a scab, like just a voluminous amount of blood on the hands. Transfer stains or altered stains on the wrist and forearms as well. This photograph, again, the branches have been removed, and you see that the collection of blood we'll move on to, was there anything specific about this photograph that you wanted that helped you analyze it. It's just a closer shot of the blood stain and the flow patterns on the face, as well as the flow pattern exhibited signs of dilution, meaning that there was some type of moisture mixture in with the blood. And in your experience, what would have that been? Absent a raindrop or water, it could be consistent with a tear. Oh, right. I read that. Yes. The pooling is located here. The coagulation pooling. We have now the right hand. Yes, this is the right hand, similar to the left hand. A voluminous amount of dry blood on the hands. Within the cuticles, we can see a flow pattern. I'm not quite sure as to the direction of the flow. Several different transfer stains and alterations this is. The left hand from another angle, is that correct? Yes, the left hand from another angle. You can see that the hand, a voluminous amount of blood, you can see that some of the blood had been basically transferred off of, or maybe she had touched something to remove that blood. Now, we are looking at the photograph showing the right thigh of Libby. Yes, this is Libby's right thigh. This consistent of blood stains, a voluminous amount drips of blood stains with subsequent flows. This is the top of the right thigh. This pattern is consistent with what's referred to as a projected pattern. A projected pattern is a volume of blood which is ejected out of a breach from one of the larger vessels, each such as an artery or a vein. Positioning is of such width in the flow pattern going toward downward. Gravity will take over. That's the energy that's applied. That the leg would have had to have been somewhat underneath. The injury itself for the blood to project out of the wound, which we know is the neck, and land upon the big leg like that. It's almost like they're setting up to prove that they weren't like upside down or anything weird. Like, not saying anything, but it seems like they want us to know that these people weren't caught on the mirror's camera, and this flowing downwards. So it could only have been when she's in this position. So if Libby had been standing when the blood hit her thigh, would you see a different pattern? What we would see are the flow patterns flowing downward towards the knee. Okay, so it's hit her, yeah. So it's run down her. I get what they're trying to say. So it shows that she was leaning up. Oh, I should keep reading. As opposed to the side of the leg. So given the injuries to her neck and given this pattern here, do you have an opinion for the jury as to her positioning when that blood pattern landed on her thigh? The best explanation for the appearance of this particular projected pattern is that Libby would have probably been seated at one point for the wound to be somewhat over the leg to come straight down, and then for the flow patterns to have occurred while the blood was still wet. Now, we've seen a more straight on view that patterns on the thigh. What do you see here, sir? Well, that you can tell the jury. This just reinforces the fact that this is a projected pattern. We see the individual drops that were voluminous. We also see what's referred to as these little arms that called scallops. That is showing energy. And the type of energy that's applied with this type of projected pattern is what's called hydrostatic pressure, meaning it's the cardiovascular system pumping out blood and the blood voluminously hitting the leg, creating that pattern. And of course, the subsequent flows are also an indication of the volume of blood. I believe we have a close-up here of Libby's face. Did you examine that closely before coming to your conclusion? Yes, sir. You had testified about altered blood patterns. Would you tell the jury what you mean by altered blood patterns? Any blood pattern that originates and it has a subsequent alteration, usually where in the realm of the transfer stains, where we call it a swipe, where blood is on an object and you can see movement, or a transfer stain that's referred to as a wipe, where blood is existing on one, like the leg, for example, and something just wipes through it. We see many of these on the body itself. And you find what you believe to be on the body of Libby altered blood patterns, yes, consistent with the legs, with the projected patterns, where especially going into where especially going into the interior portion of the leg, there's alterations, as well as the torso area, where something wiped or swiped through the blood, so it's an altered state as a result. This close-up view, does this show us the area of a closer view of the area on the eye? Yes. So extending from the eye down to the ears, we can see it gets lighter and lighter, and still maintaining on the peripheral of the stain a darker appearance. This is textbook consistent with dilution. With all the blood under her nose and extending down from that across her right cheek, does it give the appearance that she's bleeding from her nose? It gives the appearance, but we know from the post-mortem or the autopsy that she did not have injuries to her nose. What would have happened is the blood being fluid, it takes the path of least resistance. Gravity would have occurred where her head would have had to have been lower than where the blood source was located. So it's indicative of movement. What? That sounded weird. So they thought her nose was bleeding, but it didn't come from her nose. How would it get up her nose? Wait. Would she not be upside down for it to get up her nose? And then she sits back upright and comes out her nose, and she thought her nose was bleeding. So I read that again. So the question was, I'm going to repeat those two. With all the blood under her nose and extending down from that across her right cheek, does it give the appearance that she is bleeding from her nose? It gives the appearance, but we know from the post-mortem or the autopsy that she did not have injuries to her nose. What would have happened is the blood being fluid, and it takes the path of least resistance. Gravity would have occurred where her head would have had to have been lower than where the blood source was located, as it's indicative of movement. Do you believe Libby was moved after she died or after she was unconscious? Yes. And would that movement have resulted in this distribution of this pattern of blood? Yes, it could have, yeah. This is the photograph of before she's moved or her body is being moved, but before she is removed from the location. Tell the jury what you found significant about this photograph showing the back and the leaves adhering to her back. Along the leg, there's blood staining. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. There's blood staining on the leg as well as, and this is the right leg. As we observed on previous photographs, I've noted the blood on the side, underneath on the interface between the ground and the leg and along the backside. And my apologies. What we see is also, because of the adhesive nature of blood, the leaves are sticking to the blood. This is the photograph showing Libby has been moved that night. And examination, did you find anything significant about this photograph? Yes, it was just a little bit of blood on these leaves located here where Libby was discovered. This would indicate that she is no longer bleeding, because if she was still alive and bleeding. We'd expect to see it pooling. Now, We're gonna look at some photographs of Abby, is that correct? Yes, sir. What did you find significant about this photograph? There was, according to the DNA report and crime scene photographs, this is the only area of blood for Abby. You can see that there is what appears to be a small pooling to the right side of her right arm and shoulder. The injury to Abby is on the left side of the neck, and I believe we'll see better photographs of the area underneath the body and in this dark hoodie sweatshirt. That is very much saturated. Also of interest is her final positioning. I described as a somewhat pugilistic pose, meaning pugilistic is almost like boxing, but her hands are up and bent at the elbows and close to her body. Boxing. You fucking keep your hands that close to you if you're boxing? Idiot. And did you examine a multitude of photographs of that sweatshirt while it was on her body, and then you also viewed the sweatshirt up close, personally observing it, correct? Yes, that's occurred on April 5th, 2024. Now, the sleeves have been pulled down. What did you notice about these photographs? And this is, for the record, this is State's Exhibit 288. What I noticed about this photograph, contrary to what we've observed with Libby, there were no bloodstains observed on Abby's hands. Likewise, I observed many different photos of Abby at the crime scene and different views, different angles, different lighting, and I could not observe any bloodstains that were on the sleeves or the arms of Abby. Now, you examined several autopsy photographs as well, did you not? I did. And in fact, did you see anything different on her hands at the autopsy? The autopsy photos, her hands did have blood on them, her arms and hands. That was she wearing the sweatshirt at the time when, in the autopsy, when she had the photographs with the blood on her hands? I have no data for that anything was taken off of Abby. But in those photographs, she was not wearing the sweatshirt, was she? I understand your question. Yeah, she was not wearing the sweatshirt at the time of the autopsy. And you visited the scene yourself? Yes, I did. And you know that they had to be carried out with the assistance of some kind of cart. Is that your understanding? What? A cart from the crime scene? That hill? They did. Was it like a mountain rescue type deal where they kind of pulled them up with a rope? Guess they couldn't just carried them and walked them up, right? I guess I could see that. If you got the tools, they probably put like a rope thing down and used like a thing and winched them up or something. Like on wheels, like in the body bag. That's what I was informed, yes. And you know what that hill's like between them and the area of the cemetery up above, correct? It's steep. But don't get over yourselves. It's very steep. So very steep. Yeah. Okay, guys. It's a hill. Hey, what's up? Well, they took it off her, I think, eventually. Why? Did I miss something? What does that trigger to you, or just questioning? She wasn't wearing, because yeah, I did just read that. I'm kind of just reading. I'm not even really thinking as much, but she wasn't wearing the sweatshirt at autopsy. No. Right, they would take it off of her, wouldn't they? Let me know if that means, did I miss something? I'm not even sure. Or are you just asking? Let me know what that means to you. I'll come right back. And in your experience, how many death scenes have you been to? Hundreds, sir. Would it be unusual for the blood? What would be the normal course of the blood when she has been placed into a bag and moved up that? Oh, That's what they're trying to say here. He said she didn't have the sweatshirt when she came in for autopsy. Did he say that? Did they slip something in that I missed? So remember, I'm on line 15 here. So I'll start with 14 because I thought that was weird. I did just read that. But in those photographs, she was not wearing a sweatshirt. I understand your question. Yeah, she was not wearing a sweatshirt at the time of the autopsy. It doesn't say she came in without it. No? In fact, you see anything different on her hands? Did I miss it there or earlier? So this is still Abby. So we're talking about Abby, right? What I noticed in this was I observed Libby. There were no blood stains. Crime scene, different views. I examined photographs. What did you not? In fact, didn't see anything on her different. But her, she was so that was she wearing a sweatshirt at the time in the autopsy when she had the photographs? I have no data that anything was taken off of Abby. I have no data that anything was taken off of her. But these photographs, she was not wearing the sweatshirt, was she? No. I understand your question. Yes, she was not wearing the sweatshirt at the time of the autopsy. And you visited the scene. So what does that mean? That's it. She should have come. That's it. She should have come in from crime scene. What? That's it. She should have come in from crime scene. Like with the sweater on. Well, I believe they did. But at this point, he's seen those afterwards. He's seeing photos when they've taken the shirt off, because they do describe that at the ME's thing. They talk about taking the sweatshirt off of her carefully and all that stuff. So I don't think she arrived without it. I think the photos we're seeing now are at the point where the sweatshirt's been removed, I believe. So I see what you're saying. Yeah, she had it on, and I believe those are photos we're looking at. So it's after they've removed it. I'm pretty sure, because I remember reading that Dr. Core guy or whatever. And they talked about removing stuff and trying to be careful with it. But here's another one now, TJ. Check this out. I think they're trying to throw this in too. So you've seen hundreds, right? Death scenes. Would it be unusual for the blood? What would be the normal course of the blood when she has been placed into a bag and moved up that hill and transported to a van to go to the morgue? It's almost like they're trying to say that going up that hill is what made those blood stains kind of roar, But at this time, wouldn't the blood be long dried? And she should have had it on. Isn't he the first to see her body from the crime? No. Well, it doesn't mean he's seeing photos at a time of the autopsy. No, this guy is from, he doesn't get there till 2024. His first time here. This is Cicero. He shows up into this case in 2024. He's been called, no, he's not, he's seeing photos. This is Cicero. So she should have had it on. Isn't he the first to see her body from, no, this guy doesn't arrive until 2024. This guy's first arrival was 2024. They didn't contact him until 2024. This guy's new. This is the blood spatter, the guy they eventually begrudgingly called, and he's been looking at photos. So that photo was of after they've removed that sweater. Because I remember Dr. Core, they were very specific in there talking about it. So, because they had to remove stuff carefully, they did it. They said so. Yeah. Yeah, this guy doesn't show up till 2024. So yeah, he's seeing at the point after they've removed it, they're seeing photos. Because that was in the other guys, he's got they talk about removing stuff off of Abby one at a time and taking note and being careful if anything fell off or not to disturb too much stuff. And so, but this is the weird part here for me, is that they want us to believe that moving up this is what they're trying to hide here. Like they say all that gobbledygook to get you thinking, then they drop stuff like this in. Like, would it be unusual for the blood to what would be the normal course of the blood when she has been placed into a bag and moved up that hill and transported to a van to go to the morgue? Sure. Well, blood, it should be noted that in my analysis, in my report, I noted that blood was still wet and dried and coagulated. Movement of the body within a body bag could somehow affect all the saturation of blood stains were still wet on the actual shirt or the sweatshirt itself. So during the transport, manipulation of the body, picking up the body up, more blood stains could transfer as a result of those actions. What the fuck are you guys doing with her? Throwing her all over the place? You put her in a bag, place her on, and you're pulling her up it's not even 30-degree hill. It's like maybe 35 to 40 degrees. No way, it's 45-degree hill. Was it that steep? No, it's less than 45 degrees. It's like 40. She's been laying there how long at this point? Since the day before. So she's been there. They took 22 hours to find them. And then they didn't remove them right away. They were, 4, 5, or 6 that day? So they've literally been there for probably 30 hours before they're taking up that hill. You think there's blood still dripping out all over so it can be running around in these bags? These guys, that's what they want us to believe. Like, that would explain these extra... And, yeah, they're bumping around so much during transport. They're just flopping all over the place. And they're just, every time they turn a corner, she's rolling around back there? You guys are wild. Don't they must have something when they're doing this. Like, they would put them, they got them in body, like they would put them in something. They're not, like they obviously don't want to, they want to preserve everything. So I don't know if they're strapping them down, but there's got to be some type of thing they're placing them on inside this vehicle, as if the guy's fucking taking corners at 30 miles an hour, right? 50 miles an hour. He's gonna. So it's like they're almost trying to cover for stuff here by saying this, right? Yeah. In fact, these photographs you see no blood. The crime scene photographs of Abby's hand. Oh, so they're trying to say that I gotta read. In fact, in these photographs you see no blood. The crime scene photographs of Abby's hands. That's correct. Neither the hands nor sleeves, and there's many other photographs of her hands and sleeves as well. Given your personal observation of this sweatshirt and your examination of the photographs at the crime scene, would removal of that sweatshirt have changed or altered the blood spatter on her body in any way? More than likely, yeah. What? Would they be cutting them off? If that's going to be... They're just sliding them off of her? Like, what do they do? Does anybody know? They took the bodies out on the 15th, right? So it wasn't even that day. So they've been laying there. You sure it was on the 15th? Because they do guard the scene until the morning of the 15th. So they stayed there till the 15th? So they'd been there, what? Almost 2 days, basically. There's no blood dripping all over it, even if it's the next day, the 14th, but even more on the 15th. Like, to act like when they take them up that hill, that would be a reason. They can put her in there and she's got no blood on her hands, and then we transport her and then there's all this, we're making a big mess everywhere. Come on. That's what these guys are trying to imply. This photograph is another. Now the hands are still within the sweatshirt. What did you find important about this photograph? As you stated, the hands are in the sweatshirt. So you guys don't know what the crime scene for hands. Wait a second. These fucking guys are clowns. They said her hands at the crime scene were clean. How would they know if they kept them inside that sweatshirt? What the fuck is this guy saying? So the crime scene photographs of Abby's hands, that is correct. Neither the hands nor sleeves. And there's many other photos. So they put her hands back in the sleeves. So they slide her hands out to take photos and then put her back how she was. Given your personal observation of this sweatshirt and your examination of photographs of the crime scene, would removal of that sweatshirt have changed or altered the blood pattern on her body in any way? In any way? That's pretty vague. In any way, like you made a tiny little tiny squish. That's any. More than likely? Like what? So the photograph, this photograph is another. Now the hands are still within the sweatshirt. What did you find? So this must be before they took the hand. Okay, so this is back at the scene, sorry. As you stated, the hands are in the sweatshirt. The sticks were removed at this point when these photos were taken, and noted the flow patterns that are going up the chin, defying gravity. This is also consistent with her positioning, is blood stains on under her chin and over her chin are not consistent with her final resting place. Was blood coming from her mouth? Is that where the blood would come? According to the autopsy report, there was no injuries to the mouth. This is more consistent with the blood coming from the actual wound itself and going over the chin and onto the mouth. So going over the... So she's upside down, right? What are they saying, right? Like, are they saying she's upside down? How else would it go over the chin and a close-up view of the injury to the neck? According to what was blood coming from her mouth? Is that what that blood would come? According to the autopsy report, there was no injuries to the mouth. This is more consistent with the blood coming from the actual wound itself and going over the chin and onto the mouth. She's upside down. It's the only way it would get there. Over the chin from where it was on her neck. So she's upside. A close up view of the injury to the neck. Yeah. Because if she's her injury's on her neck near her jugular, for it to get over her chin and down to her mouth, she's upside down, obviously. Did they try to pretend she wasn't? Yes, this is where the injury's at. It's my understanding the jugular vein was breached, which would create a lot of blood loss. And this is a coagulation of wet and dry blood on the face. Is this her right hand? Yes, it is her right hand. Again, no blood noted on the hand. We have another view of the right hand. Yes, the right hand with no blood on the inside of the hand or sides of the hand or fingers. And did you consider this with the torso exposed? And did you consider this to be significant? Yes, it's significant due to the absence of blood on the gray brassiere below the breastline. There's no blood stains. Yeah, so she's obviously hanging upside down, right? For her to not to get blood anywhere except across her chin and to her mouth. No, the torso area. This would be consistent with Abby's was wearing this. Be consistent with Abby's. Abby's was wearing this at the time she passed. There's no blood stains observed on the shirt or the short torso area. This would be consistent with Abigail Williams. This would be consistent with Abigail Williams was wearing this at the time she passed away. To me, how does this happen if she's not upside down? Like, so they're not denying she's upside down then, right? Right. So it's not consistent. Blood can't flow up over her chin. I mean, technically, she's face down. But it says it's going. So it's not consistent. So they're saying it. So she couldn't have been on her face. So was blood coming from her mouth? Is that where the blood would come? No. According to the autopsy report, there was no injuries to the mouth. This is more consistent with the blood coming from the actual wound and going over the chin. Her head's down. Her chin would be down. Yeah, it's running down and over towards her mouth. And on and into the mouth. Going over the chin and into the mouth. From the actual wound itself and going over the chin and into the mouth. A close-up of that view of the injury to the neck. Yes, this is where the injury's at. It's my understanding the jugular vein was breached, which would create a lot of blood loss. And this is a coagulation of wet and dry blood to the face. So are they, like, I mean, this is exactly what they would do if they hung somebody upside down and drained their blood, right? Like, I mean, what are they? Basically describing it to a T. What would happen if you're upside down, being drained of blood? Have they been trying to deny that? Or just that it's normal? Good way to kill somebody? Hang them upside down and drain their blood? And place sticks all over them? Is this her right hand? Yeah, this is her right hand again. No blood noted on the hand. We have another view of the right hand. Yes, the right hand with no blood on the inside of the hand or sides of the hand or fingers. Did you consider this with the torso exposed, and did you consider this to be significant? Yes, it's significant due to the absence of blood on the gray brassiere below the breastline. There's no blood stains observed on the shirt, nor the torso area. This would be consistent with Abby's was wearing this at the time she was passed away. Now, the left hand. Again, the left hand is no blood noted on the hand whatsoever. And this view of looking down on her and seeing the blood on the chin. So what did you note here? Just a close-up shot of how the blood flowed up and over around the chin. Around the chin. Indication that she was moved at some point when the blood was still liquid in that location. Moved? Or hanging upside down. You can also see the saturation stains here on the dark sweatshirt, which again, you can't see any type of redness or saturation on the sleeves. So this is a dark sweatshirt. What's with this sweater? They're really fucking jumping around with this. The way they address this sweatshirt is driving me bonkers. But you said blood is very visible on that. Yes, you could still see the blood. But when you examine blood on the sleeves of the cuffs, you didn't see that discoloration. Not in the crime scene photos, no, sir. When you say something about being moved, or she moved, or moved, are these fuckers saying that they took her when they pulled her up the hill, that she was down head first? Is that what they're trying to play with here? Oh my God. So they dragged her up and they dragged her up that hill in this cart. Wouldn't you look at her? Wouldn't they have her head up high? But they're saying that she still had, this is what's happening here, that she's like, it's such a drastic hill that she's basically has upside down when she's coming up this hill. Is that what they're trying to play with here? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's not there in the crime scene photos. Yeah, so it happened when these guys did it. Fucking brilliant. These guys are amazing. They're actually pretty good. I bet they're going to say that. I gotta keep reading. So not in the, but when you examined blood on the sleeves and the cuffs, you didn't see that discoloration. Not in the crime scene photos, no sir. When you say something about being moved, or she was moved, what movement do you see as illustrated by these photographs of Abby? In order for these blood stains to have occurred and the appearance of the flow patterns, it appears as though that Abby's head would have had to have gone back, or the blood source would have had to have been above in order to create these flow patterns that go over the chin, right? I want to go to this, back to this photograph, and ask you, Major Cicero, did you consider how you believe the best explanation for the blood on the tree, which is the left part of this diagram, based upon the blood evidence and the context of this scene, the bloodletting occurred somewhere. The what? The bloodlet. So they're admitting it, right? What's going on here? Oh my God. Hey, what's up? I thought they denied this happening. Am I just this dumb? They're saying the bloodletting, like, doesn't bloodletting mean that you're hanging, like, you hung a deer upside down and you get the blood out of them to then, right, that has to be. The bloodletting occurred somewhere in this general area, because blood, especially to the injuries that were to Libby, and all this blood that's on the outside of these different locations, this not scaled diagram, all belongs to Libby, from what I remember of the report. So, except for the blood near the body, or under the body, or near the body of Abby, are you saying all the blood, according to your review of the reports, whose blood? Libby's. So, the bloodletting event would have occurred somewhere here, the beginning of it. And this is a result of both carotid arteries being breached. This word tricks me every time. Carotid. Like, after I say it wrong, I get it. Carotid. I always carotid. Arteries being breached, as well as the jugular vein. Blood would be almost instantaneous and would be very voluminous. It is a normal reaction from my experience in observing others who were victims, that the victim or the decedent would put their hands in the area of the blood loss, hence staining your hands. And we observed the hands on Libby's hands. Stains. And what you saw on Libby's hands is what you were accustomed to seeing it. Homicide scene, death scenes. With that type of breach of such an artery, or both arteries and the jugular vein, we would see a lot of blood on their hands. What type of breach? Can you tell the jury, Major Cicero, where you believe the best explanation for where you believe Libby would have been when she was injured, wounded, and where she moved from that point to where she was found? That was the prosecution. So, answer. She would have been injured here initially in this vicinity. Movement would have been to this location, where again she continued to bleed. And here, this is very large pooling that you saw. The coagulation is where Libby most likely succumbed to her injuries. Why do we jump to Libby after doing all that? And which part of her body do you think was most likely? Where do you think it was positioned in relation to the pool? It's likely that her positioning of the neck would be in this general vicinity, her head and neck in this general vicinity. For the blood pooling to have occurred, the subsequent blood stains that you see between the pooling and her body was a result of Libby most likely being dragged to the location and transferring the blood. And considering the photographs and your visit to the scene, can you tell the jury what would have been if, let me back, From the perspective of the creek, would Libby's body have been more exposed if it were at the large pool or behind a tree? Where would her body be? Objection. Objection, Your Honor. Be most visible. Be most visible. Objection. To the reference behind the tree. Rephrase your question. Thank you. Her movement there adjacent to the tree, in that position where she was found, would her body be more visible or less visible to someone from perspective at the creek? At the creek. At the creek, you couldn't see nothing because you're going to be looking up, right? At the creek. Why? At her current location, she'd be less visible because this tree is actually almost like two trees. It's very wide based, and the trees kind of separated off. Well, also because the fucking creek bank would be in your way. What are these guys even saying? What would it matter? In front, you couldn't see the ground from that. If you're at the creek, you'd be looking up at the bank. So I get, if you're standing on the creek edge, you're not going to see the body. I get it, probably, yeah. But everywhere else, and if you actually crossed this creek, or if you came down from the cemetery, or if you came down from Ron's, or if you came down from the north side of the bridge, or you just walked across this easily accessible creek that a garden gnome, 5'4" garden gnome, easily walked across, two girls. And you're guarding it the next day for the whole 20. Yoder and Giancola have to guard Weber's Drive because of how easy it is to access this crime scene by simply walking across this creek. Yet for fucking 22 hours, 50 or 60 workers never get across this creek. Nobody's flashlights work over there. There's a football field size of area that nobody searches. Yet they're doing grid searches of this whole area. People go in, Pat Brown the day before on the 13th goes into the cemetery, comes down and scooches along the ridge line like he's Mission Impossible on the edge of a cliff. Fucking Derek German starts coming down from the night before searching in his group. And he gets from the north side, he goes down that side halfway, but then turns around and goes back. Nobody makes it down there. There's this football-sized field. And this place has been searched so well that the family, the Tuesday morning, they don't even bother going back to this area. Like Mike goes there and jumps in a canoe and goes downstream. And the rest of the family is off in the field because this whole area has been searched so well, and they're doing grid searches, and there's so many people in that area. Yet they fucking laid there for 22 hours with all these people. Come on. Sure, if you stood there where you saw the shirt, you wouldn't see the bodies. But the way Jerry implied was that the sticks were on Libby to hide her from being seen from Weber's private drive. Therefore, if you looked over from Weber's private drive, you would see like a blotch of white. You would see white. She wasn't being covered by the stick. You can say it all you want, but like it was not covering barely 1/20th of her. 1/10 of her, even a sliver, you'd still see she was bright white. So even if you just saw like the torso area, because Jerry says you can see it, that's why the sticks were on her on that angle, to block her from being seen from Weber's Drive. Therefore, if you could see past that stick, you should be able to see Libby, and you could easily see past that stick. Therefore, Libby was visible from the drive. So maybe not down low, maybe not at the edge of the creek looking up, but back on that drive, people could see over there. They'd be like, what? Pass me the binoculars, Jim. Shine your, what is that? I see something white. Let's see, like something really white over there. What is it? I can't get over to this area. It's impossible. If we do, our flashlights don't work over there for some reason. Nobody's seen flashlights over there. These fucking clowns. Oh, did you have a good snow? It hasn't hit yet. Apparently it's not due to 2000 this evening, but 8 p.m. this evening. But knowing our luck, it won't fully settle unless it's stupidly heavy. Yeah, that's the thing with snow. You never know. I would just look out your window. When you see it, it's coming. If you don't see it, it's not there. Yeah. You never know. So I'm going to ask you, Major Cicero, the same questions about Abby, about her movement, where you believe she was when she was injured, when her neck was cut, and where she moved to, and where she moved to until she was succumbed to those injuries, based upon where she moved to, based upon the lack of blood evidence anywhere else but this location. It's the best explanation is that she succumbed at this location here, where she's observed. 1 second. Yeah, I agree. On his property, they said it. Somebody even says it up on his. If you were up on his property, you could see the crime scene. Like, she's pale white. She's probably whiter than this, and she's on brown. Like, she's on a brown ground and brown leaves, and it's a dark, like a drone flying over. Because even Derek says he sees a drone the night before. Like, just imagine this. Go watch a video how easy it is for people to go across from Weber's Drive and cross this creek to get to the crime scene. To go from the graveyard, the cemetery down to this crime scene. To walk from Logan's down to this crime scene. The trailhead where you get on the bridge on the north side up atop, people, if you go left before you get on that bridge, it's not easy. It's a long, but it gets there. I've seen people walk right to that crime scene. There's 4 ways to get right down this crime scene. For 22 hours, this area is fucking inundated with people searching. For 22 hours, they're like right there. Like they could probably throw a stone, like throw a baseball and easily get it where they were. It wasn't that far. And nobody can see them or get there. Sure, if you stand at the edge of the creek and look up, you're not gonna, because it's an angle. When you're looking up on the one side, because it's, you're looking kind of upwards, it's higher on the other side. So if you stand there, you're not going to see the bodies laying there. But I don't know, like from the bridge, from everywhere, with all those leaves off, there's a drone flying around too. And I'm not talking about any special drones, like the police ones. They don't need FLIR. I don't care about FLIR. I'm just talking about even if it's a bit of daylight. If you got that drone out, Derek says there was a guy backed up at the top end. He had a vehicle, he had a vehicle, and he had his drone just flying around. Like, have you seen Prof drive his drone around? Like, if those bodies were just in the daytime and there was no leaves, you would just see them laying there. I've got drones. Right, Dewey. Yeah. And even if you didn't, even if you just saw like her torso from like the part where they're coming up to Weber's Drive, somebody had to look over and see something. Because Jerry says, so what Jerry's explanation is, that's why they didn't see her. But if those sticks weren't on there, people would have been seeing her. Yet those sticks weren't covering her, even that biggest one. Even if it was covering 1/4 of her, and it wasn't. Like, come on. That's why we don't see any photos or videos of that day, of that anything that happens on that side, because you just know they're catching there in the background. Imagine they really are standing around and they're just laying there that whole time. 22 hours, guys. It's amazing. They want us to believe that for 22 hours, they're fucking walking around looking for them. And then even that next morning, imagine them all showing up there at daybreak, 6, 7 a.m., the sun's coming out. They walk around that whole area till noon before they find them. And Becky, we're talking 20, 30, 40, 50 people are in that area. They're doing grid searches in that area. Whew. It's literally implausible. So, yeah, you're so right. Imagine if there was a milk jug there. you would be, oh my God, what's that white thing over there? Right. Even a fucking chocolate milk jug. You'd be like, what the fuck is that? But yeah, white milk jug. Because she would, I mean, I hate to say it, like in the cold, so the white girl, she would have been literally pure white, with especially lost blood and being dead. And so, based upon the bloodstain evidence, the context of the scene. Wait, I should read this. And where do you believe she was, given the evidence that this was it again, Libby? Abby. But her movement. So this is Abby. And where do you believe Abby was, given the evidence that you received, or the blood on her and her injuries, and where the blood was not? Where do you believe she was when her throat was cut? Based on the bloodstain evidence, the context of the scene, she was at this location. In what position? She was most likely in the supine position, as she was found. Have you observed crime scenes with the victims suffering neck injuries? What are they saying? Supine? Supine? Just laying. That's supine. Why do I not know that? Supine is just, or face down. Supine position means lying flat on your back with your face, torso facing upwards. And you think that's how the blood gets down her chin to her mouth? This guy for real? Oh, so they're trying to imply that she's laying there, dies, but then when they take her up the hill, she's in this cart, upside down, like her head's down, and they do that on. Get out! Come on, this is not what happened at trial, is it? How do I not know this? Did I ignore this? Was I farting around in chat too much? In what position, sir? She was most likely in the supine position. Abby. Yeah, she's got fucking blood running down across her chin into her mouth. Supine. Supine position would have to be fucking laying with your head off of your edge of your bed. You know, I do that I stretch my neck. I try to get my head to lay right back as far as it can go. Come on. And still, if you cut your jugular, you're not getting it running down your chin into your mouth. And the only way that's happening is if you're hanging upside down. And then they're trying to also imply that, hey, they were in a cart, and what? They had their head lower, and they had feet facing up when they told them up this cart in their body bag. And that's how they get. Is that what they're trying to fucking imply? This is as she was found. Have you observed crime scenes with victims suffering neck injuries, either this type or even less serious? Yeah. What is unusual to you? Is there anything unusual to you about the lack of blood on the hands of Abby? It's very unusual not to have any blood on the hands. In this case, also the sleeves, which were over the hands at the time. There's no information or evidence to show that she died immediately. This would have taken some time. How many times have you seen in cases where there's been serious neck injuries where there's no blood on the victim's hands? I've never seen it. Not from an artery, not like that, or a massive blood loss wound. They would always have some type of transfer stains on their hands or in their clothing. In Abby's case, it was a vein. Do you agree? Yes, it was a jugular vein that was breached. Like, what would be the explanation as to why there's no blood that you can discern on the sleeves and cuffs, and no blood on the hands of Abby? There could be multiple explanations, such as she was bound, but there's no, well, doesn't mean it wasn't. So what? So she wasn't tightly bound. Maybe it was somebody holding her hands. Maybe it was this is wow. Maybe she was bound. But they're saying since there's no marks on her wrist that she couldn't have been bound, right? Or they're trying to imply that. There's no evidence of that. So, because yeah, if you're bound at the wrists, when we put handcuffs on somebody for 10 minutes, their fucking hands are, it's 2 days later, you can tell if they've had handcuffs on. That's what he's saying. So pathology would be the one to tell us if potentially she was unconscious or she was restrained. Would counsel approach, please? Yeah, we're getting too close to the truth here. Judge Gull's got to jump in. We need to take a break. We've got some jurors that are having some difficulty. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our break. While you're outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You can discuss the evidence you've heard, but just only do that if all 15 of you are present in the jury room. At the same time, please don't deliberate. All rise. The jury goes out 4:12. All right, let's take 15 minutes, folks. Off the record 4:15. On the record 4:28. All right, Mr. Luttrell, are you ready to have the jury come back in? We are, Your Honor. Miss Auger? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay. All rise. 4:31. Thank you. You may be seated. You may continue. Thank you, Your Honor. Major Cicero, with regard to Abby, did you consider whether all the garments on her body were placed on her body after death? Were you asked to examine whether that was? Yes, I was. And now dealing with the upper clothing, which we know was the black bra, the gray bra and pink top, and the sweatshirt. What sweatshirt? How many sweatshirts were there? What's going on? They had to do it. They were calling hooded. They were saying lots of hooded stuff before, and dark black and gray. Now it's just a sweatshirt. What is your opinion about whether she was wearing those items at the time she was killed? It's my opinion, based upon my review of the clothing saturation, that she was wearing it at the time she was killed. Why do you conclude that? The saturation stains were primarily on the interior portion of the sweatshirt. If she was completely naked at the time and dressed after that fact, we would expect to see blood transferred to other parts of the clothing and on the upper body, as well as her body itself. Also, dressing the person who was deceased after the fact with the blood stains on the chin, dressing someone would most likely alter those stains after those stains on her mouth as well. And did you see any sign or indication that had happened? No, I saw no sign like that. So they think that she's wearing the sweater. Are you familiar with the term core body temperature? Yes, I am. And what is that? It's when investigators, like crime scene investigators, obtain a core temperature at the time of death. At the time of death, to evaluate what's referred to as algor mortis. At the time of death? So you're there when they died. Is that what you're saying? Which is a rule of thumb, is by textbooks. It appears to be approximately 1.5 degrees. Yeah, okay, so they do that to then know how long it takes, right? So what do? Or they got to use somebody who they know just died, or they know when they died to then use these. Oh my God. That's true. Because how would you really? You'd have to just get somebody who's agreed to donate their body. Like, oh, he died. Boom. Get him here. Fucking get his temperature. Let's go. Let's see how long it takes. Which is a rule of thumb, is by textbooks, appears to be approximately 1.5 degrees every hour. Right. So, of cooling, yeah. And what methods are used when core body temperature is taken? For at least crime scene investigators or coroners at the scene, the only known method that I'm aware of is that somewhat accurate would be rectal temperature, sir. And you've been a crime scene investigator, right? Yes. And you taught crime scene investigation? Yes. You've been tested on it? Yes. Would you recommend, should the officers at this crime scene have taken the body core temperature via the rectum, either of the girls? Based upon this investigation? No. What? Fuck off. Did he say this? Fucking, what are you shoving? Oh, you fucking asshole. What? Fucking tiny little glass thermometer. That fucking tiny little ones for babies. Like a tiny straw. Not even. Tiny. It's like not much bigger than a fucking piece of spaghetti almost. Like, what is this guy saying? No, he would recommend they don't. Holy fuck. Are they saying this? This is amazing. So based upon this investigation, I would say no. This is only because inserting something, an object like a thermometer, into someone's rectum could potentially, one, create injury. The fuck are you doing? Are you fucking kidding me? Injury? Is this a fucking joke? Which were, it's my understanding in reviewing this case that there was a concern for what? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. So they didn't do it, eh? Fucking guys are amazing. And also, you want, never want to introduce anything that would potentially affect potential DNA in a sexual assault. So are they saying that this is standard, that they don't do this if it's a female or somebody they're concerned with? How many times have they not done? First thing they would probably do is check the temperature, right? And they're saying that's going to damage them or taint evidence if they use a sterile, like if the guy does it very sterile, like they do it like it's, they use a brand new one. They pull it over it's sterile in best conditions. What? They got to do that, don't they? Like as if some tiny, tiny, tiny bit of skinniest little glass thermometer and the tiniest bit of lubricant type of thing is going to injure or hurt or damage or ruin anything except give them a temperature. These guys are amazing. I wonder how many times these people have done this, not got because they're worried about hurting somebody. This thermometer, it's like a pool thermometer. This is absurd. Regarding predation, and entomology, you know what I mean by those terms. Yes. So if that's the case, there's no other approved way to take temperature. If you can't, like they're worried about SAing and hurting if it's especially a smaller child, they don't want, but so then they say, oh, let's not use this valuable tool. What happens to when they stick it in the ear and do that? With the, you go to doctors, they're doing that pretty accurate. That thermometer where they put it in your ear and push the button, it's like, what's the standard then? We got to find out. If you don't want to do that, then what? I think it would be good for them to, okay, fine. If you don't want to injure their body and they're dead and you want to the guy should have to maybe cut a hole in their fucking sternum and put one in to get their core temperature. Like what? Well, where can I do that and not make okay, so you don't want to do it to cause damage. Like the person's dead, but obviously if it's from the rectum, they don't want to introduce, if it's been, oh my God. As if that's going to make anything worse except give them the exact temperature they need. This is criminal, right? For them not to check body. Has there ever been a crime scene in the world where they show up and not check the body temperature? I'd like to know. So, like, I would like to know how many crime scenes have been where they're, especially when they are not sure of the time of death, like they think they've been there, 20, whatever. They touch them out, they would take the temperature when they arrive to then say, hey, oh my God, if it's this, if they're at the maximum, then they've been here at least, like what? Or if they get a little bit of a warmer temperature, they could say, in these conditions with this, like they could work these out. They would do these exact equations, like time of day, ambient temperature, ground temperature. Let's come to a conclusion. They would get it within 2 to 4 hours, probably, unless it gets to a point where they're like at the maximum cool a body would get to. They would say, we can't tell how long it took to get to this, but they've been laying here at least the maximum it would take, like what they know it takes 18 hours to get to this temperature. So they've been here at least 18 hours. Or if they get there and it's half of that, they could say, we think that they would have passed 9 hours ago from now, or exactly. Like, this is ridiculous. This is criminal. How do you fucking turn around? Then Nick McLean has pinpointed an exact time of death in his story. How do we know? They didn't take a temperature. Nick could be full of shit and wrong, and they could have died 6 hours before they came to pick him up at 12. They could have died at 4 a.m., 10 hours earlier. Right around that fucking shit was happening. Because they still weren't found for what? Nobody was out there searching, they say, till daylight. Could have been. Nobody went over there to find them. If nobody goes over there to find them, that means somebody could have been laying there right beside him and cutting them up and just watching all these people walk around searching because nobody got there. Could have been sitting there watching, saying, oh my God, I'm here covered in blood. Look at these people. They're not coming over here. Why? What's happening? I'll just walk away now. Or I'll go join the search party. I don't know. This is fucking crazy. You defined entomology. What do we mean by the predation? Predation. In this context. I'm sorry, sir. In this context, predation is the animal activity that would consume a decedent. Just consume, eh? No? Because I've seen the fucking squirrels come and take shit. Dewey has a cat that'll come and take stuff. Then what is other branches? Seen other animals come and take stuff. What is this? A branch covered in so much DNA that this coyote walks by and fuck, oh my God. Let's play with this. It smells great. Well, so if they don't sit there and start chomping on their earlobes and eating them, then there's nothing happening, eh? And obviously they say, yeah, when we pull up, there's no animals, right? Like as if this fucking anything that's in that area is going to stick around when a car pulls up at the cemetery or anyone starts walking towards them from any which angle. Every one of those type of animals are, you won't even see them. They're gone so far before when they hear you coming. So when people finally got to them, even with all the stuff going on, they probably wouldn't have felt comfortable, right? With all those people walking around, but you never know. Like, how would you, yeah, we only have to go with the court stuff, like to say a body was warm. Who says that? People can say lots of stuff, but how would anybody know? because there's nothing recorded. These people, when they show up to do this, for sure, you know it. But that's hey, critter. Yeah, for sure. There's nothing sticking around with all that happening, for sure. Like even the squirrels would not want to stick around, but the squirrels aren't that afraid. But pretty much like a deer and coyote, yeah, they would not hang around with all that action. Even two people walking around with flashlights would have everyone up in arms. Animals, hey, what's up? Good morning, young lady. Look at you two, together again. Critter Mama and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Yeah, it's absurd. But I mean, just fuck these guys. Screw it. Excuse me. When they find the bodies and the CSI guys get there and they start their little investigation, why aren't they getting a core temperature? And if they're to say that, what are they using? What kind of thermometer are they using that they think they're going to damage these girls? If they use those tiny glass thermometers, a brand new one would be like doing surgery. Would be so, and they put it directly into an evidence thing to make sure that they're not, like sealed up into, oh my God, to think that they wouldn't do that to get the temperature or whoever, I don't know. Okay, so whatever, the coroner must get there before they start touching stuff. How does that work? The coroner must get there to just, right? Or the ME, like how does that work? Because obviously, don't they have to declare people dead, right, before they start doing all this other stuff? Like before they do anything, whoever's doing the first person to qualified to do that should be doing that extremely, because it could tell them, like, how does this work? Is this at many crime scenes they do this? Like, or is this I feel like this is the only one that's ever done that. Who doesn't? I mean, do we watch too much TV to think that that's what you do first? You get the body temperature because is it that they don't want to know? They don't want to know that they were that by this temperature, we believe that they didn't die. They died between, 10 and 14 hours ago, because that would put it like midnight to, or because 12 noon. So 12 midnight. So imagine they say they died between 10 and 11 hours, 10 and 12 hours ago. That would be from midnight to 2 a.m., like, the only reason they don't do this is because they don't want to hear the answer, or they did it and they're hiding it because the answer doesn't tell them the narrative they want. How else? What else do we think? It's crazy. Just like they're not doing the height analysis because, hey, it can only get us within 2 inches either way. And if they turns around and says, we believe this guy's 6 feet, so he's either 5'8" to 6'2". No, wait, 6 feet, so 5'10". Let's even say we think the guy's 5'10", so it's 5'8" to 6 foot. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. So it's that. So, if anybody knows what are the what is that a good excuse? Like, I mean, what's the legitimate that they show up there, those tiniest of glass thermometer, tiny ones, the little baby thermometers. They have the tiny little glass ones, brand new, tiniest drop of, whatever to get, they're not going to injure anything. It's going to be sterile. They're not, if they do it and put it into if these are a brand new one, they're not going to introduce stuff. Like, if that's the case, then why are they allowed to use a Q-tip swab to check for an SA kit? I mean, that could introduce or damage stuff, right? By doing that with their scenario, which is bullshit. Because that's why they have procedures. They have that SA kit where the guy stands there and takes it out of the package, and they're using brand new, fresh stuff. That's each little bag has its own area. They have a little thing. They open it up. They take the guy's wearing gloves. He's an ME, professional, whatever. They test one area with the swab and they put it back in, and it close it up in a little vial or something in a tube, and they seal it back up in the bag. They mark it with evidence. Why don't we just do that with the thermometer, the little baby thermometers, 2 brand new ones, and an evidence when they first get there. even with just Libby. And if you think Abby, they don't want to move her too much, she's got clothing, whatever, but Libby was, this is absurd. So, hey, let's go on. So, and do you have any experience in studying, in addition to the entomology? You said that you studied in studying predation and having experience with studies of bodies out in the open environment, such as these were. Yes. So my experience and tenure at the University of Tennessee Anthropological Research Facility, which is also known as the Body Farm. Again, I've been there for 18 years, the Body Farm. And primarily I do entomology. Oh, come on. Like, these guys are assholes. What do you think? And with that little short time, there's going to be fucking maggots and flies and fucking this time of year and assholes. But part of the entomology studies also is how entomology is affected by predation. And what we've learned over the years is that when predation does occur, it creates a blood source for the entomological specimens to be attracted to. Normal, like slices necks. Normally, entomology, it's the blowfly. Oh my gosh, blowfly. In February, what is this? It is attracted to the nose, mouth, and ears, and the eyes when somebody passes. When there's a blood source, flies detect that, and they will lay their eggs in there as well. Did you see any sign of entomology or of blowfly activity with relation to these victims in all the crime scene photos and reports that you reviewed? No, I did not. When do blowflies appear on a corpse? To arrive at a corpse, often within minutes of death. Oh, okay. They're quick. Is it in February? Indiana? Proximity. They can smell death from afar. So they're everywhere. Different insect groups. Would it be February too, though? See how. When do blowflies find a corpse in February in Indiana? Blowflies are highly unlikely to find a corpse in February due to the fairly cold. The fucking idiots, right? Yeah. Decrease, but even when it's a warmer day. So 50, that's exactly what it was. It was like 47 to 50. Significantly when temperatures fall below 50. It was like, I think one of them said it was 47 to 54. It was that or lower. And most insect activity, so when temperatures fall below that, for sure. In February in Indiana, because they're not even around. It's not like they have one nice day and then insects just explode. So at this time, because that day is not warm, as mild, doesn't mean a few days before and afterward. So it's likely there's obviously very little insect activity. If they had the whole month or two of extremely low warm days, it might be different. But it just sounds like it was an unusually mild day. Not like the whole week before or after was, even if it's still these temperatures exactly. So, but in February, it's highly unlikely. Why are they even talking about this? It's pretty obvious. I was just, would you be surprised if in this location in Indiana that you would have in the middle of February blowfly activity? I would not. Yeah, thank you. I should have just kept reading. Here's me, an idiot. Look at he says, "Oh, I'm looking at this. See, this is what I do." So you have Google too. Okay. I would not expect to see blowfly activity. Blowflies are active when it's above approximately 50 to 51 degrees Fahrenheit. Blowflies are not active at night, and it's my understanding the victims had visited this location at potentially and had been there overnight and were not seen at any time in the nighttime. Blowflies are not active until in the later mornings either, but regardless of that, their climate is always going to affect blowfly activity. Would you expect to see in this region, in this area where the girls were found? Right. So no. To see it this time for a year, an extent perhaps as long as 22 hours before the girls were found. Right. would you expect to, in this region, in the area where the girls were found, would you be surprised not to see any predation activity at this time of year for an extent of perhaps as long as 22 hours before the girls were found? Right. And picture the same, and then for 2 hours after they found, for the following 20 hours, fire trucks and cars and idiots stomping all around this area. Yeah. Nothing's coming to chew on their earlobes, for sure. Nothing. Of course. I'm not surprised that we didn't see predation on the bodies. As I stated, I've been doing research and doing my job at the University of Tennessee's Anthropological Research Center, and there's been times where when I arrived, bodies have been laying out for weeks at a time and had no predation. Right. It's probably human activity. Yeah. Yes, of course. Predation animals that would be consistent with this area in central Indiana could be coyotes, vultures, possum, rats. But keep in mind that as the cooler temperatures, similar to entomology, I see them running around at every temperature. Squirrels, skunks, they don't. If it's cold, they still go out. Similar to entomology, blowflies smell. They have, this guy's an asshole, their body, and they can determine that there's decomp and flesh from them to lay their eggs. Similar to predators, if it's cold, if it's not a lot of odor, and also you have to take into consideration that we're in a little valley, so if you're next to a body of water, that could have an effect on predation. What? Next to a body of water, there'd be more chance that they'd be there to come to get a drink. The fact that you got fucking 20 or 30 idiots walking around with flashlights and trucks and cars and fire trucks, and people making noise and calling and screaming, there's going to be nothing there. Even searchers couldn't find this area. Major Cicero, do you consider, based upon crime scene reconstruction and the bloodstain patterns that you observed here, do you have an opinion as to the minimum number of individuals required to kill Abby and Libby? Objection, Your Honor. This is completely outside Mr. Major Cicero's area of expertise, and it's just complete speculation. I think he's fully demonstrated that it's nothing close to being outside what? He's a blood spatter guy. And he's not only been a crime scene reconstructionist, but he's taught it and has practiced it for a number of years. And I believe he can answer that question. Overruled? What? You think this guy's able to answer how he's a blood spatter guy? Who fucking thinks it's normal not to check the body temperature to at least one person could have, at least one. I mean, a half of a person couldn't do this, I guess. At least one person could have committed this. Obviously, one person had to have committed this crime. But at least one person committed this crime. It's possible based on the context and all the information that's obtained at this point. Thank you. Yeah. I have no further questions. You may return to your seat. Miss O'Shea. O'Shea is up. At least one, possibly more? I can't rule that out. Okay, now, Major Cicero, you were not asked to view this case until February of this year, right? That is correct. Did you drop something? I think it was this tissue. It's okay. Okay, so that's 7 years after the crime. Yes, that is correct. And in 2017, you were at the same place, the same location, doing the same thing. You're in LaPorte doing blood spatter crime scene investigation, correct? That is correct. And so there's no reason you couldn't have come out in 2017 other than you weren't asked. That's correct. You were not able to view the blood at the scene in person, correct? You were stuck with using photographs. That is correct. And in 7 years, you would agree with the proposition that a forest can change? I would agree, yeah. Undergrowth, trees, growth, things cut down, things like that. Yes, ma'am, I agree. Now, you spoke about the location of the bodies being in a bit of a bowl. Is that right? That's how I described it. But it was kind of a depression area. Seems like it was a little bit of a bowl, if you will. One second. And we're back. Oh, did I miss anything? Sorry, hey, you guys, cool. Brainless. It's as though these experts have never had a nature connection. Are they robot? Yeah, yeah. Now, these are all these guys all know what they're saying is ridiculous. Yeah, because if it's somebody they're trying to solve this crime with, the first thing they're doing is figuring out the time of death when they arrive. First thing. But they don't want to do that. They're brainless. That, or they're just like covering for each other with this ridiculousness, like to act like it's normal to show up, to not collect these sticks. It's normal to show like these 3 CSI guys with 20 years each experience show up. There's 12 huge sticks and branches, some bigger than others, all over these bodies. And we know the person touched them. And they think it's normal to just toss them off to the side. They just don't. They don't believe that. They didn't do it because they didn't want answers. And they're covering for each other. And even Doolin goes back out there 2 or 3 days later and says, hey, assholes, there's blood all over this pile of sticks, man. Go back and get them. And they wait 2 more weeks after that to go get them. You know? And then this ME report. Why don't we have specifics? Like what was really in their stomachs? What was the toxicology reports? The temperature when the fucking guy declares them dead. When you declare a person dead, aren't they supposed to check? Like, isn't this a law? Like, don't they do this if there's any suspicious circumstances like this? Because if they show up and it's an old, they know they died. Or no, if there's no suspicion, I'm not sure if they still do it. They probably do. I don't know. But to show up like this and not do the one obvious thing that could help you get an approximate time of death, is that normal? I can't see how that's acceptable in any situation. Okay, so there were in the lowest part of the topographical area. Is that correct? I cannot say the lowest part. There could be other areas in the forest that's lower, but in that particular scene, that's what it appeared to be, yes. Other than the creek, did you see anywhere else lower? I didn't walk the entire forest, but I'm assuming that there probably may have been. When you were out there on April 4th, did you see any areas that were lower? I don't recall. You talked about the tree with the blood and the blood transfer. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry, this is Auger. Sorry. And and are you aware that others have referred to that as the F tree? Yes, ma'am. Now, Libby was mobile when her neck was cut. The evidence would show that, yes, ma'am. And mobile for a moment after that? Yes, ma'am. Blood is flowing down her neck and shoulders. Yes, ma'am. That'd be consistent. And there's a lot of blood based upon those injuries. Yes, I would agree with that. And Libby's blood was found in several areas of the crime scene. That is correct. Don't you dare bring dogs into this. How dare you? Yeah. So okay, in the beginning, that night, imagine they did bring dogs in. Like, do you think dogs would walk around there for 5 minutes and not find them? Like, they just said, release the dogs. Like, go find shit for me. They'd fucking be standing there, woof, woof, woof. Come here, woof, woof. You idiots. You assholes, just come over here. We just swam across this water. We could almost touch our feet most of the time. We're short little dogs. It's wild. And so then they would have found him that night. They would have had, okay, so then the next morning, fine. The next morning, you saying a guy wouldn't have walked around there for a couple hours in that whole area and just, they would have, if it was that night, they might have tracked their scent across the creek. The wind could have been coming. They would have smelt them. This, you want me to go over there? And I smell something over there. Nobody goes over there. Go over there. I know we can't see. Get a flashlight over there. I smell stuff. Or they would have walked down. They would have gone to the cemetery, like from Ron Logan's. It's about, so okay, so then the girls are found. They still don't bring, so let's say they take the bodies out of there. Then we still, the 15th, say the bodies are gone. Let's get the dogs here now. Walking around this area. We have somebody who's, even 2 weeks later, somebody has seen somebody. We think it's the person. He walked out to the street here. Whenever Carbaugh does it, 2 weeks or 2 months later, take a dog out there. Walk around. See, did he throw a knife down? Did he throw a gun? Is there going to be something a little kid might get his hands on? Is there a fucking samurai sword? I don't know. These fucking guys. Never once had dogs walked around there for that. So. And Libby's blood was found in several areas of the crime scene. That is correct. Yes, ma'am. And at some point, she was then sitting down, correct? Based upon the bloodstain evidence, it appears so, yeah. And when she was moved to that area where her body was eventually located, I would agree, yeah. Are you aware you've reviewed autopsy reports? Yes, I did. And are you aware of Libby's weight? I don't know it right now. I remember her height, but not her weight, ma'am. Okay, 200 pounds. If that's what the report says, yes, I would agree. Okay, I'm going to show you what was previously marked as State's Exhibit 36. Have you seen this? I have, yes, ma'am. Okay, and is it your testimony that Libby was drugged from her here to here? I believe that you'd have to go lower. As far as, are you talking about just her foot? Her head is? Body. Her body was obviously, yes. Okay. There are a lot of leaves between the blood pool and her feet. Yes, ma'am. There are no marks in the leaves to indicate that she was drugged, correct? You can come down if you'd like. Oh, sure. Well, yeah, there's still leaves there. Oh, okay. But there's no leaves. But there's also leaves on her body as well. Thank you. That's all. Okay. Sorry. No, sorry. I thought you wanted to... Yeah. Thank you. Now, you said several of the flow patterns on Libby's face were not consistent with her final resting spot. Was that Abby or Libby? Abby? Several of the flow patterns of Abby's face. Was it Libby's? Correct. And did you mean that at some point her neck was above her chin? Yeah, her head was above. Her head would have been back at some point, based upon the prints of those flow patterns. So her torsos, her neck were above her face. I would agree, yeah. So somebody lifted her body to create that? Well, somebody would have had to have lifted it, yes, for her neck to be lower than her body, yeah. Oh, okay. And with the same with Abby's body? Not necessarily. Oh, okay. Well, earlier you testified that the flow pattern was not consistent with her final resting spot. Correct. They're going to try to say that it's because they went up the hill. Let's see if they do that. Oh, did I miss something? Good night, Paula. Hey. Night. Anybody else has to go, good night to you. Or if you have to listen, or if you get to listen, have a wonderful day. Come back later, catch the replay. If you post something tonight, I'll hopefully see it later today. Good night. Thanks for being here. Everything. And you testified that she died in the spot where she was. Yes, ma'am. That is where her wound seems to have occurred. Yes, ma'am. And so for the flow pattern to be altered, at some point, her torso, her neck had to be raised. When I answered the question, I was talking about her being lifted. I don't know if she was lifted or not, but yes, her positioning would have had to be her neck was, or her chin was lower than her actual injury. She could have been turned based upon the flow pattern, her neck and her back. Because our bodies can articulate in so many ways, it's hard to tell us as to how the positioning was exactly. But in order for blood to flow, it's going to have to be below. Her chin's going to have to be below her neck. But for it to get from the jugular out to her mouth, that's a whole upside down. So at some point, her neck is higher. Yeah. And her body has never moved. Nope. Do you need this photo anymore? Pardon? Do you need that photo? Yeah, thank you. I'll take that back. Now, Major Cicero, when you do diagrams such as Exhibit 20, which I now have displayed on the TV, it's important to document the important pieces, important markings, items at the crime scene. I would agree. So what was it? 20? Do we have a document 20? Oh, no, not here. It'd be exhibits. What? These are the exhibits? Okay, so it'll be up here. Defense trial exhibits. Would it be? I don't know. 20. Show me 20. No. Okay. Trial exhibits. 20. Oh, ground zero. Okay. Thank you. Oh, yeah, it's this one. That guy. One of the CSI guys made this. So this is what they're looking at. There's a tree over here, and this is the bullet right here. They find it. States Exhibit 20 on north. Yeah. So cartridge, sticks, exposed dirt area. So this is what they're looking at. It's important to document the important piece. So now, Major Cicero, when you do diagrams such as Exhibit 20, which I now have displayed on the TV, it's important to document the important pieces, important markings and items at the crime scene. I would agree. And that would be important to document the marks that identify what is happening. It could be, yes. And there's no indication on Exhibit 20 that indicates drag marks. I agree. Yeah, assholes, of course. Good point. Like they would have drag marks or what. It's pretty obvious they're trying to imply that Libby was killed here, taken to there. Where was she? Underneath this tree, hanging upside back. I mean, where is all this blood going? Are they trying to say that beside this tree was her? Upside down? What's going on here? None of her blood's here. They say she dies where she lay. Earlier, you testified that Libby's body was moved to the other side of the tree, and that made it difficult to see from across the river. Yes, ma'am. Of course it did. Of course. The angle is going to be hard to see. Forget about the trees. Yes, ma'am. But it made it easier to see if you're coming down from the cemetery. Well, yeah. Nobody did that. I don't know if it'd make it easier or not, ma'am. Well, sure it would. If they're now behind the tree, they're in front of it from the cemetery. So these guys are funny. They want you to think that they want to say that the girls, if she's moved to behind this tree, and say the driveway's over here, if they're moved to behind this tree, then it's hard to see from here. But if you're here, then it's not easier to see. No. It's only harder to see when you're over, because if it's hard to see if they're here and they move to here and the tree, it's hard to see the tree, then I don't know. It's just as easy to see. It's still pretty easy to see from over here. Might even make it easier because we're bringing it more away from, other things. But they won't admit that, right? Nothing to admit. It's just these people are not the prosecution puppets to just try to nail somebody. They're there to get to the truth, and these people are out of control. They're just working on behalf of the bootlickers, and they're just, let's do whatever it takes to get this guy and not answer how we probably should. The system's broke. But it made it easier to see if you're coming down from the cemetery. I don't know if it'd make it easier or not, man. Well, it would be on the other side of the tree, right? She would disagree with that. Okay. Would you agree with me that the placement, or agree with the proposition that the placement of Libby's body in terms of concealment completely depends on the viewer's position of view and the direction? I would agree with that, yeah. If someone wanted to conceal the bodies, there are plenty of leaves at the scene. Agreed. Plenty of sticks at the scene. I don't know about other sticks, but I can't say that there wasn't. Okay. And if you actually seen bodies in your experience that have been concealed by leaves and sticks? Yes, I have. But maybe 3% of the bodies were covered by sticks. If we're looking top down, then yeah, from a different angle, it would be increased. How much of the actual body was covered? Which part of the body, ma'am? No. How much, asshole? If you take all of Libby's body, what percentage was covered by a stick? Very small. Very small. Very small. And the same with Abby. Agreed. Yeah, man. So I'm sounding like an idiot the more I think about it. At the time the crime scene was being analyzed on February 14th, 2017, it would have been highly appropriate to document any type of drag marks that you saw. Yeah, that would be appropriate. And that could be done by putting down evidence markers. Yes. Could be done by making notations on diagrams. Yes. Now, where is this Pharos image? This is wild. Where is this Pharaoh? This Pharaoh image. They took one. They have one. Why aren't we looking at this? Pharaoh. The guy says it in one of his first testimonies. We took Pharaoh images of this crime scene. Pharaoh. It's like a 360 on a tripod, a fucking camera. Does a whole imaging of this whole area. Would be perfect exactly as it was. No. Did you talk to Lieutenant Dick Jerry Holman about your analysis? No, I did not. One sec. Sorry. Right. Searching bright lights and fog don't work, perhaps. That's another reason they called off this. Yeah, but there's no reason to call off that search. 2 young girls. The area wasn't dangerous. I don't care if it's a fucking cloudiest day. Or can't show us the videos then. Why? Because look at, we don't see any photos or videos of that search. I want to see a photo and video of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 p.m. on the Monday night from Weber's Drive. What does it look like there? It's going to be 20 or 30 searchers walking around with flashlights on top of the bridge, below the bridge, everywhere, except in that one little area where they lay. Come on. And everything leads to that. If you were to get off of the bridge, instead of going on the bridge, if you were to follow that down where Derek's search team the night before started going, they would have went right to them. If you did what Patrick Brown did the day before and went in through the cemetery, but for some reason he scooches along and up to the mirrors for no reason at all. What would be the reason to do that? When you could just go up, if you're heading to the Mears entrance, why are you parking in the cemetery? Go to the Mears entrance. Park on the road 5 feet away. A block away. You'd still get there. Like, why is he going into the cemetery the day before? So he goes to Ron Logan's to think, can I search this area? Then he goes to the cemetery and thinks, I'll park here and walk down. He walks down and thinks, there's a bazillion beautiful places to search here. I'm going to scooch along the ridgeline and go up to where everyone else is. And for whatever reason, nobody gets to that area. Except Ron Logan's leads to that bowl. The cemetery leads to where they're found. The top of before you get on the bridge, leads right to there. This creek is so easy to get across. A garden gnome Nick's whole theory is that a 5'4" garden gnome has taken 2 girls across this creek with ease that same day. And then after they find the bodies, so the next day they show up there again at 6 a.m. and Mike's in a canoe going downstream from the bridge. And there's so many people in this area that the Patty, Becky, and them have to go to a field because This area is inundated with searchers. So many searchers, they don't go back. They're doing grid searches of every inch. And then they show up at 6 or 7 a.m. and they don't find them till noon in this little area after they've searched the whole day before until 2 a.m. It's crazy. And then Yoder and Giancola are the ones that, when they show up, Melissa and Pat Brown walked right into them, going looking for this shirt. But then Yoder and Giancola do the same thing to walk down. They're looking for the same shirt that people are pointing at. And they have the knowledge of knowing there's 2 bodies dead here somewhere. And they end up walking around them to get to those people standing there looking at it. And they say, hey, dudes, you just walked past 2 dead bodies. Go back. It's just, and then after the crime scene is there, Yoder and them are the first ones. Giancola, Liggett gets there and says, hey, we've got so many people here now. It's like 4 or 5 or 6 p.m. Let's clear you guys. Let's clear you guys. Sign out of this crime scene. You and Giancola and Yoder go to the other side of the creek and guard from Weber's Drive. Kick everyone out of that area because it's so easy to walk across this creek to the crime scene. We need you guys guarding it until the morning of the 15th when the sun rises. We'll get other people to, So Giancola and Yoder go about the other side on Weber's Drive. They tell everyone to get lost. They cover this area is now guarded by Giancola and Yoder because why? Because Liggett's worried about people going to the crime scene and how easy it is to just walk across to this crime scene. Yet for 22 hours, 60 people searched this side and couldn't get across this crime scene. And those guys show up. The propane guy shows up and within 2 seconds sees this shirt, multicolored shirt in the water. And he stands there pointing at it because he can't get to it. His boots are too short. My boots are too short. Hey, you Mr. Fireman up here. Come, you're on the same side as the shirt. Come to my side with your big boots. He comes and does. It's just ridiculous. Hey, Mort, what's up? Good morning, Mort. How you doing? Long time no see. Where you been? Everyone, welcome this young, old Mort. Old Mort. You know the stuff about the bodies and that, right? You're not really. What was it that I remember? I won't. You're familiar with the. You're not. Are you not a mortician? Are you? Or is that just a Mort name, a fun name? But anyways, what's the Oh, you okay? Sorry, you're in too much pain. Well, if we could entertain you, let's help you get through this. But here, listen to my voice. I'll ease your pain, young lady. Okay, good. So they're saying when they show up to this crime scene, they don't want to use those little tiniest baby thermometers, those little glass, because they don't want to damage their rectums to get the rectal temperature, and they don't want to disturb any sexual assault kit stuff, so they don't take their core temperature. What are the odds of that happening? They're showing up. Wasn't that the first thing they do when they determine someone dead? They would take their core temperature with a rectal, they can use a brand new, those little tiny glass baby thermometers, right? The tiniest bit of whatever lube, to help, and they could then put it into evidence and keep it in the evidence kit as to something that's been used. They said they didn't want to insert anything to cause damage to these girls. Like they're going to use these gigantic thermometers. Right. You'd think that, right? They're saying that they did it, that it was, he's suggesting this guy's a blood spatter expert and all the CSI guys have 20 years experience each. It's normal to show up and throw sticks off the bodies and not collect them and not check their core temperature. They think it because they don't want to damage or interfere with an SA kit. Like, come on. It's so ridiculous. So when the coroner comes to the crime scenes and they declare someone dead, isn't that like mandatory they do that? And then they can do all the CSI guys can, even in Indiana, you'd think they'd have to get the coroner officially comes out or somebody comes out to give a time, like they declare, right? So they could just cut a hole in them. I was thinking that. Right. Okay. I'm okay with that. Yeah, because they want a temperature, right? So they could say, let's slice a little thing. So they would cut a hole, like on the side, and slide the thermometer in. Is that what you're saying? Because yeah, the liver. How else would you get there? That would be very acceptable. Okay, so they should have done that because hey, we don't want to. If there's any SA stuff, then yeah, that would be totally like. I mean, if they put a hole in their belly button and stuck it in, I don't know. If they want to avoid the sexual, yeah, deep liver probe through the skin, right? So, exactly what I was thinking. Exactly. Either way, yeah. If the reason is they don't want to, they said they don't want to cause damage, like they're using. Okay, whatever. That's ridiculous. Those tiniest glass baby thermometers, a brand new, fresh one. They're not going to interfere or anything. If they're saying is that they don't want to interfere with an SA probe, and there's so much obvious trauma and evidence, yeah, or whatever. But okay, so forget. So that's their excuse. Fine. Slice the liver, whatever the guy would poke it in and just do it. Right. Exactly. I totally think this is. Either way, we're getting this core temperature because hey, they don't want this core temperature, right? Because it's probably going to tell them, or they took it and it's going to say, hey, you found them at 12. We think they died within the last 10 to 12 hours, which would be like midnight to 2 a.m., right? And it would then blow up their whole theory again. So they don't want it. Just like they don't want the bridge guy's approximate measurement of height. Because if they turn around and say 5'10", it could be either 6 foot or 5'8". And that doesn't help them nail this guy. So they obviously, they don't want his cell phone evidence, his whole cloud, whatever that crap was, the fog reveal. They don't want any of that because it's going to prove their story wrong. So it's ridiculous that they're just doing this to nail a person, not to solve this crime. But, oh wait, so by checking the joints? Sorry, CM, yep, and joints. So the most accurate time of death is this measure. Is that the temperature or checking the joints? I'm missing. Either way, if somebody shows up, they should be there's ways they can do this. And we all know, just these guys are absurd. Just the fact that they get away with this is the crazy part. One thing that they sit here saying it, but it's absurd. So how accurately could they get the time of death? So in their scenario, they died at, say, 2:30 the day before. They find them at noon the next day. Could, in this environment, a little bit cooler, would it be helpful? Would it be helpful for them to do this, or is it not? Because I can only think that it must have been. Especially if they had died. They're only assuming they died at that time. Like, what if they did die at 4 a.m.? By noon, they'd still be pretty warm inside, warmer. It is wild. But hey. Yeah, I have a feeling all these things they didn't do aren't because they don't do them. It's because it didn't help them with their narrative. So, and I know we all probably agree with that. And you don't have to, but I'm sure most of us would feel something like that. So welcome. Good morning, young lady. Glad to see you. Let's do this. Today's going to be an easier one. I'm almost done. I'm usually not even halfway at this time. So, boom. Yesterday I had to read 200 pages. So today it's been 65. So I've been, there's hope for today. You testified that the lack of blood, you'd never seen a lack of blood such as on Abby's hands in a death investigation involving the neck. Correct. And that could be by multiple people holding her down. If there's multiple people, yeah. Could be by someone washing her hands afterwards. I'm sorry. The lack of blood on Abby's hands could be by someone washing her hands afterwards. Someone washing her hands, ma'am? I can't rule that out. In your work as a crime scene investigator, I apologize, have you ever photographed cartridges from crime scenes? Oh, yeah, several times. And would it be appropriate to hold a cartridge to get the whole side of the cartridge as you were photographing it at the crime scene? Yes. I don't know if I'd use the word appropriate. I mean, as long as it's documented, if we're documenting a cartridge casing, it's always best to do it in a lab or a controlled setting, but we should document where it is in place. Absolutely. Okay. And is it important to document the entire bullet or cartridge at the scene? I would think so, as long as it's documented at the scene where it's located and we can somehow, put it back where it needs to be. But it's always best to bring back evidence in a controlled environment and use a copy stand to document it. So if you can actual macro shots if need be, but as long as it's documented in the scene, I think that'll suffice. Oh, sorry. Expert, definitely a critter. Expert, perfect bird. If there are X degrees of such and such time, you can back it up at the standard rate to see how long they've been cooling. Right. Especially if they haven't cooled to the maximum, right? Yeah. Like if they could cool to the maximum, it's hard to tell how long they've been there. But if they get to if they're not at that maximum, you can kind of, you can say, oh my God, they died of, between, it had to, like at this rate, they couldn't have been dead before midnight. Like this, yeah, perfect. Right, I totally agree. Is there anything that could prevent you from documenting the entire cartridge at the scene? Unless we're concerned about other evidence, such as fingerprints or anything, so you don't manipulate it as much. Then yeah, but if there's no concern for that, then you can pick it up and document it. It would be wrong, but it's always best. I always tell crime scene investigators, document them in place, collect it appropriately, obviously label it so you're not getting anything confused, because especially a bullet's fungible, and later documentation at a copy stand in a controlled setting. You have to somehow get the bullet from or the cartridge from the ground into the envelope. Yes, however they did that, yes. And you could photograph as you're doing that with no additional handling. Oh, you could, yeah. That's true. Like, we got to pick this up to do it. Well, okay. Get the camera ready. When I pick it up, I'll turn it. You take a photo of this side, take a photo of this side, and then I'll even take a video of me placing it in this bag too. That would sounds like the way to go. Good point. Because you got to pick it up. Eventually, somebody, however you're doing it, they would use their gloves. They would do everything. It's very one time, the double gloved, lightly grab it, pinch it between, and then just have the camera ready and put it in the evidence bag where we're, you could, yes. Oh, yes. And in all of your testimony here today and all of your work on this case, yes, ma'am, did you find anything at the crime scene in the photographs, in anything that you reviewed that links Richard Allen to the murder of Abby or Libby? No, I did not. Thank you, Mr. Luttrell. So the prosecution's back up. Consider all of the photographs that you saw, both of the scene and at the autopsy. Consider the crime scene. Now, not just the diagrams, but the actual photo, putting it all that together. Do you believe Libby was dragged across a bloody pool to the site where she was found? Yes. Why? There's blood staining that extends from the coagulation to her final location. There's blood staining on the right side of her body and the bottom of her leg that would have been drugged through that to create this. So yes, I didn't see drag marks, but I can state that being there at the scene was also beneficial, that there's multiple layers of leaf fall. It was very thick. You may not see drag marks because the leaves are on her leg because of the adhesive nature of blood. Now, did you believe her left arm extended above her head next to that tree was a natural process where she would collapse or fall? No, I theorized or hypothesized, that is, that her arm was used as a mechanism to pull her through the large blood stain, the pooling. And one thing that, among the things that this blood pattern evidence shows you, one thing is that the position of Libby at some point when her thigh was stained with several blood spots, her right thigh, is that correct? Yes. What was the position of her body when that happened? The position of her body would have had to have been the leg was on the ground, if you will, for those flow patterns to occur because of gravity, for the projected pattern to occur, and with her leg behind being in that position. The best explanation is she was in a seated position when when the projected pattern was ejected out of the breach in either the carotid artery or the vein. How many times was she stabbed according to your study of the photographs and the autopsy report? I believe at least 3. If I recall correctly, at least 3 stabs or slices. Come on. If she were in a sitting position and her head was pulled back or went backwards, would that put her in a position where the level of the neck was above her face? I'm sorry, sir. Can you say that convoluted, dumb question again? If she were in a sitting position and her head went backwards, could her head go backwards to where her face was below her neck? I believe it all depends upon the topography. Oh, hey, Dave, what's up, bro? How you been? We got old Mort. Look at all these old friends coming to say hi. Dave, brah, where you been? Just in time. Just in time. The show is about to begin. I'm so kidding. Welcome. Dave, nice to see you, bud. Paula, you just missed Paula. She, like, literally 20 minutes ago went to sleep. She would have been so happy to see you. You disappointed her. I'll tell her. Like, literally, like, it's like 30 minutes ago, Paula went to sleep, she said. So she would have been so ecstatic to see you. Young man. I believe it all depends upon the topography of the land. For that to happen, I believe the best case, or the best case. I mean, the best explanation is the moment when the body is dragged, it would automatically pull up the upper torso and the head would most likely fall back, hence providing the flow pattern to go across the face. Have you? Spain and back? Well, we're glad you're back. Please explain your Spain. Oh, look at Mort's in pain. Ease Mort's pain. She was having some kind of pain. So explain the Spain and ease Mort's pain. Do it now. And why did you find the leaves on her back significant? Libby's back? Because blood. One of its properties is its adhesive or adhesion, if you will. So blood is very sticky. So seeing the layer of leaves on the back would indicate that leaves obviously stuck there. It came from that location. Again, when I visited on April 4th, 2024, might I add you, I noted multiple leaves and a very thick layer of leaves in that area cause you showed up in April, you idiot. Well, still, it's not far off of March. Still, it's not February, and you did it in 2024, but who cares? You were asked about the tree being called an F tree, and you said you were familiar that some had called it that. Yeah, but you didn't. Yes, I called it the upside down L. The upside down backwards L. Because if it's upside down, it wouldn't have been, you idiot. And the only reason I did that was because the lower horizontal part of an F didn't connect. So I said, well, that's an L. That's not an F. Shouldn't it be an upside down L or maybe a -7? No, it'd be a 7 negative. An upside down 7 negative. Oh my goodness. A 7 negative E. Oh my God. So I said, well, that's not an L. That's an L. That's not an F. But I can see why the investigators called it an F, because of the hue of the tone of the bark appeared reddish. But when we added the leucocrystal violet, it stains the actual blood. And we had a separate little transfer stain that I interpreted as a pattern transfer. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I'm ready. What? Oh, for Canada. Oh, yeah, you know to have. Yeah, come get us. Come pick everything. You guys got to deal with Venezuela first, if that's what you're talking about. Come to Canada next. Oh, yeah, that's what Trump's doing, right? He's going to wait till summer. He doesn't want to come up here now. Yeah, wait till it's warmer in the summer. Take care of Venezuela. It's nice and warm there now. Yeah, that's the plan. They'll come in July. So I got till spring to worry about shit, right, Dave? And usually if you drag a 200-pound body through a puddle of blood, it should resemble an elongated weird. Yeah, of course. They're dragged. The guy says it. Like, if that's the case, why aren't we seeing a drag mark here? Come on. Because this guy's documenting everything at the scene. Show us the damn, like, I mean, what? You just show a couple dots here, and then there's the bullet. And this stick, how does this stick? Yeah, I guess it's put there afterwards. Like, if her neck is here, where's the guy's footprints? He's grabbing and pulling her with one arm, and I don't know. Yeah, they should have put drag marks here. Something to indicate, even just a lighter shade to say, hey, like a lighter shade of grayish or something to say, but still have it transparent to see all the stuff. And if there's a line there, they could have this stick on top of it to imply that this kind of dropped there afterwards because it, But, so, yeah. Well, finally, I have plenty of maple. Yes, you will. Go to Quebec for, yeah. You have to take over. You'll need the uranium from Ontario, the oil from Alberta, the what's that stuff again? What's that shit we use for fertilizer? I can't even think of it now. The maple syrup from Quebec, and what is that shit? Fertilizer. Oh my God, why can I? Saskatchewan fertilizer. What the hell's potash? Duh. I couldn't remember potash. We have tons of that stuff. Oh, thank you, dude. Thanks. Right on. Yeah, definitely take care of Venezuela first and come up here in the spring. Summer. Come in the summer. It's pretty warm in July. You'll enjoy it when you take over. So, and when you say the best explanation is that was a transfer application, a transfer contact with a bloody object to that tree. Did you have a bloody object in mind as the best answer for that? Based upon the volume of the tree, the volume of blood upon that tree, and available voluminous, this guy loves voluminous, stains that would have been on the decedent's body, its height upon the tree as well, we hypothesized that it was potentially her hand, which had a voluminous amount of stains on it. Could have been maybe part of her arm. So we created a hypothesis that's what created this. I hate that. Rosie does that a lot, and this guy, well, this might be his first time, but the hypothesis that is what created that's what I hate that. Sir, can a sexual assault occur without DNA of the suspect left behind? Absolutely. Without any physical injuries? Yeah. In your opinion, did these injuries to Libby's neck, did they have to be inflicted at the same time, or could they have been inflicted at different times? Well, they could have been inflicted at different times. Any of the injuries would have produced a tremendous amount of blood based upon it being a carotid artery or a jugular vein. Thank you. I have no further questions, sir. Miss Auger. Thank you, Your Honor. Questions by Auger. Recross exam of Major Patrick Cicero. Blood spatter, not splatter extraordinaire. Major Cicero, you shared with us your hypothesis. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. And a hypothesis is a supposition, yes? No, well, it's an educated guess. Would agree. A proposed explanation? Yes. Well, based upon experience and education, yeah. So, yes. You have no idea how that transfer got on that tree. No. To absolutely say that it was just a hand, could there have been other methods? Yeah, like a fucking gigantic hand. Now, it's important at the crime scene to take complete photographs and document everything at the scene. I would agree. And people like you later have to rely on those photographs. Yes, I agree. Yeah, because you're 2020. They didn't call you until 2024 April. Oh, you're going to need to make time because I am. But 80% of the food grown in the United States is dependent upon potash that we get from Saskatchewan. So I think you should reconsider that. 80% of the United States fertilizer comes from Saskatchewan. All right. So if you like 80% of your food to be grown, you're going to need to go there first, I think. And you'll probably get the oil first, but you'll need that. You guys are going to be hungry after taking the oil. Right on. Thanks for being here, Dave. You're cool. Love your shows. Let's do this. Because those document important things. Yeah, pictures document important things. I keep hating because they did that Faro scan. Did you know that, Dave? The first CSI guys talked about a Faro scan. Have you heard of that? Are you familiar with it? It's amazing. And it's probably why people saw tripod marks at the crime scene. Because they use a tripod and put up this camera thingy, and it does like a whole imaging 3D. They let it go for hours, and it does it like looks like a cartoon image. It's exactly of the crime scene. And they put a tripod down. It's this camera it's called Faro imaging. And they have it. We've never seen it. I love showing this. Faro crime scene images. The guys literally said they had this at the crime scene. They literally said it. This thing here. They literally had one at the crime scene. It's a tripod thingy. This gas station one is the best. Where is that? This one here. Well, this one. This is good here. This guy, okay, so we don't need to see it very descriptive, right? Like, show us. They literally say they used this at this crime scene. And so they would put the tripod down, and it would show us we don't need to see their naked. They could even black this underneath, but we would see the crime scene, right? Like, hopefully it'd be a little better, but I mean, we'd get a real idea. There'd be sticks and branches and blood flowing, and like, come on, we're trying to solve this and get answers, and they're blocking everything. So that would be really good. FBI mentioned the digital stuff. Well, these CSI guys in the trial, the first few days, there was Datsman, Page, and Olahe. This is a different guy this is day 9 now. So on day 2 or 3, they talk all about it. One of the guys especially. So, I mean, why can't we see that? Come on. They could blurt stuff out. They can remove the bodies and just put a black. Okay, fine. But it's crazy. They really don't want people to understand what happened. So, and you take pictures of material things that are important. Yes, ma'am. You said the injuries could have been inflicted at different times. Yes, I can't rule out that all of at least 3. I may be wrong on that number. Were inflicted at the very same time. Maybe. Did I even understand your question? I'm not sure. I understand your answer. Did you say you can't rule out that all three happened at the same time? Correct. I can't rule out that it happened at the same time, nor can I rule out that it happened on one of the carotid arteries or jugular vein was breached first and then later. The others were breached, but I don't know. And you can't rule out that Abby and Libby were killed at the same time. No, I can't. Thank you. Does anyone on the jury have any questions for Major Cicero? No jury questions? Oh my God. All right. All right. Thank you, Major. You may step down. Thank you, ma'am. Where are we? So McLean. Judge, may we approach briefly? Judge, this is to revisit. We still haven't talked about making some Google search records of Mr. Allen. Obviously objected since she didn't have a certification for those. I was going to pull those up and copy those. I guess my thought is inaudible, blah, blah. I'd like to admit them. We have the certification. David Vito, who we'd like to introduce them. We'd like to admit them. And at that point, inaudible, a good Google record. I just wasn't really sure how the court wanted us to do that. Go ahead. Well, the proper authentication of an internet search involves if they can show no one else has had access, no other people had access to that account. I guess I should have inaudible. He said he's indicated in the interview that he was the sole owner. We don't have any information that multiple people, all the information we have from the interview with Steve Moonman Mullins is inaudible. I mean, I can go back and show it's their burden to ask the proponent to show that no one else had access to that. That nobody else had access, but inaudible. Well, I would ask to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury if there's going to be evidence that other people did have access to that. I don't know who she's referring to who would have had access to it. Kathy Allen used that email address, and everyone in the home. They both were living there and had access to that. If they left, Google opened, and whoever was on it, and in fact, some of the searches were probably hers. Yeah, I don't know. Though that's the first I've ever heard of that. All of the indication we have had is that this is Rick's email, that this email's registered to him. It didn't return back with all his demographic information. He admits in the interview with Steve Moonman Mullins, this is his email account. All indications are it's his. Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it now or? I don't. Excuse me, Judge. I don't. I wouldn't have anything else to put in a hearing besides what I told you now. Oh, that's based on the evidence that the interview that's going to be admitted. That part's not going to be redacted. There's information that he says this is his email address. And you've got case law? Yeah, yes. With you? You want me to grab it? All right. Well, let's do this. Let's let the jury go for the night and then do this. And Rosie jumps in. Do you want to just give these to the bailiff to hand out to them and collect the other ones? These are the ones I made copies of, remember? They're the 5. Yeah. Rosie again. I did it over lunch. I went through and checked them all just to make sure I stapled them right. I don't know if you said you were gonna take the ones back that we had given them before, or we can let them have them. And then and I just think they can also have these. I'm fine with that. I stapled these together so that they were kind of consecutive. Sure, okay, you just want to give them to you and then you give them to the bailiff? Or do you want to do it formally like, no, just give them to them? Okay. So that was in a sidebar. Oh boy. Oh, yeah, definitely. the RL, the murder sheet one. I have that. You want to look at it? Because I'm pretty much done. We can fart around. Well, there's a few more pages. Let's see what happens here. So, Judge Go. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys and I have a couple of housekeeping matters that we need to attend to. And rather than stand over there and do that, we are going to go ahead and let you go home for the night. Again, while you go on about your business, then the rest of the afternoon and the evening, please remember what I've told you about not talking about the case, since you will be in the company and under the supervision of the bailiffs. Please don't discuss this case or deliberate in any fashion. Mr. Rosie has copies for you of his exhibits. I'm sorry, what numbers were they? Q through V. Q through V. And those were the microscopic drawings that there appeared to be some confusion as to whether or not you actually had all the copies. He's going to provide you those specific copies, actually. Why don't you give those to the bailiff? And we'll make sure that you have those in the morning, okay? So please have a safe and peaceful evening, and we'll see you all in the morning. So just set them right there, and we'll have them available in the morning then, okay? All right, 5:12 p.m. Oh, so they're working late. So Judge Go, you may be seated. All right. So Mr. McClellan, over at the sidebar, you indicated that you had authentication you wish to present. 1 second. One quick second. Quick drink. And we're back. Judge, the state would move to admit we have a Google search history for Mr. Allen with the letter of authentication from Google for that search history related to an email by the name of Fujaka0@gmail.com. What? Fujaka0@gmail.com. It's almost like Dave's. Fujaka@gmail. No, I'm only kidding. A warrant was issued for that account. The subscriber information came back belonging to Richard Allen with that email, a date of birth, and a phone number. Mr. Allen also confirmed that this is the email that he uses at the interview with Steve Moonman Mullen, October 13th of 2022, which has been admitted and stipulated into evidence, and the jury's going to see tomorrow. We hope. And so with that and the certification, the state would move to admit those records into evidence and ask the jury to consider those. And I provided a copy to the defense. So I'm having Jody mark this as a state. I'm sorry, Judge. No, you're fine. I should have done that. State's Exhibit 289, Miss OJ. Thank you, Your Honor. If I could have one moment, I would point the court that ask the court to view Watson v. State Precedents 10, which was a case where the defendant, who was charged with some sexual acts against his stepdaughter, attempted to introduce internet searches of a sexual nature that were made on a tablet between July 29th, 2016 and October 12th, 2016. As the proponent of the evidence, the court found that they were required to show that he was the only person who had access to that account. And the court noted that the evidence established that both the alleged victim and the defendant shared the tablet. Both had used it on different occasions, and therefore the court had held that the evidence of that internet search was inadmissible. Do you have a copy of that case? I do. Mine is underlined and highlighted a bit. Yeah, I have not. I can't access my search history. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Sure. Anything else, Miss OJ? Were you speaking to me? Yes. Anything else, Miss OJ? Well, Your Honor, I think that's the the state's burden as a proponent to show that no one else had access. I understand that. I'm asking you if you have anything else as it relates to your objection to State's Exhibit 289 other than Watson v. State. I have no other legal authority, Your Honor. Okay, thank you. And does the state have any response to the objection? Obviously, I'm going to have to take it under advisement to review the certification and the case law. Does the state have anything else? Mr. McClellan. Judge, it's been a while since I've read Watson. I have read it, but I gotta admit, it's probably been 5 or 6 years, and so I'll reread that tonight. And what I remember from Watson, or what I remember from that opinion, is that the state is not bound by 100% accuracy that only one person could have used this. There has to be. There's a reasonableness test. Judge. And based on the information, is it reasonable that this account belonged to that person? And so I think that given what we've provided the court, there is a reasonableness coupled with the interview on the 13th. And so I'll reread Watson tonight, Judge. But that's what I remember. The burden is from the state. And so I'll just leave the court with that. Okay, all right. Well, I'll take the something else. Well, we have, Your Honor, we have Kathy Allen. If we need her, she will testify about whether others had access to that computer and used it. Okay, all right. Is there anything else then before we recess? I do have one thing I need to bring up with you, but is there anything else that counsel has? No, Your Honor. No. Rosie jumps in. So Baldwin and Rosie. Nope. And Rosie says, I'd like to talk to the court, if we could, just about some technical issues, maybe whittle down, okay, where we are for the record. Sure, okay, could we have a sidebar, please? Oh my goodness, Judge Gull's going to go on here. I need a quick drink for this. And we're back. Oh my goodness. I need a fresh Ricola candy. Mint, lemon. Let's do this. Definitely the RL search warrant. And I have that other woman's statement too. Hey, good morning, Shay. What's up? Hello. Good morning. Anyone else who's coming that I missed? Critters here. I think Dave's still here. I'm almost done this. And maybe we'll fart around for a little bit. Or I've never usually done this early. So look at this. It's 4:50. I have at least 3 more hours of hard work still, so I must stay up. So maybe we'll get a jump on tonight's show, or just fart around. We'll see. But I could read that over and over again and pick apart everything ridiculous. So here's Judge Gull, sidebar. Okay, I'll stand over here so people won't read my lips. Oh my goodness. Your lips, lady. Okay, I'm asking counsel to, from today forward, when we recess for the evening, the jury has been followed by this individual. Oh my God, this is Truth and Transparency, Lana. Is it really? This is Lana from Truth and Transparency. The other day, Nick came in, or was that tonight or yesterday? No, it's this same day, but it was with, who was the first person? Was it Stacy Bozanovsky? Nick came bursting in around lunch this same day and was saying, oh, that this blonde woman's been following the jurors, taking photos. And it turns out it was Lana from Truth and Transparency. And something about her parking her car 2 blocks away. And Nick is like, the car, we have the car, it's parked. And he bursts in and he's like, but I don't know what she looks like. Oh my God. But they found the car. And then they're saying, oh, she walked down the sidewalk and she's in the courtroom. She could be in here today because she took pictures of the jurors or something. And then Nick has got a bolo out for her car and freaking out. So now this is an update. Oh my God, I forgot about this. I love this. So from today forward, when we recess for the evening, the jury has been followed by this individual who was seen on camera over by their hotel this morning. And I'm not even sure if it's her, But I remember the same day, right? But it was yesterday I read it, that Nick was busting in about a blonde person. And everyone was saying it was Truth and Transparency, Lana. Oh, they even said her name, Lana Oriana or something. So to prevent them from leaving and then getting into their cars, I would ask that we just kind of have a 10-minute delay. And also, they could do a thing like, I think they should check under their cars, because it could be like Cape Fear, where they maybe Lana grabs onto and latches on underneath their vehicles and goes with them. Hopefully they don't hit speed bumps. Oh boy, it's gonna take, or maybe she hides out in their back seat under a blanket. Just kidding. It's going to take the bailiffs 10 minutes from when they leave the courtroom to get downstairs, load up the vans. They have a chase car and a front car. Oh my goodness. And get the chase car like a Smokey and the Bandit. Holy fuck. Is it a Trans Am? I hope to God Smokey in a Trans Am and fucking the Snowball, what's his name? Snowman could be in the van driving. Breaker, one-niner. Oh my goodness. Smokey? No, Bandit, we got us a Smokey. Bandit, we got us a Blondie chasing us. Get the chase car and the front car out and sandwich in the vans to get them out of here. Oh my, sandwich them in. Holy fucking wow, a decoy. Why don't you get a fake van and have her chase the fake van? Oh my God, I haven't yet. We've just gotten the word from my detail that has happened. So it's in a 10-minute delay. So it's in the courtroom and she's been spotted on cameras. We got police on all of the hotels that we've been utilizing. Holy fuck. Yeah, Rubber Ducky. That's it. 10-4 Rubber Ducky. What was the dog's name? Oh my, didn't Lana realize it's I don't know. She's probably, I don't think she's still in the room. I don't remember. This is pretty cool. I'm sure, that's what I should do. I wonder if we can go find an update, because she probably did a funny video about all of this afterwards, because I do remember all this weird stuff going on. Like, it sounds like they're taking like the bowler, like they're going to fucking, and as if she would park and then walk down the sidewalk as if she's trying to hide from Nick. Like, it's so ridiculous. If you're out in the public, you can snap photos of people. So what? I don't know. I thought there was a Jeep that followed some. I don't know. So, can we get a picture of her? Oh, Rosie wants to know. She's in the courtroom. Shh. She's in the courtroom. Don't look. She's looking at me right now. Could you show me who she is? Yeah. I'll go dance with her. I'll go dance and I'll be a distraction. That's it, Rosie. Jump up on the table and show them sexy socks and do a little TikTok dance, and all the ladies will be distracted and the jurors can sneak out and nobody will know nothing. They'll be so awestruck with you dancing in your socks on the table. Oh boy, that's a good thing. Oh my goodness. Hey, Perp, what's up? Did I not say hi? Yeah. So 10-4 Rubber Ducky. Bandit, we got us a Blondie on our tail. Distractor. Get the decoy van up. Get the drones up. Get the choppers up. Put on the disguises, which is remember those old glasses people would wear with the big nose and mustache, and have people walk, everyone's going to wear the same color. And we're going to walk and go different directions to confuse. Wear the same jackets. Oh my God, I can see it now. And then they're going to tackle every blonde, regardless if it's her or not, until we get the right person. And she'll be sitting there like, what are you guys doing? I didn't even know you were looking for me. Why don't you just ask? And we have her vehicle, and she's been, oh my God, live streaming the entire thing outside. So she did. Oh, I remember this. So, oh my God, I wonder if we can watch that without getting in trouble. So this is fucking crazy. We have to do this, but this is what we're going to have to do. So the other thing, who's this? So the other thing I wanted to bring up is you filed a motion to, Mr. Ives filed a motion to quash your subpoena and anything he's going to testify to. He has responded. That's all worked out product. That's all work product, according to his attorney's motion. We've already told him. Yeah, we told him to stand down. Yeah. All right. So I'll just grant the motion to quash. I mean, stand down as in talking to Lana, like our defense people. So we've already told them, him, so it's not her. Okay. So they're talking to okay. They're talking to his attorney about not going after Ives. Okay. All right. So we're going to just grant the motion to quash. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So one more issue to address about tomorrow while we're all sitting up here. Okay. We gave them the redacted videos today. Oh, okay. With the redacted, where in the transcript we redacted them, the page reference, my hope is a blah blah. Uh-huh. That we'll play those two first thing in the morning. All right. They're an hour each. I'll play a blah blah. Okay. Yeah. Obviously that. Did you get that? Ready for tomorrow. Did you get that to Brad? We gave it to Max and he put it, okay, somewhere. Oh, okay. OJ jump. That was a good idea. Yeah, but I would like to do that tomorrow. If you guys have a chance to, yeah, we'll be ready. 'Cause it seems to flow fast. Okay. We'll be ready. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Let me just check with my guy and see if he's, yeah. So Judge Gull, the sidebar is over. Judge Gull. All right. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll go ahead and grant the motion to quash that was filed by Mr. Ives. No, that's Diener. So Mr. Ives is, what was his, what's that thing he said about the crime scene? I said non sequitur. Mr. Non sequitur Ives, I will take under advisement the Google search information. And I've been advised that time has passed, so we are done. Unless there's anything else we need to do, thank you for the update on where you expect to be tomorrow. Nothing from the state's perspective, Your Honor. Thank you. Anything from the defense? Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you. All right, we are done. Jody, you can go off the record. So off the record at 5:22. This is the next day. They're starting at 9:03 a.m. So that's it. Oh, hey, what's up, Judy? Good morning. Good morning, Critter. Good morning, Judy. Good morning, Critter. Good morning, Critter. Good morning, Shay. Good morning, Perp. Hello, guys. Anybody else is here? I'll try not to wake the others. So if Dave's still here, do you want me to peruse the FBI Logan warrant? You let me know. Or we can pick over this or get prepared for later. What? So who's next? How we have a quick look. So we're moving on to day 9, right? No, day 10. Oh my goodness. So that's Oberg's bullcrap. I can't do that. I can't get into Oberg. I'm going to keep it open though. So day 10 we're on. Ives? Oh no. So day 9. So 10, yeah. We're on to day 10. So a couple orders have gone on. So day 10, holy shit. Oh my God, it's a busy day. I should probably start with these now. John fucking Galipoo, Ethan Drang, who are you? Michael Clemens, Michael Roberts. These must be IDOC people, right? Guards. James Early, John Miller, Brandon Fisher, Raymond Smith, Jason Bedwell. What is happening? Who are these fuckers? Oh my goodness. Who are they? Anybody know? Should I go look? I guess, eh? Oh, right. Was it Fred? Yeah, it's big. Yeah, it was like the wiener dog hound. Is that what it's called? The basset hounds, like the hound, like it's the long wiener dog with the little short legs, but cute, like a hound. So that's a basset hound. I didn't even. Good morning. Yes, Smokey, Snowman, Breaker, 1-9er. We got us a fucking blondie, a crazy blondie chasing us, trying to get photos. I'm only kidding. No, I'm only kidding. So let's see what's going on here. So I've never done this early, so I get to fart around and not, no pressure. A relaxed farting. Sorry. Oh my God. I should probably start on these people. It's going to be short. I should get the order ready. Oh my God. Who's first? 20 pages. So I should probably get this. I should have a quick look. I'm not going to get distracted. Oberg gone. Major Cicero, done with you. Who are these? Oh, no, I'm not falling for that right now. I don't want to get, nope. I'm done with that. This guy, sweet dude Shibby, he's still alive, this guy. What a nutcase. Forget him. He's still alive. Forget him. So here's the case. So we've got, so let's just open them all and I'll get the order. So jury trial, so Galipoo's first. So I should go backwards. So I should do Jason. I guarantee that's so Bedwell, then Raymond Smith. So Bedwell and Smith first. So Bedwell first, because it looks like that's the order. So Bedwell, where are you, young man? Where are you? Oh my God, why don't I see it? What? Do they skip him for another day? Oh, they do. Sorry. Bedwell. I bet it's going to be the right order if I go backwards. Raymond Smith. Oh, what was I doing? Sorry. Raymond, come to me, young man. Why are they just jumping out at me? Okay. Let's do this. I should have a look. 13 pages. You know, I should probably, yes. You know why we were talking about that? Did you catch it earlier? Because on that day, like this day, did you want an update on what happened? Because it had to do with the case. I'll tell you. It's funny. On day 9, during Stacy Bozanovsky was up first, and then Major Cicero. Just before lunch or so, Nick comes busting in the courtroom saying that, oh my God, a YouTuber has been followed. We've got her car, a YouTuber, Lana from Truth and Transparency. The guy names her, whatever, Orania, whatever last name is, and he spells it all out. And Nick is like, man, she's parked her car 2 blocks away. And it's almost like they got a bolo out looking for Lana, chasing her because she tried taking pictures of the jurors or something. And then Nick's like, I don't know what she looks like, but she's in this courtroom today, and they're all freaking out. And then I guess they forget about it, and they say, well, we're staking out the car or something. And then I forgot all about it until near the end there. He jumps back in saying all that shit about, okay, they got a whole thing of where they're going to get these vehicles and extra vehicles and blocker cars, and oh my God, to protect the jurors. And man, so that made me automatically think of Smoking the Bandit. That's how we got off on that. So I wonder if they catch Lana. We need an update on that. Who knows who watches that? I should go to her channel. I don't want to, but I'd probably get like a strike or something. Maybe I'll find someone who knows her and ask her, because that would be such a neat update. That would have been perfect now too. Fishy, anybody? Where's my regulars that would know Lana? Come on. Who knows Truth and Transparency? Email her. Talk to her. Ask her if I could. She must have did a video on this. They did a little research and they tagged trespassers. You talking about Lana and them? I should just go to her channel. Can I look at her channel, right? Like I can't. I don't want to. I'll do it on another screen in case anything. If weird Shibby history comes up, I definitely cannot be held responsible. So I'm on another screen. Trust me. Okay. I have an extra browser open. I'm subscribed to her, so I'll just search it up. Lana, Truth and Transparency, Delphi. Oh, yeah. I'm subscribed to her. Truth and Transparency. So I wonder if she did it. I'm sure she did it. This was how long ago? So she's probably done a bazillion lives since. I'd have to scroll. We're allowed to look at that, right? I'm sure it's okay. I'm not going to play anything. I'm just going to, that would be funny. She must have did a whole, she probably had a kick. I probably even watched this. She probably had a whole laugh at them freaking out about her at trial. So how long, it was a long time ago, right? Was it October? So what are we now? So yeah, it's going to be at least a year and a half ago, right? No, a year and 3 months or so. So I got to go way back. I guarantee she must have did a live stream. Oh, they said she was streaming live too. Oh my God. That would be wild. Oh. That would be so funny if she did it. I think she did, right? She must, yeah. No, Karen Reed. Karen, come on. 6 months. We got to go way back. Cool. She does lots of shows. Holy fuck. There's got to be some. Got to be something. So we're getting close, right? Delphi trial will pop up. I'm sure she probably did a lot. So yeah, she was there every day. Yeah, it's going to be busy. A bunch of shit will be popping up soon. Yeah, here we go. 1 year ago. Yep. Okay, so jury comes up empty. Oh my goodness. She must have done something funny. Oh my God. What? So what day? Actually, I can find out, right? Because they're saying that on the day. So it was October what? They even say the day. So it was on this day, October 28th, 2024. That's the day Nick buffs in. So let's see what. So 1 year ago. So today is we're in. So it'd be more. It'd be like a year and 2 months. No, October, November, December. Yeah, be at least 1 year and 2 months. So what? They'll go by months, right? So they'll say 14 months. I don't know. Definitely more than 1 year. So it's gotta guarantee it. That'd be so fucking. Even afterwards, I'll go watch this myself. And that's fucking hilarious. Hilarious. So they got a bolo out for her car. She's in the courtroom. I don't know what she looks like. Crime Con. Man, she's all over, eh? Oh, 1 year. What? So it should be 14 months ago, right? At the trial. October 29th or so. But if she's, her live stream, so she probably did a video too or something. I don't know. I don't even know. I guarantee she's done it. She's probably laughing too. Look at Nick's chasing me. Maybe we'll get like a Liggett or Leesenby harassment. Oh my God. This is going to be funny. Whew. Oh, 2 years ago. Wait. Wait, what the hell? How did I jump so far? Wait, what? Did she take time off? Oh, what's happening? Or maybe I went too far, right? I should have stick with all the Delphi stuff. So, well, if she's there, I'll check so she gets to Delphi and discuss the case for the first. Okay, so Delphi's coming back, the trial's coming, so she's probably going to start warming up. So Delphi, new court. Okay, so yeah, we're getting all new. Did I find a cop car? Even don't Drake's oh my God, she's all over. Oh my goodness. She's got to have done something about that. Let's see, fucking Nick. Oh, Delphi defense accuses the state of deleting. That's the motion to not the contempt. What was the other one? What is that called? I did it right here. What the fuck is it? It's this one here. This one. Motion to dismiss. Yeah. After the same as the contempt day. So that's in March. So I thought it would usually say the month here. So it's going to be, so picture March, April, what's happening. If I knew these other cases, I bet, well, I'll probably be able to tell. She's going to go to the trials soon, right? Delphi's going to start soon. It's gotta, oh, my mouse just took off. Here we go. Guest bedtime stories with Bella. Oh. So stuff's popping off here. Bedtime stories. Because I joke. I say that all the time. I never heard. I hope I wasn't trying to steal their title. But I always say that. Bedtime stories with Shibby. But I kind of joke. Shanna. I just want to see if she says anything about being chased by Nick. Oh, Delphi. Who are the contempt witnesses? Well, 311. So no. Breaking. Oh, figs. Ridiculous. You know, the letter. Oh my God, the letter. Okay, that was funny. So March, that was good. She had a date. So March, April, May. So investigators. Okay, so when I see the Delphi stuff, I know the time because, yeah, contempt preps. Okay, so I know what's happening now. Breaking. No. Delphi. Did the state destroy it? Okay. Delphi contempt hearing recess contempt. So that's still in March. So I should scan ahead. March 18th. Yeah. I should go ahead a bit. Delphi shocking move. Yeah, she starts farting around. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, then there's gonna be all the photo stuff, and oh, it's probably gonna be 20. Oh my goodness. I should just skip ahead. April. Oh, I'm gonna skip ahead. I went back way too far. I should just look for dates because she's writing them in her titles, some of them. So if I see a date, I should just look at it. Anything you guys want to do? I've never done this early. Is Dave still around? We can play around. I can read the Ron Logan PCA because it's ridiculous. So goddamn ridiculous. FBI has it off by an hour, yet they know the Who's Your Harassor is off by 54 minutes, yet it's at a different, they've switched from standard to daylight savings time from February to March when they went to Logan. So it's possible that they're wrong because of we've sprung ahead 1 hour. It's possible. I'm not sure. But if we sprung ahead, then why are they saying 1 p.m.? They should be saying 2 p.m. I don't know. Because they say the girls were there at 1 p.m. and they filed Logan's warrant on like March 17th. And they've sprung ahead an hour from when. So they should go back. So they're even farther off because they're saying the girls were there at 12 then, no? Let's see. Oh, she's got to have one. I should scan ahead. Probably not even close. Some dates. Give me some dates. I should know when the Delphi kicks in because she's probably there every day. So when Delphi goes crazy. Okay. Yeah, I probably passed it a long time ago. Here we go. So yeah, here we go. Day 1. Oh, I should just look for day 9 then. Idiot. 7-11. Day 9? Is there a day 9? Is there a day 9? Day 3? Oh my goodness. Day 9. That's what I was looking for, right? Or day 8. It's got to be Delphi. Oh, look at me. I probably could have been here such a long time ago. Crime scene hoodie. Delphi, the cemetery and steps. Oh, cool. Fuck. Look at this. She's counting steps. Holy fuck. Live lunch. October 28th. Well, this is it. Oh, she might be there. This might be what they're talking about. Because this. I think it might have been the day before. I don't know. Only mail over for Richard Allen. Oh, no, it's got to be right here. Confession. Oh, Nick's chasing me around. What? No, Delphi's. New motion. Fuck. Delphi outside the courtroom. Oh, Rick's. Delphi, the Riley Bridge bombshell. I never heard it go like that. That's kind of cute. Walking to Delphi Court. Oh my God, you're walking around by yourself at night? The Tobe is following you probably. Oh my God, it's got to be here. So, the last day of testimony. Got to be. She must have talked about it. So, you know what? I'm going to find someone who knows this and we'll check it up after. That would be hilarious. So, we got some time to kill. Anybody have any requests? Is Dave still here? I could do that because I have these. Which are. Where are you? I have the P in Delphi. I have these. I have the Ron Logan. I have them all saved. Holder work, so I have Logan's thingamajigger here. Tina Garrison. Oh, this is one of those reports. So the Tina Garrison report is awesome. This is where it talks about the blue muscle car. So I should read this because I keep blowing over that. That's where I found the blue muscle cars in there. And he talks about, and I'll get Ron Logan too. Where is it? Ron Logan PCA. Here we go. Logan's warrant. Yeah, here we go. So this was, if you're listening. So Jason Bedwell. See how I get distracted? Because I was going to actually, okay, so I'll look the line of stuff up later. I was going to be responsible and start at least get the next show ready to see, because it looks like, but they're all short. So how many do they add up to? I should be responsible. Responsible Shibby's back. Responsible Shibby's back. I'm doing them backwards so I could have the first guy. So I've done Bedwell and Smith. So Bedwell, Smith, Fisher, Miller. Bedwell, Smith, Fisher, Miller. Bedwell, Smith, Fisher. Fisher. There you are. And Miller. I just gotta see. These have to be short. Miller. Where are all these guys? Must be IDOC guards, right? 16, yeah. So this is going to be kind of, it may look like it's short, but if there's tons of them, I've never seen this many people up on one day. So Early and Roberts. Early. Then Roberts. Look at them all. Holy shit. Roberts, come to me. Here you are. This is going to be neat. This must be all those idiot guards, right? 37 pages. Okay, that's a bit much. Man. So Clemens, Drang, and Galipoo. Clemens, Drang, Galipoo. Clemens, Drang, Galipoo. Clemens, I just saw it. Clemens. Drang. There he is. Drang. 14. Watch. Galipoo's going to be long. Galipoo will be long. Sure, but Galipoo. He is the warden. 60. So Galipoo's 60. Then this guy is 74 pages. Plus 84 plus 7 is 91. Plus 37 is 138. Plus 24 is 150, 162. Plus 16, 72, 178, 198, 211. Oh my God. It's a lot of pages. 211 plus 232. Oh, that would have been great if it was 233. I don't know what that means. So it's going to be 232 pages. And Oberg was 200 pages, and it fucking took me forever to read hers. Oh my goodness. What was Oberg's? The fuck were you, Oberg? When did I do Oberg? Jerry Homer. No, Oberg. That was recently. What? Oh, Oberg. Yeah, it took me two shows to do Oberg's 200 pages. This was 9 hours and 10 hours. Only. It took me 19 hours to do Oberg's 200 pages. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. So it took me, and I only did hers. I probably farted around, I'm guessing, but it took me 19 hours and 30 minutes. 10 and 19 plus 11, 22 is 1933 plus 24 and 6, 30. So 10, 22, 24. So 10 and 9 is 19. 22 and 11 is 33. 24, 30. So 11, sorry, 19, 33, 30. 19, 33, 30. Took me 19 hours and 33 minutes and 30 seconds to read 200 pages from Oberg, and this is more. So, holy fuck. Oh boy. I should probably start with Galipoo now and get him out of the way. Yeah, I'm gonna. Because if I can knock Galipoo down, there's a chance of me getting these done tonight. Whew. You know, also, they're probably not as many pages because they're probably 1 or 2 pages from the next ones, but oh boy. Yeah, I'm going to do Galipoo now. Responsible Shibby is going to do Galipoo. So I'll get rid of all these fuckers. You know what, guys? If I'm going to take a quick break, going to make a coffee, going to get a drink because I'm at work. You guys are doing me a favor. I'm at work for another 2 hours and 30 minutes. So I'm just going to read these myself anyways. If anybody would like to enjoy and listen along, I'll change the title of this live after to add Day 10, Part 1, Galipoo. But for now, I should do Responsible Shibby and just, because we're read right to here, we're read to here, and this is where we start. 60 pages. I can do it. I got it. So, how about that? What do I usually play? Do you guys want to watch that fishy video? I'm sure she won't care. There was a neat video from, let's just pick one. See if she won't get mad. Fishy, are you there? Are you listening? Can I listen to one of your, can I watch one of your videos while I go to the washroom? Let's see. If she strikes me, I'll just fucking cut it out of my video and I will take both of her wrenches away. Where is your channel? Where was it? Oh, okay, go. 1 second. There we go. I'm doing this on another screen as to not have anything too weird come up. Okay. I should just go to my history, because it's probably recently in my history. Right? But again, I can't show that because I may have watched weird stuff. I doubt it, but just in case. So when did I watch that? Yesterday. Fishy, where are you? Donate, create. So the runes and Odin stuff? No, I watched some train videos. A Delphi train guy. He's actually walking through some. I almost got it. I should have just went to her channel. Oh, here it is here. You know what? I'll do this and I'll go to her channel. So I'll copy this link. And I'll go. This is the video I was thinking of watching. It's the one where Mike talks about, we just watched this. So this is the one we could watch. It's 5 minutes long, but no audio. Or I should just go to her channel too. I'll do it I'm on another monitor. I'm doing the same thing. I'll go to her channel and see if there's something. What were we just talking about here? I wonder if there's something pertinent to what we're talking about here. I know if it's for that, she won't care. I hope so. So come here. What are we talking about? We've been talking. What did I just read? I've been reading all night. What the fuck have I been reading? Oh, Patrick Cicero. So the CSI, right? Cicero was going on about. Holy shit, Cicero. Oh, blood splatter guy at CSI. Or Oberg was before. So blood splatter or anything to do with Westfall guards. Because Galipoo is coming up. Right. Because I'm going to read Galipoo now. So anything Westfall. So this is all, not Westfall, Westville. Westville. Like the Galipoo is the warden. This fucking guy. Must be all about it. I should read the brief, right? This day is day 10. So what's it about? This or this? 29th. So it's this. Defendant attorney Rosie Luttrell and Stacey Dan present evidence. Jury admonished and ordered. Security order. Oh God. Jury trial lunatic Monica Wall. So it's oh, motion for ideals transfer. So that's probably what they're doing on this day. The motion for the transfer. So if we see anything about Indiana, then when they transferred him in the middle of the night or something. Okay, so basically we're going to do, so I'm going to just look for a quick video to take a break. That we've already watched, but just in case there's something, so anything IDOC or CSI baloney. 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 Confessions. Oh, that might be good because that's in the IDOC. End of innocent. IDOC or oh, that's a bit too long. Let's want a short one. Ballistics. Oh my God. Short and sweet. Short and sweet. Short and sweet. Short and sweet. No. Negligent, possibly. So short and sweet. It has to do with this. Because statement of murder. Baldwin runs his practice. Had hired a lawyer if there were rumors. So Frank's filings. Something about the IDOC. Come on, give me something. Come on, Fishy. Come on. What do we got? I think those other ones. I could have been watching. I gotta go to the bathroom so bad. I'm gonna make a coffee and run to the bathroom. Look at this young lady. Oh my God. She looks just like Fishy. Her name is Don't Hate Create. Rick Allen and Richard Allen and accused of Delphi and Discovery. What's in Discovery? Richard Allen, PCA. Why would he say it was a friendly reminder? False confessions. 24 minutes. Memory. Eyewitness testimony. Nope. Murder sheets. Nope. Flora. Nope. Oh. Documentary. I have that. I downloaded that, back when it was on Fig's channel. I have a copy of that too. Wonder if we would watch that if I get in trouble. The Hannah Shakespeare one. Files a restraining order. Indiana. Motion. I should have just played that. Oh, it's living? Oh, no, I don't want to track us. Richard accused. Safekeeping order. 1 minute. Nancy Grace interview. looks funny. Oh my God. Nancy Grace interview never heard before. BG down the hill. Oh, is that Twyla? That's Twyla from Schitt's Creek. Yeah, definitely is. She's hot. Connections to a no. Come on, IDOC, give me something. New judge. Nope. Conservation. That looks good. I want to stay pertinent to the CPT. Oh, I think the other one was the best one. Because these seems like in the very beginning. So, picking up now. I'm gonna go find that one of the interviews. All right. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read Galipoo, and I should get a jump on this. I forget the title. I was saying the title of the one I wanted to watch. This is probably it. The Richard Allen Confessions. Right? There's that, because that's IDOC. That's Westville, right? Solitary confinement. This looks better. That's long. I don't want to do 29 minutes. I think the other one, 11 minutes, would be perfect. Because I could go to the washroom, make a coffee, and be back. Settle in. And Fishy, I know she'll recommend I do this. I know it. I feel it. And if she gets mad, well, she won't. I'll make it up to her. Has to be it. 11 minutes is perfect. It's in the 11 minutes is perfect. These are all way too long. Oh, that would be good. Eric Williams interview with. No. Go back. You had it. Okay, guys. I'm going to watch this quick 11-minute video. Fishy's going to love it if she's listening, if she sees the replay, if she'll never strike me. Because
hey, guys, I just wanted to do
I'm sure if she was here, she'd be dropping this in chat. I'm sure. My executive decision. So what I will do is I will share. Oh, like 52. I'm 52 and I like 52 to. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Look at that. I'm 52 and I like 52, and I'll put this just in case you guys want to go there and subscribe, which you should if you're not. This Don't Hate Create is amazing creator. So what should I put? Her page or this video? No, I'll put her page because I'm going to show the video. So I'll go on I'm on another screen. I'll get her page instead of, or am I already there? Yeah, I can do it on this one. So I'll just go to her page and give you her link. So, yeah.
Hey guys, I just wanted you guys to see this video on how questioning people in the.
That was. I thought she had an introduction. I thought it was like her when I got to her. I thought it was her homepage, but I'm on another screen, and I started that video, so I'll shut it down. That was funny. I thought she was doing this. I thought she had a lot when you come to her page, because when you go to mine, check it out. This is what happens. Oh wait, it's supposed to play the chickens. No? Usually when I come here, it's supposed to play those chickens. Maybe it's not. It needs to reload or something. Usually it plays those chickens. So that's what I was going to do, is share her page. That's it. So I can go to the washroom. Right. Share. Boom. Share the channel. That's it. Oh, copy it. I got to copy it. Duh. So we're done with you. Be gone with off with your head, woman. So we've got this video. We're ready to go.
Guys to see.
Okay, wait. Pause. Settle down, woman. 11 minutes. Auto. Shitty quality, no problem. Speed is right. How was the audio?
This video on how
that'll be good. Let's start. So here we go. So put this in chat. And I'm going to be right back. I'm going to play this. And if you get a chance, get your butt over there. Like these videos. This is Don't Hate Create, Big Fishy. And I think she's going to be happy to know that she helped me with my bathroom break and to get me a coffee. So I dedicate this to her. I dedicate this coffee and pee break to Fishy. Here's one for you. Pee break, Fishy Official.
Hey guys, I just wanted you guys to see this video.
I did tell you I'll be right back in 2 minutes, okay? I'm gonna go make a coffee. If there's even there's one person here, I'm reading Galipoo's and I'm getting it done today to get a jump start on the next day. All right, guys? So if anybody's, I try not to wake the others. If anyone's gonna be here, I'm gonna read Galipoo when I get back in 2 minutes. This is a Fishy video about just what we're talking about in IDOC. And I'm sure it's going to be amazeballs. That's her link to her channel. Get your butt over there. And when I come back, I'll find her other channel too, her Fishy channel, and you can subscribe to that. But this is Delphi stuff. I'll be right back.
Video on how questioning people in the interrogation room can influence their confessions and the information they have to put in them, and also even their own memories of what happened. So let's get into it.
But the bottom line is the same. You're trying to go more towards fact and away from opinion and made up stuff. I want you to look at this footage. The man in the video is Kenneth Osborne, who in 2008 was arrested and convicted of kidnapping and murder. And he was sent to jail for the rest of his life. And I want you to see what happened in his interrogation.
They have satellites that are over our head right now that keep constant 24-hour surveillance of everything that goes on. And I've got these photographs at the time of the 28th, the day that she disappeared. And it's got a white truck on 43 Canal Road. And Ken, it's your truck.
So what they did is they took a vehicle that was similar to Kenny's, parked it out there, and somehow were able to get an overview shot of that crime scene, suggesting that his vehicle was able to be pictured during the purported crime. And that was untrue.
They used a phony picture of a truck that looked like his near the site of the crime to convince him that he was there. I don't even think they realize how messed up and unacceptable that is. There are countless studies that show that if you give someone evidence of something that didn't happen and it looks realistic enough, it will actually cause them to fabricate a memory. One of my favorite studies in this field is by Kimberly Wade, and it's called A Picture is Worth 1,000 Lies, using false photographs to create false childhood memories. In this study, they showed a bunch of people who had never been on a hot air balloon in their lives a picture of them as a child on a hot air balloon. It was completely photoshopped. And in 50% of cases, people recalled the day and they gave their experience and they talked about how it was, even if it wasn't even a real thing. The reason for this is because our memory is a highly flawed system. It's built for practicality, not for accuracy. So very often, especially if there's a lot of emotions involved, or if it was a little while ago, we take in those emotions, we take our creativity, our imagination, we take memories from other events, and we could fabricate things and we could swear to remember things that never actually happened. So when you're in an interrogation and you're showing a guy a picture that is not real, you could be causing something in his head that never happened. So here are two ways to avoid this at all costs. First, be excessively critical. If something feels even a little bit wrong, stop and think about it. Ask for more evidence. Ask them those questions we talked about earlier. How do you know? Why do you say that? Get all the facts. And if it feels wrong, don't accept someone else's opinion. Form your own, especially in sensitive conversations like an interrogation. Second counter is that people who are exaggerating or fabricating, especially on this level, are also lying, and we can see indicators of deception all over their behavior.
So for this, an indication that Jerry Holman is lying is when he says it's realistic. Like, that's not what you would say if he was actually telling the truth. You'd be like, this is real life, dude. This, you know, like, this is the truth. This is what really happened. Saying this is realistic implies that it's fabricated. Like, that's what realistic means, is like something that is not true, but it looks true or something like that, you know? And so that's an indication that Jerry Holman is lying, in my opinion.
Let's keep going.
So this next one is the main reason why originally I felt that Richard Allen was innocent. And furthermore, when Jerry Holman was investigating him and he was saying that this bullet is yours, like, I'm not the one that has a bullet there. And Richard Allen's like, neither am I. And he's like, I'm not the one that said this, this, and that. And Richard Allen's like, neither am I. And so, in my opinion, that is a sign of him being innocent. Just like with what time he told him that he was there or whatever. Like, somebody who already knew what had happened would have made up some story or would have made sure that they put themselves in a completely different place during that time frame because they are aware of when it happened and everything. Like, I don't know, Ron Logan, not saying he's guilty, but that's definitely a sign if they preemptively know to lie about what time something happened, whereas Richard Allen did not do that. And then with the bullet, it's not like after they went to his house and they searched and they took his gun. Like, why would he not try to make up some story that about like, oh, I go out there all the time and shoot guns, or like, you know, give himself an out or a reason to have his bullet there. But he's just like, no, that's not mine. That is a sign that he's innocent, in my opinion.
Is there any physical evidence that you know of that he was in possession of that would tie you to where he was found? No, not at all. Okay. Is there any reason, Wesley, that you can think of that I won't be able to clear you? No. Okay. Did you kill her and not mean to? I did not kill her.
One of them was the presumptive question. This is a question that doesn't accuse someone, but sort of hints at them that you might have some information, and if the person is guilty, they have to re-question their entire position and their entire story. So in this case, right in the beginning, he asked him, is there any physical evidence that she might be in possession of that would tie you to what happened? Now think about what that would do in your head if you were guilty of this crime. You would think to yourself, wait, what is he talking about? Do they have some sort of physical evidence? And you might want to come up with a story to cover your butt. So you might say something like, well, you know, she borrowed my truck earlier that day, so she may have had some of my things, or she came by before she went to the bar. Just something, or you would hesitate, or we think they would see that. In his case, we got a direct no. If you're lying, this is a very difficult position to be in, because if they do have evidence, now you really have to climb uphill.
There are people right now in jail serving life sentences for a crime they did not commit because they were manipulated by someone that they trusted.
So now I want to take you to how someone could possibly make false confessions, even though they're not like currently being interrogated or whatever. But think about somebody who is in solitary confinement for 3 months and they have people antagonizing them the entire time, like former or cellmates or whatever, and then also the prison guards just constantly like berating them and calling them a child murderer and stuff. And then think about, like, we already know that they use the Read and investigative technique or interrogation technique, and that's what they're trained to do in Carroll County, and I'm sure Holman as well, which is like a very aggressive technique. And so this next clip is going to show how they talk to a person. And so after being in solitary confinement and having like your mind broken, basically, I think it's totally plausible that he could start questioning reality and questioning, like, what if I did do this? Like, maybe I did do this and I just don't remember it. Or even like actually think in his head that he must have done it, you know? And so we can't possibly understand what it's like to be in that situation. Like, everybody thinks that they would be so strong or they'd want to be in solitary. You wouldn't. It's literally torture. Like, it is beyond what we could really imagine. And so this is going to show how they could put it in his head. Like, even if he does have statements that are accurate to the crime, that doesn't mean that he is actually the one that committed it. And so just watch this and just watch it with an open mind.
I want you to see in this interrogation how often the interrogators were telling him what mindset he's in, and they did it so much that they just broke down his mental state.
So it's possible that you're blocking that out, putting yourself down the road where you wanted to be. You got to do that. Earlier, you said it wasn't possible you were on Blaine Road. You remember? You said it wasn't. I wasn't on Blaine Road. Then your mind opened up a little bit, didn't it? And when it opened up, you realized not only is it possible, but I was there on Blaine Road. You're taking yourself much where you didn't want to be to where you wanted to be in your mind. And you see something evil in your mind, and you try to block it out, but you have to get so evil that you can't block it out completely. So you have to replace it with something else. No, you're not. You ain't losing your mind, you get your mind right. Your mind is coming around, okay? Open it up. Open it up. Your mind's coming around.
I absolutely hate everything about that. In fact, remember this. Anytime someone presents their personal opinion as fact, they're attempting to manipulate you whether they know it or not. This is in legal situations where you ask for a lawyer. Make this a rule in your head, never deviate, really drill it in there. If ever somebody who works in law enforcement asks you if you can go in to answer some questions, always, always answer, I would absolutely love to, the moment my lawyer gets here. Always, regardless of what's happening, it doesn't matter, because you might be in there to cooperate and help them, and they might seem like they're doing the same, but that is not what's happening. And as we saw, there are people spending their lives in jail because that didn't work out for them. So the moment that happens, lawyer up.
Thank you guys for watching. Tell me what you guys think in the comments down below, and see you next time. Bye.
Oh, yeah. We got the bye. Oh, Fishy, thank you. That was perfect. I made a coffee, went to the washroom. Everything's perfect. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. What was I doing? You know what? I'll keep you up. Actually, no. I've berated you enough. Thank you, young lady. That was excellent. That was excellent. Exactly what I was about to read. Thank you so kindly. You're amazing. I linked your channel. You want this one out too? Do you want people this one or that one or both? How about this? How about I do this? Obviously, on both your channels, you need. Well, this one definitely, yeah. You definitely need my help. Give you the Shibby bump here too. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Do you want both channels? Do you want people following you? Both channels? This is, yeah. This is fun Fishy if you want to play games and do silly stuff. There's this Fishy, and that's a big Fishy. She's silly. And this other one, the Don't Hate Create, is like a creator with snake eyes. And she'll eat you up. Be careful with her. She's ferocious. She has an appetite. She'll eat you up and spit you out. I'm only kidding. So I'm going to do Galipoo. Thank you so much. That was perfect, Fishy. That was really good. It was really good because I didn't expect that. No, but you do. You're gonna stop it. Oh, you're gonna start again. This is your year. I feel it. Feel it. You just need to find it. You know, find yourself again. Get back in there. Yep. And we'll be here to watch. Yes. No. Don't Hate Create is gonna come back. Let's do this. So that was great. Like I didn't expect it. Yeah, like that was cool. Like the that guy, the guy they were in that example in that video was, they took I didn't think they'd ever do something like that. They took a vehicle like his at the crime and then took video and said that's his vehicle there to trick him. Oh my God. That's crazy. And I guess if you keep blasting it into somebody's head and they're a little bit, susceptible and what is it, like vulnerable, and you're breaking them down, they're nervous, they're there talking to you without a lawyer, probably scaring the shit out of people. That's wild. I never really saw that situation where they would take a person, like imagine they took a car just like mine and put it at a crime scene and then said, oh, you're there, you do, it was you, look, we got your car, look. Oh my God, that's wild, eh? So yeah, well, you'll be making videos no time. Let's do this. That's a perfect example of a video for a pee break and make a coffee, because I made one. All right, so let's do this. I got a couple of hours to kill. I have 2 hours left before my hard shift is over. There's 18 people here. Yes. Convoy. Yeah. Oh, I should play that song. Convoy. We were playing that because of, Fishy. Do you know Lana from TNT? Well, because we were just watching on the day before. I think you might have heard it. On this day, when Stacy Bozanowski in the morning is up, and then Cicero, which I just finished. So I just finished day 9. Nick bursts into the court saying that there's a blonde YouTuber chasing the jury and trying to take photos. And then he comes back in saying, oh, I think she's in here. And they're all talking. Judge Gall's like, who is it? And they spell her name, Alana Oriana, and Nick's like, I don't know what she looks like. She parked her car 2 blocks away. And he's like, got a bolo out. I don't know what happened, but I looked on her channel. I'm sure she must have had a laugh with that. So I thought that would have been a neat follow-up. But again, I don't want to just like do anything, but I just would like to see. I'll watch it myself and tell you guys about it tonight. How's that? So I don't get in trouble. But she must have made some kind of comment. So I'm going to go back to Truth and Transparency and try to find out where, because that would be pertinent to. And then at the end there, Nick jumped in and started saying stuff. I forget what it was. Oh, right. They were going on about blocker cars. That's why we started talking about Smoking the Bandit. Right. Yeah, the convoy and blocker cars, and Snowman and Bandit. And instead of saying they got a Smokey on their tail, I was like, they got a Blondie on their tail. A Blondie, a YouTuber. They were talking about blocker van. Oh my God, that was crazy. And Nick just jumps in, and so I thought I was going to try to get an update on that. So I'll do that. After I'm done here, I'll go to her thing and I'll find that she must have talked about it. And then when I'll watch it, and I'll tell you guys how funny it was tonight. All right? Instead of so I don't get in trouble, because I don't think she'd care. She probably didn't know, but I don't want to. Look at me. I've got 238 subs, I'm going to take over YouTube, and people will start sensing that soon and coming after me. I feel it. So I'll try to lay low. Kidding. All right. So I'm going to read Galipoo Day, and I'm going to add this into this is starting of day 1. So I'll change the title later. All right. Shut this down. I got my other TV going. Sorry. Keep that open. I'm doing something on my other screen. Sorry. Here we go. Perfect. Full screen. Live. Watching. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to get a jump on today, because it worked out to like 220 or 30 pages. So maybe these guys will be quick. The rest of these guys will be quick. And I'll get Galipoo out of the way, and I'll try to just bang each one of these guys real hard. I'm going to bang each one. I'm like kidding. I'll finish them. Like I'll like banging them off. Not. Oh boy. Mm-mm. No banging. Nobody's getting banged here today. Mm-hmm. Oh, I've got a super strong coffee. You hyped? Give me a second. I'm catching up to you now. I put like I have just a regular cup, not my Manly Stanley. And I put like a tablespoon of instant coffee in it because it's super strong. I put a tablespoon of sugar, and it's a big cup, but not my gigantic, hairy Manly Stanley. Oh my God, it's perfect. Perfect. In a few seconds, Dewey, I'll be tripping out with you. All right. And dedicate this to the lovely, 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 voracious, vivacious, don't hate, create, and the amazing, super fun, hilarious, awesome, entertaining, friendly, big fishy, biggie fishy. All right. Dedicated to you. Thank you so kindly. That was perfect. So Galipoo. Galipoo's going to get the, he's going to get a, so basically when it's a bad guy, I can't give him, I'm going to give him a nice voice because if I'm doing the state, it's going to be weird. Should I do the gruff? You know what? I don't know. I don't want to give him too nice of, okay, so I'll give him my nice voice, but I'll try to be more of a dick. How's that? And then I can keep my nice voice for the defense also, so I don't blow my voice out. So I'll do the prosecution, we'll get the weird Nick voice. So if I do a nicer voice, you know what? Actually, no, I'm going to do the gruff. I'm going to do the gruff. Because when I get to the defense, I can't do two nice voices. So this will be perfect. Forget it. I got a fresh Ricola in. My voice is perfect. Let's do this. 160 people are here. What is what? Oh, Galipoo. He is the warden of Westville Prison. This guy's a jerk. He's the one who allowed the guards to wear their patches on their uniform. He's the one who allowed. He's the warden of IDOC, and I suspect these are all going to be a bunch of guards and probably talking. That's what we're doing. I'm guessing because I'm starting this new day, trial day 10. Galipoo's the warden. He's the one who allowed Monica Walla come in and fucking act like an idiot. The guards, the doctor was in there, and Walla were saying he's feigning, and we're going to enforce Haldol injections in Westville prison as an innocent man on pretrial detainment. This is the warden, John Galipoo, the warden of that shit. He knew that the suicide companions were talking to Richard Allen, and they weren't supposed to be. He knew the guards were running around with their patches on their jack shirts. He allowed it, so he broke policies. He knew Richard Allen's on 395 days of solitary in this guy's prison. He's the warden. This is the dipshit, and he's a fucking creepy looking guy who looks like he looks like Freddy Krueger or something before he gets like all burnt up. And he's horrible. He's done a bunch of other things I can't even think of now. Oh, so they're in the prison. They've got the lights on 24/7. All the other inmates. So all the inmates are calling him baby killer all night long, and he's not even an inmate. He's there, an innocent guy on pretrial detainment. He's got his hands out the little hole, and they fucking taser this little guy, 5'4". It's a tasered by these 6'3" guards or 6'2", and they're bench pressing 3 plates aside, which is like 300 something pounds or 200. These guys are huge, and they're fucking tasering him in a cell. Oh my God. Handing him his food, walking him around on a leash, tattoos, Odin tattoos on their face. And fucking got a camcorder in his face. Everything you think, everything I'm forgetting. This guy is the warden. So let's do this. I dedicate this to Fishy, to Critter, to Dewey, anybody else who's still here. All right. Okay. Let's do this. I'll never get done. So John Galipoo, day 10, trial day 10, October 29th, 2024. Mr. McClellan, direct examination of John Galipoo. And I spell it with like 3 or 4 O's. The more O's, the better, because it looks like poo. Galipoo. Will you state your name, please? John Lawrence Galipoo. Mr. Galipoo, I'm going to ask you to keep that good speaking voice up. The microphone doesn't work worth the shit. This idiot Mullins is not sure how to fix it. Amplify for the defense or for the jury. It only amplifies for the audience. So we just need to be able to hear you. Yeah. So speak loud enough for us, okay? That's it. That was the whole thing. They lied and said, like, instead of getting speakers to the defense in them, they told the people to talk louder into this microphone. Talk louder because the microphone's only good for the audience. But when they talked loud enough for the defense to hear, which they needed to do, then it was too loud for the microphone. And these idiots, fucking assholes. This is so intentional. So intentional. Like, who does that? Like, oh, we've got microphones, but it's only for the audience. So you're going to have to really speak loud. Yeah, it's going to be too loud for that microphone for the audience. So we just need to be able to hear you. So speak loud enough for us, okay? Yes, sir. Will you spell your first and your last name for me, please? Galip, as in Paul. What? Paul? As in Paul? Paul? What? Why would he say that? As in Paul? Galip, as in Paul. Paulu? Don't tell me. What? As in Paul. What's his first name? John Lawrence. So that's not right. They got this wrong here. Oh, so he's saying Palu? No, something's not right there. Paul. So Galipoo. P-O-O-O-O-O-O. That's the correct spelling. Back in the year 2023, where were you employed? Oh, sorry. Where were you? What did I just read? Sorry. Oh, sorry. 2023, Westville Correctional Facility. And is that part of the Department of Indiana Department of Corrections? So from now on, I'm going to say IDOC. That's going to be Indiana Department of Corrections. Yes, sir. And was Richard Allen a person that was being held at your facility at Westville? He was. And where within your facility was he being held? APOD, A1107. Was he in a cell by himself? He was. And can you give me the dimensions of the cell that he was being held in? I believe it's 12 by 8. P as in Paul? Is that? Oh boy. Am I pronouncing that? I gotta go on. You guys can figure that out. I'm just gonna say poo. So don't even worry. Galipoo. And how does that size relate to the sizes of cells in that pod? They're all the same size cell, sir. And so he was in the same size cell as other people within that unit. Is that correct? That's correct. What is the cell referred to as? Or does the cell have a name? What is the cell? Okay, sounds perfect. The cell he was in was referred to as an observation cell. And why was he in that cell? Typically, a person would be in an observation cell if they were under any sort of mental health orders or suicide watch. Did he have a bed in that cell? Yeah, he did. Did that bed have a mattress? Yes, it did. And was that mattress different from the mattresses issued to other individuals within your facility? No, sir. You know what? I should take that spoon out because it's going to rattle every time I drink. So I like to keep my spoon in my coffee, but I won't. This is for some reason. Making extra noise now. 1 sec. Oh my God. Hey, good morning, Kelly. What's up? What's up? Good morning, young lady. So your perfect timing to we're starting to a Warden Galipoo, the horrible warden of Westville, when all the weird confessions and crap and everything bad. Westville prison, think of everything bad. This is the warden that's probably responsible for 80% of it happening, or allowing it, or whatever. The patches, the tattoos on their face, the camera in his face, the leash, the lights on 24/7, the other inmates yelling baby killer, everything. The suicide companions talking to him they shouldn't have been. Everything else, 395 days of solitary. All the horrible things I'm forgetting. Let's do this. So, did he have a bed frame for the mattress? Yeah. And where is that bed frame located? It was bolted to the floor. And why was it bolted to the floor? So a person can't go under the bed if they're on some kind of suicide watch. We have a constant observation. And was there a time when Richard Allen was in your facility that he was on suicide watch? Yes, sir. Was there time that he was in your facility that he wasn't on suicide watch? Yes, sir. Okay. Was the defendant allowed to shower? He was. How many times a week? I believe 3 times a week. What the fuck? I feel horrible if I don't shower every day. I would prefer to have a quick shower and a nice bath at nights. You know, I don't care. I love it. A hot bath with like those. I pour a bunch of that Epsom salts in and some bubbles. I don't care. Feels wonderful after. Sleep good. So sometimes late at night where I'll like make my bed, get everything perfectly ready to go, and I'll have a bath because trains the shit out. Like it makes me so tired, but perfectly. So I'll admit it. That's it. I'm a man. I love NHL hockey, MMA fighting, racing cars, fixing cars, emojis, and nice warm baths. And away we go. How many times a week? I believe 3 times a week. Motherfuckers. Is that different than other individuals in your facility? No, sir. 3 times a week. Is that humane? Motherfuckers. I guess, but I mean, I don't know. If you choose to do that, but if you're being forced to do it, it's got to feel icky, I'm sure. Especially in that shithole. So, did he have a toilet in his? Did he have a toilet in his cell? He did. Was he provided clothing? He was. How many sets of clothing? I believe 3 sets of clothing. Is that different? What the hell? Is that different than other individuals in your facility? No, sir. Was he required to wear the clothing while it was soiled or dirty? No, sir. Did he have an opportunity to have that clothing cleaned? 3 times a week, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. And did he have access to an electronic tablet? He did, 2 of them. Yeah, that same tablet that you discussing human being, Nick and Jerry Holman and Susan Hendricks laughed at this man in solitary after he's being tortured. You chuckled because he had, you're saying Susan Hendricks is a ridiculous, stupid, horrible human of a comment, says that Richard Allen was, it wasn't like solitary, it wasn't, torture or solitary, because he had an iPad. And you guys chuckled. And the fucking crowd, you got a standing ovation from that idiotic crowd at CrimeCon 2025, I think it was, wasn't it? Whatever it was. CrimeCon on stage. Holman, McClellan, and Susan Hendricks says that ridiculous thing. That it wasn't like, it was no big deal. It wasn't like solitary or anything bad because he had an iPad. And then she fucking chuckled and looked out and they all laughed at each other. And then the crowd fucking gave an ovation, clapped and cheered at this fucking innocent citizen being tortured and saying it's not solitary for 395 days because he had an iPad. Fucking garbage humans would think that's okay. Yeah, he did. Oh, he had 2 of them. Oh, even better. Yeah, he had 2 iPads. Shh, no biggie. Everything's great. And what could he do with that electronic tablet? Or what capabilities did that tablet have? He could download some apps, listen to music, order commissary, and make phone calls. Did he have a recreational time? He did. Oh, listen to this. When did he have recreational time? I believe Rex offered 5 times a week. And was that different than other individuals within your facility? No, sir. So he's getting the same treatment. He's an innocent man on pretrial detainment, getting treated exactly like these inmates that have been convicted. It's fucking amazing they got away with this. Was he allowed the same amount of rec time as other individuals in your facility? Yes, sir. Was he seen by medical personnel on a regular basis? Daily when he was on suicide watch. Did I say hello to everyone? Has anyone snuck in? Yeah, they had bumpers. Nature, did I say good morning? Good morning. I must have. Kelly, thank you for being here, young lady. Awesome. Critters here. Dewey is here is like my greeter. That's it. Dewey is like my greeter. All you lovely ladies, Dewey is here to greet you and make sure if you need anything and I'm not paying attention, this man will get it for you, okay? All right. So, was he seen by mental health professionals as well? Yes, sir. And did the medical personnel and mental health personnel keep you updated on his mental health and his physical well-being? They did. Was he afforded face-to-face visits with family members? Oh, you afforded him that, Nick? An innocent man on pretrial detainment, not convicted of any crime in the United States of America? You afforded him that, eh? You fucking garbage man. I believe on at least 2 occasions he was. Were other individuals within that unit afforded face-to-face visits? No, why would they be? Were any of them on pretrial detainment, not convicted of a crime? Ask him that, Nick. No, sir. Was he allowed visits with his attorney? Was he allowed? Well, oh, these fucking pretentious. I'm not going to say that. You know the word. That see you next Tuesday. Oh, what his hair plugs, his greasy hair, his fucking, just this guy. That's a horrible. Was he allowed visits with his attorney? Fucking, yeah, the ones you videotaped and recorded an audio, and after you walked him there on a leash and made him look at these Mountain Dew machines and Doritos that he couldn't have, you fucking idiot, torturous bastard, human garbage. During the time he was in that unit, was he observed by, were the other inmates assigned to his cell to observe him? Yes, sir. And why is that done? They were suicide companions to document behavior. And what is the role of a suicide companion? Just to document behavior. At some point, was that changed from inmates to correction officers? It was. Tell me why that happened. I changed them to correction officers for more privacy when he got his legal mail. Is that the only reason? And yeah, they blew that off fast, but it's also because they were communicating with him and they weren't supposed to be, and he knew it. So he violated policies. Hey, Gal, this guy's not like, I mean, 1 second. Excuse me. This guy is, what was I just about to bitch about there? Oh, yeah. So he's on the stand admitting he's let the suicide companions talk to him and they weren't supposed to. He knew about it. He's let his guards run around with patches sewn to their state uniforms. And that's against their policy. He's in the solitary for 395 days. When 30 days to 15 is 30 is their policy, and 15 days the rest of the world, the fucking Geneva Convention, the whole Nelson Mandela thingy, and all the, oh my goodness, the UN the United Nations rights, whatever that is, and every other goddamn country in the world pretty much think that anything more than 15 to 30 days is like torture, unreasonable. Yeah, this guy, Gull didn't give a shit about. Nobody cared. And every IDOC employee is on the stand. The guards admitted to breaking policies, doing things they weren't supposed to. This guy, the doctor in Walla, like, oh, he's faking, but we're giving him forced Tylenol injections. Walla's there. She's getting confessions admissible in court from Walla, yet she's so unethical that she broke all their standards and was doing things that she shouldn't have done, like searching people up in the database, and while dealing with Richard Allen, talking to like YouTube groups and all those idiots and Facebook groups about the case, searching up people in the database, and yet she's allowed to be admissible in court, yet she's proven herself unethical. And then the doctor and her, yeah, he's faking, yet we've given him forced Tylenol injections. That's fucking, yeah. Just the IDOC alone is going to get him an appeal. I guarantee it. It has to, or this world is, North America, the United States, the world is toast if this gets away. No appeal here. And how often did you observe Richard Allen? For the first few months, I'd say almost daily, but at least a few times a week. And when he first came to your facility, what was his behavior like? He was quiet for the first month or so until we broke him. At some point, did his behavior change? It did. Yeah, we fucked and tortured him good. Can you tell me about that? Well, it changed the day he got his legal mail. Yeah, is that the day? Yeah. You spent, oh, fucking people, every one of you. Give me fucking 1 week, 3 days in solitary. I'd love to see what you guys are doing. I don't know how many pages it was, but his behavior started becoming erratic the day he got that. And tell me what you mean by erratic. Ripping up the legal mail, washing his face in the toilet, defecating in the cell. And is it at that point that you changed his companions from inmates to correctional officers? Correct. Yeah, right. Sneak that in after you say some shit. Yeah. But you didn't do it. Why'd you do it? Because you knew they were talking with him and communicating when they weren't supposed to. So this guy, they get to sit up there and pretend they did nothing wrong. And Gull doesn't hold them responsible. Yet if this was the defense, this guy would have been thrown out as a witness. They would have been fucking... Holman would be doing an investigation, showing up, banging his knuckles on the desk, threatening with arrest. These fucking people. How can it be so one-sided? It's ridiculous. Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's the just the citizens of did I just do something here? Did I change pages? What did I do? Okay, no, sorry. I'm here. So they changed his companions from inmates to correctional officers, correct? Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. For his safekeeping, they fucking tortured him. They tortured him, forcibly injected him with Haldol as an innocent man on pretrial detainment. They left the lights on 24/7. They fucking, the inmates were screaming baby killer at him all hours of the night, fucking with this medication. I can just imagine the things we don't know about. Putting him on a leash to walk him around like Guantanamo detainees, like Guantanamo terrorists. This is an innocent man on pretrial detainment. Solitary for 395 days. Fuck, what else was there, man? I can't even start. Walking around with a camcorder in his face because they're saying it's for in case he wants to commit suicide. Listen to every one of his calls and just can't start. Yes, satanic, sadistic. That's the word you want. Sadistic. Every one of them. That's a great point because I think of that all the time, Dewey. Think of that. If I worked in there and I saw this, I couldn't be a guard because I couldn't. Because I couldn't see people be treated like this. But even if I was called in like as an electrician or to help with the furnace, or, as a construction guy or whatever, to do a maintenance job, change light bulbs, I don't know, mop, anything, whatever. and I saw a person being treated like this, if I felt I couldn't say something at the work, when I got home, I would fucking say something to somebody. If I couldn't say something to my employees, or if it was contracted, or I would fucking anonymously tip it in and say it, like whistleblower, like, what the fuck? This guy's being tortured. He's not even oh my God. So all that time he was there, not one person that saw this. So forget the one person or two people or three people that are directly involved. Think of all the other employees, guards that knew about this happening, the other health, medical personnel, and guys that help move them around and drive vehicles, and just the doctors and the Wallace and all of those. All these people knew about it, and not one whistleblower. So they're all sadistic, in my opinion. How could you do that? So even if you were guilty, I mean, they can't do this type of stuff. So if people want to think that's okay, fine. Then fine. Let's make it okay for everybody. So when it's your turn, why are we even having court then? Why don't we just go pitchfork at their home and save up, if they think they're guilty, let's just, burn people at the stake and hang them and chop them and drag them behind trucks. And like, that's horrible. These people, we have a court, anyways, you know what I'm saying. So during this time, would you continue to see him on a regular basis? I saw him a few times weekly. Would he request for you to come talk to him? Sometimes he did. Yeah. During the time that you observed him, would you ever initiate conversations with him? No, because I'm a cold-hearted, heartless, cold, unempathetic, sadistic, garbage human. No. During the times that you had conversations with him, what would he say to you? Sometimes he would confess to what he did, or sometimes he would ask for a chaplain, and sometimes he would ask for a Bible. I think he told me his tablet wasn't working, but the conversations were very limited. The times he would confess to you, do you know how many times he confessed to you? At least twice in person, and a few notes or requests for interviews that he wrote. But where's all this where's the tapes? Think of everything they're saying always goes through their mouth. While they didn't get it on, it's always their narrative. It's sickening. Everything in this case went through someone's lips. Their interpretation, their narrative, what he did say. Oh, I lost the video. You gotta trust me what they said. Oh, it's fucking disgusting. Everything. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 292. Can you just tell me what that is? Well, that's a request for interview that I received on 3/5. Tell me about. This is a request for interview form that you've seen before. Yes. And this is a form used in your facility. Correct. And when is this form used? For what purpose? Anytime they want to have communication with somebody, whether it be counselor or myself. When you say they do, who do you mean? 1 second, sorry. And when is this form used? For what purpose? Anytime they want to have communication with somebody, whether it be a counselor or myself. When you say they, who do you mean? Counselor, unit team manager, captain major, deputy wardens, myself, medical, mental health. Sorry, no, go on. No, go on. Do you recognize this request for interview form? I do. And who is requesting? The request is for interview form from Richard Allen. And who is it addressed to? Warden. And were you the warden? I was. Sorry. And were you the warden? I was. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 292. No objection. All right. Without objection, 292 is admitted. And would ask permission of the court to be able to publish that to the jury, please. Oh, you may, Nicky boy. Anything you want, honey bunch. You want me to read it, sweetie pie? Oh, sorry, that was the Galipoo. I was thinking that was Nick talking to Gull. So that was Galipoo talking to Nick. You want me to read it, sweetie pie? Not yet. Oh, you may proceed, Mr. Boss McClellan. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Galipoo, when did you receive this request for an interview? March 5th, 2023. And again, you said it's from Richard Allen. Correct. And can you read that to the jury, please? It said, I'm ready to officially confess. Killing Abby and Libby. I hope I get this opportunity to tell the family story. When you received this request, what did you do? I gave it to Internal Affairs. Did you go down and see Mr. Allen? No. Were there other inmates that he admitted to you? Yeah. Were there times that he had apologized to you for what he had done? Yeah, because, you've been fucking torturing the guy, you garbage people. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. 150 people here. Thank you. Appreciate every one of you. 150. That's what I see. Or is it 50? I think it's 150, or it could be 15. Either way, it's way more than a guy like me deserves. So thank you. Thank you. Did he give you any other details about what he had done besides, I confessed to killing Abby and Libby? I believe he mentioned something about when he worked at CVS with a box cutter that he had disposed of. Do you recall how he said he disposed of it? This is horrible. In a dumpster at CVS. Like, they don't even know. They don't have a box cutter. They don't know anything about a box cutter. So he could have said a samurai sword. They don't know what cut these girls. They didn't find anything at the crime scene. As a matter of fact, all they do is have a box cutter from another inmate who said Ron Logan told them that years before they even mentioned it themselves. So are we bringing box cutters in? Then doesn't that bring Ron Logan into everything? These fucking guys are amazing. Yeah. CVS, a fucking place that has where every employee probably opens 50 boxes a day. He's got a box cutter. Oh my fucking God. I have box cutters. I can reach a box cutter. It's one of the first things I reach for when I'm going to fix something. I throw in like a little box together, like needle nose pliers, my screwdriver, a box cutter, electrical, and I just, so I'm kind of know what I'm going to go fix, but always is a little box cutter of some type. Always. I have fucking 20 of them here. 10 of them at every bench or anywhere I would do stuff. It's ridiculous. Do you recall how he disposed of it? In a dumpster at CVS. Oh my God. So he threw garbage out in a garbage. They don't have anything. They don't have any proof. They don't have videos. They don't have, like, it wouldn't even matter anyways. They found at the crime scene a CVS box cutter with his like employee number or fingerprint on it, or they don't even know what cut these girls. Fucking garbage people. How did this happen? I'm going to read. I'm going to get this done for the people. Creator. I'm an influencer. I'm a star. I fucking read old court documents. So during this time, did you have that information that he was also admitting to other people? I did. What information did you have? Just what was on the door sheets. And what information was that? Rosie jumps in. Judge, I'm going to object to no firsthand knowledge and hearsay. Hearsay? I'll move on, Judge. It's fine. Sustained my robe for you, Nicky boy. Stains all over it. Thank you. After he made these admissions, was he treated any differently by your facility? No, sir. Was he still given the same treatment in terms of recreational time and shower time? Did he get 3 shitty cold showers every week? Yes, sir. Was he still given the same tablet access? He was. Were you able to observe Richard Allen while he was at your facility? Yes, sir. And is Richard Allen here in the courtroom today? He is. Oh, so we're wrong. He was somebody did point him out in the courtroom. The fucking sadistic, horrible garbage human that tortured him for 395 days. So there was a witness in court. This guy who fucking tortured him, broke him. My mistake. I always thought there was nobody. I always thought he was never witnessed, pointed out in court. Here we go. Can you see them? Yeah. I see the guy I fucking tortured. I see the innocent man that I tortured. Worse than a Guantanamo terrorist. Can you describe what he's wearing, please? Looks like khakis and a flannel type shirt. He stinks like shit because he hasn't had showers. He's fucking broken and tortured and beat down. Horrible human. Horrible human, Galipoo. Is he sitting to my right, your left? My right. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Both rights. Sorry. God, what? Both rights? Sorry. Wait, what does that mean? Both rights. How? If he's to your right, are you facing the same way? He's to the right of you. So he's to the right of him. Where? Oh, what? You must be facing the judge or something. How could he be to your right and his right? Moving on. Oh, yeah. He's sitting to my right, your left, my right. So he's to your right and his right. Oh, yeah, both rights. Sorry. How the fuck would that happen? How could you? He's to your right. Oh my goodness. Moving on. Judge, will you let the record reflect that he was a witness that identified Richard Allen and he's to both of our right-hand side? The court will so reflect. Oh, I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Rosie. Okay, the defense is up. Let's go. Nice seeing you again, Warden. Fucking piece of shit. You can already sense it. You're right. Nice seeing you. So, Westville Correctional Facility. Let me ask you for this first. You were the warden at Westville back in November of 2022 when Mr. Allen showed up at the doorstep, right? I believe it was October, yeah. Okay, October, late October, early November. Oh, we on the same page? Right. And so you were running the facility, right? Correct. The buck stopped with you, so to speak. Hope so. Look at this fucking cunt. Oh, they know nothing can happen to them. These fucking guys, man, when the shit gets, when this reset or whatever, oh my God, these guys are going to be the ones sitting there. These people, you better have a big fence in your compound, dude. These people are out of control. Look at how he's talking. Fucking Jerry's up there acting, Mullen's acting like a smug. They know nothing can happen to them. In the contempt hearing, oh no, the one for the motion to dismiss with the exculpatory evidence, Diener and the prosecution are attacking the defense. Yeah, well, you can't prove the evidence that we lost. It's your burden. Prove it. It doesn't exist. You know? The fuck? Well, Judge, you're here to remove us. You know, Hennessy's protecting us from being removed as contempt from the 2 things that I did and the 0 things that Rosie did is almost getting shit canned. Yet the prosecution stands up and says, Judge, Nick McLean has the nerve to stand up. Judge, I don't want to talk about the 10 things that I did wrong way earlier than they did it for the last 4 or 5 years, even worse. And there's no proof of it because Jerry never went and investigated the murder shits, or didn't investigate Fig for the leaks, didn't investigate Babs McDonald, or all the countless YouTubers that admitted violating gag orders with us. Admitted we violate gag orders with them and talk to your Jody to talk to my assistants. And we're not here to talk about that. Those 15, we're here to talk about those. That's all. We're here to talk about their 2 contempts. Their, gross misconducts. Whew, the nerve of these people, the smugness. And that safekeeping order. So this is Rosie, right? Sorry. This is Rosie, right? Yeah. Duh. So sorry. And that safekeeping order was an order that you were familiar with generally. You understand what a safekeeping order was? Correct. And In this particular case, that safekeeping resulted in the DLC essentially taking custody of Mr. Allen while his case was pending, right? Yes, sir. What do you think? Richard Allen will be damn lucky to get out of this period. Yes. Alive, yeah. Yeah, they wanted to bury him the first time. He held accountable on this side of, yeah, he'll never be able to be fixed. You're right. Prison's held accountable on this side of, yes. They wanted to bury him before this trial even started. They tried. And they're probably, like Ron Logan, they wanted to bury him under Westville, right? I always thought that. Everyone, we all saw that. And when he showed up, and it's like a month or two before trial, it's like he starts getting better and all this. Like, you know, they lighten up. They probably give him the proper medications at the proper times and healthier, you know, they prepare him. He comes back and he looks not good, obviously, but they, you know, it's like a turnaround right before trial. Like, oh, fucking horrible. How did this happen in the United States of America? Oh my God. Oh my God. You're right. Yeah, they thought they were going to bury him. They thought he was going to die. And they would have been, oops, now we'll never know. And he would have lived on as this, you know. They probably would have just fucking thrown they would have paid off a bunch of shit that wasn't their money. You know, they would have settled with, you know, whatever, and threw in a couple $1 million of not their money. And oops, sorry, better luck next time. These people are out of control. As opposed to you being in charge of somebody who's already been convicted. Big difference, right? Sure. Like why is he being treated the same? Why? He shouldn't be. He should have been completely different. He wasn't an inmate at that time. He was a pretrial detainee. An innocent until proven guilty pretrial detainee on, you know. And your primary job as the warden of the prison, where the safekeeper, Mr. Allen, was located, was to ensure his safety and security while he was awaiting trial. Correct. And to the context that didn't happen falls on you, right? Correct. And Westville Correctional Facility is a medium security facility, right? Minimum to maximum. Okay, that's technically how it's classified, at least by the state, right? Sure. And in that facility, what did you tell me? Maybe 2,000 or 3,000 offenders total? Oh, about 3,000. Oh, okay. And those offenders in that facility have various types of felony convictions, right? Correct. Murder? Sure. Rape? Yeah. Arson? Like Nick's dad? Oh, I bet he loves saying that. Arson? Ooh. And Nick's standing there and his fucking daddy's been charged with arson. Probably spent time in one of these prisons, possibly this one. I don't even know. Oh, Nick, your daddy got charged for arson. Yes. And then fucking, if go look at Indiana, half the fucking state is burnt down in suspicious fires. The Stephanie Thompson, the polygraphers, died in a suspicious fire. There's been a couple other suspicious fires too. Yeah. Robbery? Yeah. We could go through the whole list, right? Yeah, we could. The worst of the worst, right? All convicted. Yeah. Just like Mr. McClelland Sr. Yeah. Except he got special treatment, I'm sure. Okay. And that facility actually has a maximum security unit within the medium max prison. Correct. And we talked about that with different acronyms, but I think you called it MCC. Correct. I referred to it as the WCU. Well, is that the same? Same thing. Same thing. Okay. And there's a couple of those maximum security units around the state, right? Correct. One of those is down in Wabash Valley. Correct. And one of them, I think, is in Pendleton. Yeah. And then, of course, there's one in Miami County, too. Maybe. Not that I'm aware of. No. Okay. And then up at Westville. Correct. All right. And you would generally agree with me that Westville's quite an outdated facility at this point. Judge, I'm going to object to relevance. It goes to the environmental conditions at the prison, which he was responsible for, pursuant to the safekeeping order. Well, let's limit it to that time frame then. Yeah, well, the maximum security building was built in, I believe, in 1996, making it one of the newest facilities in the Department of Corrections. Okay, but that facility is gonna be out of use here in a few months, isn't it? The general population side of the facility, yeah, in a few years, probably. One sec. Quick trick. And we're back. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Like, just think of it like people like that Turco. Like, he was all in with the Odin stuff in the beginning from all the discovery and stuff he saw. Then at his interview with Holman, you know they got something on him. Because he's probably, guarantee you, I'm not sure. It's my opinion that possibly, or my hypothesis, or just a question I'm asking is, hey, maybe like Judge Gall or Doug Carter or got to the governor or somebody and they talked to whoever's running the dean of the Purdue University, and they had Turkle come in afterwards before Jerry had to come talk to him and say, listen, you like this job, right? You got your tenure. You're about to retire in 2 years or something like that, or in 5 years, you're gonna get fully pensioned, and we'll give you these, these wicked jobs. Even and if you have any family members, we'll let them, and we won't, when Jerry comes next week, maybe there wasn't as much Odin stuff you thought as, maybe you were wrong. Maybe you were wrong. Maybe throw it on the FBI, and you thought that since they kept asking you about it, that's what they, they kind of changed his tune on that sort. So it's like they get to them. Who else? Even young teen girls like that Riley Voorhees. She commented a few times that Liggett or somebody, Leesenby, was coming to her and just kept asking her the same stuff over and over again until they kind of would get enough that they can spin a narrative from. They browbeat these people. And Holman, this Fortson receives a couple of photos, and Holman's at the airbase threatening him with fucking in front of his, because that guy was like, he was on the Air Force base, and he had like, I don't know if he was like in some kind of ethics division or something, just being at an Air Force base, working there, and whatever he was there, Fortson, Jerry shows up and obviously talks to his superiors and says, hey, yeah, I need to question this guy about, he's got pictures of naked children, dead naked kids on his phone. Just little shit like that. Just fucking, and he lawyers up, but he's like, I know he's under his breath saying, like he told him that Judge Gall is going to fucking lock you up forever. And like your life is over, rapping his knuckles on the desk, just like Richard Allen was. And when he was talking to Richard Allen, right? Jerry Holm. But do you think when the murder sheet got that PC search warrant when they shouldn't have, where's the investigation into that? Did he knock down the murder sheet's door and question them, rapping his knuckles on the desk, threatening? He didn't say where he got that from. They're gonna lock them up for, Judge Gall's gonna lock them up forever. Like Anya is sitting on Kevin's lap and Jerry's there yelling at them. No, never happened. So you can't do nothing about it because there's no one. They don't do an investigation, so it's like it never even happened. Because you can just say, we all know they have it. I have it right here in one of my files. Got murder sheet written all over it. And they weren't supposed to have it. And then Fig with that bullet. Do you think fucking Holman or any ISP went to Fig and shook him down, threatened him? No. Because he was talking to Judge Gall's assistant. He was talking to McClellan. He was talking to fucking law enforcement. Got him the bullet before the gag order, but before it was even out of seal, like it was under some kind of protective order stuff and all that. And Babs McDonald had the Odin report. Do you think they went to Babs Court TV and threatened her? No. So it's like it didn't even happen. No, they're out of control. Sorry. Oh, okay. And those conditions there are just no longer suitable for housing offenders in general, are they? They are suitable. Oh, okay. May I approach, Judge? You may. I'm going to hand you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit QQ. Just take a look at that if you would, and I'll ask a few questions about it. Let me know when you're through with that. I'm fine, sir. What time is it? Lots of time. Did you get a chance to look at it? Yeah. Okay. Does that look like an overhead view of Westville Correctional Facility? It does. Am I missing anything, guys? I'm trying to do better. I at least want to say hi to people or bye if they're leaving. So if I missed you coming in and I miss you when you say bye, just know that I'm saying hello the moment you get here in my mind. I'm saying bye if you ever have to leave. I've been on a lot. I don't expect you guys to do anything other than enjoy yourself and whenever you want to come and just to say hi. You don't feel okay? I've been thinking about that the last few days. I feel weird, like I've been on a lot. And if you enjoy yourself, I hope so. Don't feel beholden. That's all. I'm going to be around. There's lots of me to go around. All right. So what am I trying to say? That I was going to read chat better. Look at me. I said I was going to read chat better, and I didn't even read your comments. So the ones that didn't have anything to do with the case can't say anything or get fired. Yeah, that's what I did read that. You're right. People that had nothing to do with it. Yep. Yeah, in the middle of the night. I always, when I thought that, I thought, the one thing I thought what that would be good was, imagine the FBI came to Richard Allen and said, they're going to move you in the middle of the night, and we're doing a sting operation. We're going to do a RICO on all these horrible people, and we need you to play along. We're going to, if you help us with this, you're going to be like, and imagine he's like going undercover to help them. And I know it's ridiculous, but then at the trial, instead of him getting, the FBI would swoop in and RICO everyone and march Gull and Nick out in handcuffs out of the courtroom. And I always kind of thought that'd be, but obviously it's not the same case. But it was when they did that middle of the night transfer, I thought, what if they got to him and said, hey, work with us, do all this, and we're going to arrest every one of these motherfuckers. So, and just to kind of orient here, would you agree with me that that topic? Would you agree with me that the view at the top of the image there is basically the existing facility, and then kind of the bottom half would be the new facility that's being constructed? It looks like it, yeah. Okay. It doesn't generally mimic the conditions that you are familiar with at Westville. It does. I'd move to admit QQ. I don't see the evidence, Judge, but I have no objection. Okay, without objection, QQ's admitted. Thank you. May I publish, Judge? You may. You may proceed, Mr. Rosie. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Galipoo. Just to kind of orient the jury about the location where Mr. Allen was housed, would you agree with me that basically this top half here is the existing Westville Correctional Facility? Yes, sir. I would blow this up if I could. I'm sorry. This is the best we could do with the technology. It's okay. Can you see it okay? I can. Do you want me to give you this? No, I'm good. I can see it. And do you generally agree with me that if you were going to get into this prison, you were kind of coming into the administration building here at the top left? Correct. You go through some metal detectors and a razor wire fence right in this area, right? Right. And then basically, if I recall from being up there, once you get inside the facility here, you got to go to the back grounds, which is the WCU unit or the maximum security unit. That's correct. So it's this kind of pod up here on the top of the screen that has the 5 different, I don't know if those are octagons or whatever shape those are, right? 4 pods, yep. But before you get into that, this particular area there's actually another razor wire fence that you've got to go through. 2 fences, I think, maybe. Correct. And then you're essentially at the doorstep of the WCC. And then you got to get inside, which is obviously secure, right? Correct. So it's kind of a prison within a prison. Is that a fair way of describing it? It used to be. And that unit, the WCCU, I should say, is the most secure unit in the state of Indiana. It's one of them. One of 3, right? Yep. Well, we've talked about the other 2, one in Pendleton and one in Wabash Valley. Sure. You don't get any more secure than that. It's secure. Really secure? It's pretty good. Okay. And most of the felons, if not the majority of them, that are in there for conduct violations, aren't they? Majority, yeah. It's a place where people go, where you send people in the DOC to be punished if they do things wrong, isn't it? I wouldn't say punished, but yep, they are convicted. Okay. And we talked about it this kind of recently. I suggested to you that they refer to this as the hole, and you said, yeah, in the Hollywood movies they do, right? I don't recall that. Oh, you didn't? Okay. You don't recall us talking about that? Nope. Do you want me to refresh your memory, or do you believe that's true? I mean, we can. I'm not denying it. I said it. I don't remember it. What a asshole. They probably have that on recording. No. I said, let's play it for you. No, let's read it. No. Want to be a smug prick that you don't remember? Yeah, let's remind everybody. Here, can you read this transcript, Oh, okay, all right. If someone breaks the rules in that facility, the WCU of the MCC facility, you're out of options. Like, that's the only place you can send them, right? Yeah, we're not out of options, but it's the only, we can transfer them to another secure facility just like it. Sure. Okay. And you said earlier that when Mr. Boss McLean was questioning you, you have a few cells in there that you use for suicide watch. Is that right? 4 of them. So there's, just to help the jury here, there's 4 pods in here. A pod is where A1107 is, where Rick stayed, right? Correct. And then there's B pod, C pod, and D pod. Correct. Oh, okay. And so each of those pods, if I recall, have about 50 to 60 units or cells in them. 55. Okay. And there's 1 designated pod in each unit, which is a suicide pod. 1 designated cell. Suicide cell in each pod. Yep. Suicide cell. And that's, Rick was in the A pod suicide cell. Correct. Okay. And when you put it in a normal circumstance, when you place an offender in one of those suicide cells, they're typically in there for very short periods of time. Correct. You told me maybe a day or up to a week. Possibly. Yep. But for the most part, the other 54 cells are used for punishment, to house people that are dangerous. Used to segregate them? Correct. Okay. Because they've committed violations in the prison system. Yes, sir. In general population. And the only difference in terms of the inside of the cell is, I understand it, between the other 54 cells in this pod and the suicide cell is the bed. And the camera? Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me that that's pretty important. The bed in the suicide cell, as you said, is bolted to the floor. The bed frame? Correct. Okay. We'll see it on the video at some point. But you remember, you mentioned that the mattresses are all the same as they are in the other 54 units, right? Correct. They're 4 or 5 inch thick little mattresses, right? Assuming, yeah. I don't know the thickness of it, but yeah. But in this case, Rick Allen's bed was, or the mattress was laid on top of a metal slab that's bolted to the floor. Correct. A couple inches off the floor? Yes. It's basically on the floor, right? Well, it's a couple inches off the floor. Yeah. Okay. Now you've been in the DOC, as I understand it, or you were in the DOC, I correct myself, when we last spoke for about 28 years. Yes. Yes. And you were the warden at Westville for 5 years leading up to Rick's detention? Correct. And you're not aware of any other circumstance where someone who was presumed innocent detainee was held in solitary confinement in that prison, are you? Not that I had. Nope. And he was held there for over a year, wasn't he? Yes, sir. 13 months? Correct. So he even admits it, eh? That's wild. 1 sec, gonna grab a quick drink. And we're back. Have I missed anyone? Look at this. My greeter, Dewey. My greeter. Greeting. Critter. Dewey. Greet. Away. Like seeing you morning people come in and communicate with us night owls. It's cool. You morning people are horrible. Horrible people. and your cheery attitudes and coffee when the sun is coming up. Ugh. Make me. Oh, just kidding. And you're not aware of any other unit in the state similar to that where a pretrial detainee was housed like Mr. Allen, are you? Not that I'm aware, but you applied at all the same rules with Rick as you applied with these other offenders? Correct. You made that perfectly clear earlier, right? Yes, sir. Equal treatment? Yes, sir. But all those other people had been convicted of crimes, haven't they? That's correct. Heinous crimes. Judge, this has been asked and answered. Sustained. I'll withdraw. We talked about suicide watch. Do you remember that? I do. You said Rick was on suicide watch. This is going smooth. He's not when he's talking to the defense, he's like, yes, no, shh. When you said Rick was on suicide watch during a part of his stay, most of his stay. Okay. And in fact, when he got there, when he showed up, he was on suicide watch immediately, wasn't he? He came to us on suicide watch. And there was nothing. There was no information that suggested he was a threat to himself, was there? I'm unaware of the mental health notes. Okay. Well, would you defer to a psychologist, Dr. Walla, in that regard? Would she be a better person? Would she be in a better position to make those calls? She would. Okay. But he was placed on suicide watch immediately? Correct. He came on suicide watch. I'm sorry? He came to us on suicide watch from another psychologist. Do you know where he came from? You ever bothered to look up his chart to see where he came from? I haven't. You ever bothered to look at his chart and see anything about his history? No, sir. Like, hey, has this guy ever been to a prison before? I don't look at histories, sir. We have 3,000 inmates. I don't look at histories. Well, but this guy was different, right? Didn't even know him. Okay, but he was a safekeeper, correct? Yeah, he's not an inmate. He's a safekeeper. And you've never heard of a safekeeper being in that pod in 28 years, right? Not in that pod? No, sir. But you didn't think, sorry. Not in that pod. Oops, sound great. But you didn't think, hey, I'm going to look at his file because this is a little unusual. No, sir. Okay, so he gets placed on suicide watch and you put him in a cell with his bed 2 to 4 inches from the floor and a camera, right? Correct. Judge, objection. Asked and answered. We've covered this already. Sustained for you, Nikki. There is a camera in the room? Yeah, there is. Judge, objection again. That's been asked and answered. We've already covered this. Sustained again, Nikki. Oh, tell the jury where the camera is located. It's located on the ceiling, I believe, on the right-hand side, up top, out of reach. 24 hours a day if he's on film, right? Yes, sir. And there's no privacy in that cell whatsoever, is there? Is there? Not a lot. There's a door with a window, right? Correct. A metal door. Yes, sir. And there's a video camera. As you mentioned, there's a toilet in that cell. There is. 8 by 12, right? 12 by 8, yeah. What a dick. Right there shows you how much a dick he is. How much of it? It's 8 by 12, right? 12 by 8. Oh, just an ass. In fact, you told me it might be an 8.5 by 12.5. It was close. Yeah. Little detail, right? Yeah, he's calling. Yeah. And the lights are on in there, right? I mean, he has access to dim the lights. Oh. Okay, but there are lights on in there because it's a suicide cell, right? Oh, there are, yeah. Okay, And you told me at one point that his window was damaged, right? The window to the outside, damaged and replaced. And if I'm not mistaken, that window's just kind of a narrow slat, right, in the wall. I guess I'm going to object to this. The relevance of the size of the window, the conditions in the cell, environmental conditions. Overruled. Nice. Nice. Nikki, no sustaining for you, young man. I'm going to get to sustaining for the Rosie and his cute socks. You agree with me? I agree. It's a narrow window, yeah. And outside of that window, he's just looking at a razor wire fence, right? I suppose, yeah, sir. Okay. Now the toilet in his room is next to his bed, correct? It's to the right of him of it, yeah. A couple of feet from his head where he would lay, right? Yes, sir. Steel toilet? A what toilet? Steel toilet. Yeah. Concrete cell? Yep. Metal door? Yep. Now to contrast that, there's another side to this prison, which is the general population, right? Yep. And in the general population, well, let me back up. Would you agree with me that in the WCU, these inmates cannot have any contact with other inmates outside of their cell? I mean, they can vocalize, right? They yell at each other through the doors, sure, but they're not allowed to have any interaction with other inmates, not physically, nope. So Mr. Allen, for 13 months, was isolated basically in a space of his own. Yes, sir. No social interaction? Well, no physical interaction. Now, in general population, the inmates can have contact with each other. Yeah, to contrast, compare and contrast Mr. Allen's circumstances. In general population, there's typical, I'd say average sized dormitory. It's probably 80 inmates in an open style, military style barracks. So sometimes they have too much contact. Okay, they can sit down and talk to each other. Yep. Play cards. Yep. Watch TV together. Well, they can. Okay. They're able to move about freely most of the time. And they go to the bathroom in a separate room, right? Correct. They get to eat their meals together. Yep. Rick Allen got to eat through a hole in his door, didn't he? Well, his was delivered through the hole in his door, but it's called a cuff port, right? Correct. It's a little slit in the door where they stick the food in. Correct. And then he gets to take that food and sit on the ground and eat it in his own bed, on his bed, doesn't he? He can sit on his bed, yeah. Got no table in there, does he? Nope. I think at one point there might have been a cardboard box in there for his TV. Okay. And there's no desk in there? Nope. No chair in there? Nope. When the inmates in general population move around, they're not shackled or restrained, are they? Not unless they're in a restrictive setting. Okay, but if they're in the general population in the dorm setting, nope. They move freely, right? Correct. Move around the dorm freely, yeah? Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that Rick got rec, right? He did. And I think you told me that you thought it was 4 days a week. Earlier, you testified, I think 5. I believe it's 5. Lockdowns are Tuesdays and Sundays. I believe so. I believe 5. A couple days there, they're locked down altogether, right? Tuesdays. Okay. Maybe Thursdays as well. I don't recall. You don't recall. Okay. Possibly, though. But when the inmates in general population have a rec, they get to go outside, don't they? Depending on the weather, yeah. May I approach the TV here? You may. Just to orient the jury, at the top of this exhibit, let's just start at the top here, on the left quadrant. When you come into the facility, on the left, you see this large structure right here. I do. Okay. And next to it, is this a big yard or field? Correct. Is that a rec yard? Nope. Is there a basketball court there? Inside our dorm? There is. Okay. Well, there's there's in this green space here to the left, there is, looks like a concrete slab or this colored slab. Maybe there is. There's a slab out there for our dorms, our level 1 offenders. Okay, it's hard to see. Okay, when they go out to rec, right? Correct. Did Rick Allen ever get to go out there and go to rec? No. Now, down here, as you come to the right, there's another green space. You see this just on the right here? I do. Is that another rec area? No. Okay, what is that? I believe that's just a grass field. There's no tower there. Okay, and then moving kind of around to the bottom here. Kind of the bottom half of, but the bottom top half of the photo here, there's another dorm, right? It looks like our inaudible dorm. Okay. You know, if you ever hear me say, instead of inaudible, I like saying blah, blah. Meaning, if you ever hear me say blah, blah, that means you can't understand the person. They said something inaudible. It's boring. So listen how good it sounds. Ready? It looks like our blah, blah dorm. I know you love it. So do I. Okay. And they've got a rec yard over here, just off to the northeast corner of that. It's not used no more. It's an old rec yard. It ever was years ago. Rick Allen didn't get to use any of that space, right? Nope. And then down here on the bottom right, as we move around, there's a baseball diamond here, right? Looks like it. And that's a rec area. Yes, sir. Did Rick Allen get to use that space? Nope. Then moving up here, there's another large grass area. Is that another rec area? I believe it's just a large grass area. It looks like it might have a little bit of a track around it or walkways. Is that what you recall or not? I don't recall a rec area outside there. No. So Rick Allen get to use any of that? Nope. Then moving up, there's another ball diamond right there. That's the GSE. Okay. And rec area where these offenders go. Correct. Did Rick Allen get to ever use that? Any of that? Nope. What about this green spot here just below the WCU? Is that a rec area? I don't believe so. The Rick Allen's rec area was right here in this little quadrant. We're here at the WCU, right? Correct. And in fact, he got to get to rec. He got to go to rec in a room that was about 10 by 15 feet, didn't he? I don't know the dimension of the room. There's indoor and outdoor rec. Okay. And so, do you recall telling me that none of the rooms, the rec room he was in was 10 by 15? I'm sure that's accurate. I'm sorry. That's probably outside rec. The inside recs? You think that's accurate? Probably. Okay. And when you say outside rec, there's still a roof over this facility, isn't there? Outside rec, there's a screen. So you can get fresh air. Yeah. So it's kind of like a cage, right? I mean, it's an outdoor rec area. Okay. There's walls on all the sides except walls on all the sides, isn't there? It's a prison. I understand it's a prison. Yep. A place where you put people who are convicted of crimes, potentially. Is that it? Potentially. Okay. Or safekeepers. 4 walls. Or safekeepers. 4 walls, right? Correct. And a screen over it. Correct. Is it fair for me to call that a cage? I mean, I refer it as a rec area. Sorry. I mean, I refer to it as a rec area. Indoor rec. Correct. How big's that space? I'm not sure. It's probably double the size of the outdoor rec. Okay. And it's right here in the WCU, right? Correct. Oh, shit. My mouse. I was about to highlight that and my mouse is just taking off on me. I gotta get a new mouse. I think something's wrong with this. Sometimes it just disappears and takes off. I was about to just highlight something. The one line. I'm an idiot. So he was right around here somewhere. People who are convicted. Yeah. 4 walls, right? They're here. So no, neither one of these did I get social. No, I didn't read that yet. How big's that space? I'm not sure. Okay, I was right about here, right? Yeah, correct. So I was on this. I was going to do this, but my mouse took off and I was going to just take a drink. Sorry. 1 sec. And we're back. What's happening? My greeter, 7:10 a.m. Oh, my greeter's innocent man in prison. What the fuck? Yep. Innocent until proven guilty. Pretrial detainment. Amazing, eh? In a fucking maximum security. Yep. Before court. Innocent until proven guilty. On pretrial detainment. Citizen of the United States was treated like this. In a max security prison. Oh. Like, it has to, Kelly. It has to. It has to, with just everything that happened at this Westville. It has to. In my honest opinion, the Westville is the biggest thing. Like, it has to. Oh my goodness. Yeah, think of all the things they did wrong to him in there. They were violating his civil rights. Every policy, slip up, Monica Walla, all the things, giving him Haldol injections while saying he's faking, the solitary, letting the suicide companions talk to him when they weren't supposed to, the guards wearing patches while walking him around on a leash. Every one of those are basically policy violations, which in my opinion would be like civil rights violations, Yeah, because he was innocent until proven guilty. So it is pretty wild. 395 days in solitary as an innocent, not convicted of a crime. The government held this guy in solitary and forcefully injected him until they got confessions out of him. Worse than fucking a Guantanamo terrorist. A citizen of Indiana, a United States citizen from Indiana, with not a shred of real evidence. Everything has been modified. Timestamps are cooked up, changed. Timestamps these girls, they took a screenshot here and they say they saw him at this time. They uploaded a selfie at the bench and they say they saw him at this time. Therefore, he's here at this time. But they don't have him on camera. Nothing. They have no proof. Just their words. All of them. Everything is a narrative of a tip, or they lost the recordings. Trust us. We said it. Here's what we think he said. Everything. And in neither one of those do they get socialized with anybody, right? Not physically. Okay. There's a pull-up bar, I think you said, in one of those rec rooms. There's the pull-up bar, the outdoors, got a basketball net, and I believe the indoor rec, we put ellipticals in there as well. Okay. And he gets to go in there about 4 or 5 hours a week. Correct. If he chooses. That's if he's not on suicide watch. Correct. Because when you're on suicide watch, you get your rec restricted, don't you? Most of the time, yes. And there's no card games to be played by him, is there? Nope. No board games, right? Nope. He's not even allowed to have playing cards in his cell, is he? There's games on the tablet, but not playing cards. Correct. You say he's got some movies on his tablet, right? He could. He's got to pay for those. Yes, sir. Music, you got to pay for that. Correct. He gets some phone calls. He does in that cell, right? Yep. And those are recorded, aren't they? Not to attorneys. Well, but the other calls were. Yeah. He can't talk to his wife in private, can he? They're recorded. Right. GTL is the company that does that for you. Correct. And so he has a tablet that he can send messages on, right? I believe so. Yep. Those are monitored as well, aren't they? Yep. No privacy there. Limited. And there were times when he didn't have a tablet, were there? When he broke his, yeah. And you said he could have been without a tablet for a month or more on occasion in there. He could have. And in fact, at one point, GTL was really behind on the tablets, weren't they? For the general pop, they were. Well, yeah. And I understand you said that. When he broke the first one, or it broke, you gave him one right away to replace it, didn't you? Pretty quick, yeah. But that was early on, wasn't it? That was after he broke his tablet. Okay. But there were other times where he went without a tablet because of this backlog? No. Okay. The mental health order. When he was on the mental health order, would he also be monitored when he went and took a shower? Yeah. Oh my God. And so you said earlier that the rec time when he was on suicide was reduced, right? Right? Correct. And basically, because he's under constant observation, correct? And in a kimono gown. Okay. What? A kimono gown. Wow. Okay. I was just going to get to that. I appreciate you transitioning for me. You're welcome. One of the real differences when you're on suicide watch is that your clothing circumstances change too, doesn't it? Depending on what level. On constant. Yep. The level he was on, it changed, didn't it? He was on constant. And constant observation, right? Correct. So when you're on constant observation, you don't get your regular prison clothes, do you? That's correct. You guys issue a kimono or smock, is what they call it. Yes, sir. Why don't I remember that? Oh, boy. Look at you guys chatting up a storm. Lovely people. This, you morning people with your. Oh, I just feel your joy. What are these sunsets about to come up in my ugh? The sun's about to come up. Oh my God, it's gonna burn my skin, I think. And basically, it's just a gown that goes over the top of the person, the inmate, right? It's a gown, yeah. That's why. What if you ever want? What time zones are you guys? If you ever want, just you don't have to put where. Just because I'm in East EST and it's 7:37 a.m. here. Is it? Oh God. Well, 7. What is that? 7:17 a.m. Excuse me. 7:17 a.m. So you're an hour behind me, young lady. You're 1 hour. And you're in Heavy and Dino's time zone. And I'm in East. Anyone else? Dewey, where are you? What time zone are you in? You're a night owl, but let me know. I'll check back in a second. It's a gown, and yeah, covers from the shoulders to below his knees. So kimono. Is that like, I guess they don't have a belt because it's a suicide watch, right? Fucking kimono. Yep, you're 1 hour behind me. So you'll catch up. You're 1 hour behind. I believe so. So it's got some straps on the side that you kind of hook together. Is that right? I believe so. Okay. So when someone's on suicide watch, their restrictions actually tighten up, don't they? Yep. You have less of everything. You do. Now, you mentioned visitation. You thought Rick got 2 visits, right? At least 2 that I recall. And you recall one of those visits, at least, that we were there, Mr. Baldwin and I, on several. Yeah, 2 or 3. Oh, yeah, you're in the future. You're 12. Yeah, you're in the future. Dewey's in East. Dewey's with me in the Eastern. Uh-oh. But it could be anywhere from Florida up to Northern Ontario, Canada. So, because Nicole is way down in Georgia, 2,000 miles from me, but we're in the same time zone, which is cool. Kind of funny. Cool. Oh, you said it a few times. Michigan. Right. Yep. Yeah, you're like straight across from me. Yeah. So that's a great place. Anywhere in the northern states, I think would be cool. I like the look of Wisconsin because I'm up here and it looks like our cottage country in northern Ontario, Muskoka area. Hey, the vicarious vigilante. Morning. Are you just waking up? Get out. You've been up all night. I feel it. You've been up all night pretending like you're a morning person. Stop it. Good morning. But I know you've been up all night. Hey, perp. 12:20. Does that mean what? Where the hell are you? 12:20 a.m.? No, wait. 12:20 what? p.m.? So you're in the UK also? Or I got something right? Yeah. Oh my goodness. And this one, I think, is in the Central. You're an hour behind me, right? Weirdo. Vivacious. The vicarious, vivacious vigilante. In the UK? Bloody hell. Cool. Right on. I just like to know time zones. Neat. Yeah, okay. Yeah, forget your pronouns. I don't care. I'll call you whatever you want. Just let me know your time zone. That's most important. So we can stay at least understand each other. So, okay. Well, let me clarify. There was a visitation that occurred with Mr. Allen's family, right? I believe too. That was his wife? Oh, correct. So, if you're just getting here, if anybody doesn't know, you're probably any morning people. I've moved on to day. We're starting because there's so many people on day 10. I just finished day 9, Bozanovsky and Major Cicero, and I moved on to day 10. So I'm going to have to change the title of this. I'm doing John Galipoo, the Warden of Westville, from day 10 of trial. I'm starting. So then all these guys, Ethan Drang, all these guys must be from IDOC. And they're all like 10, 20, 10, 20. So there was like 230 pages. So I figure if I get this done now, Galipoo, I'll get a good jump on tonight's if I do it. So we started day 10. John Galipoo, a horrible, garbage, sadistic human being. Okay. And this is Rosie questioning him now. Okay. And that happened in a different building within Westville, right? Yes, sir. And Mr. Baldwin and I were there. Yeah. He was transported down there by several guards. Correct. And he was fully shackled, right? Until he got there. We've talked about this before, haven't we? We have. Handcuffs during transport? Yeah. Leg shackles? Yes, sir. Judge, I'll object. This has been asked and answered. He said he was fully shackled. Sustained. Well, we haven't talked about the nature of the restraints. Sustained. Tell the jury what restraints he had on him. Judge, again, I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered. He said he was fully shackled. Sustained. I think that we are entitled to tell him what that means. That's not what you asked. I asked him to explain to the jury how he was restrained. That's the question. I'm sorry, ma'am. That's not the question what you asked. That you asked. Would you explain to the jury what restrained means in this circumstance? Sure. They're restrained with hand restraints and leg irons and a transportation lead. Fucking chain. Hand restraints, leg irons, and a transportation lead. Okay. Is there a belly chain also? Yes. This is an innocent man. Fucking getting walked around with a leash. How fucking wild is that, eh? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Great. Oh, thank you, young lady. Great Ron Weasley. Bloody hell. Yep. He is a piece of shit. Look at this vicarious and vivacious young lady coming in here. Oh my goodness. Kelly, look at that. And my greeter, Dewey, is like the greeter. When I can't pay attention, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is here to take care of all your needs, young ladies. This is the official greeter of the Sweet Dude Shibby channel. This guy, Mr. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, wrestler, movie star, greeter of the Sweet Dude Shibby's creations and channel. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. And then with those hand restraints, is there a box that goes over them? Yep. Further secures them. So you can't tamper with it, correct? Okay. And you said a lead? A lead. And how have I referred to that in the past? I referred to it as a lead. What did I say? I believe you said it was a dog leash. Yeah. The last time he's done a deposition before with this guy or something. Or he talked to him. Oh, it was in the contempt or the whatever, one of the other hearings, probably the contempt, where they had him. No, I forget what it was, or the safekeeping hearing. They had them on the stand. Yeah, that's when they were all about the. They had to explain about the go crazy. Yes, warm your fingers up, Shay. There's no limit. You warm your fingers up. You type away. If we're helping you keep your fingers warm, type away as much as you want. Actually, I think it's better for me. I don't know if it's these comments that help or it's the comments underneath. I don't know. Type away. Feel free. Use emojis, everything, whatever you want. Talk about anything since that boring politics garbage if you want, whatever. Talk about your day, your week, your grade 8 graduation, anything. I don't care. The trip you went to Florida in 1997, anything you want. Anything. Have fun. Yeah, because this is the last time at the safekeeping when they had the Galipoos up. He did his testimony, and all those guards did the affidavit saying, "Yeah, we're not Odinists. Damn you, we're Norse pagan heathens or heathenry." So get it straight. Very similar though, isn't it? Nope. Okay, it is a nylon, strap with a hook on the end, isn't it? Judge, I'm gonna object. This has been asked and answered. Sustained. Yeah. So they are walking him around on a leash, and the defense cannot. It's got to dance around what they call it. What the fuck? This is in 2024. These guys have to dance around what they call this thing, and they've literally got him on a lead. Does anybody put their dog on a lead? No. These fuckers. Man, this guy's innocent. He's not even convicted of anything at this time. And so that visit, you had guards stand by him while he was visiting with his wife, didn't you? Correct. We talked about this before. They were a couple, flying through this. They were a couple feet away from him during the visit. He was on constant watch, right? He was. And there's no privacy in any of that, was there? He had a visit. There wasn't any privacy, was there? I do like it how these guys don't want to talk to the defense. So it's like, boom, short yes, no, yes. I mean, all visits are recorded. All right. General Pop too. And you said if he stood up during that visit, the visit would be terminated, right? With anybody. Yep. He was treated just like everybody else. Better. Okay. No food or snacks during the visit. Not for anybody. And he'd have went to the bathroom. His visit would have been terminated. That's policy. Yeah. The policy you so strictly adhere to, right? Garbage human. He's quoting policy after having violated the policy himself. How many times? How many policies we don't even know about? Like what? In there, it's like laws. And this is not to hold this guy accountable. It's fucking, that's policy. He's quoting policy as he's letting suicide companions talk to a guy who's not even an inmate. And they're not supposed to communicate with him. They're supposed to be just at a watch. He's letting his guards wear patches sewn onto their state uniforms. He's got him in solitary for 395 days. And imagine all the policies he's broken. And he's quoting policy. No, yeah. And the policy is like no water for him and no snack. If he gets up to use the washroom, we terminate his visit. Fucking policy. There's policies you won't violate. Yeah, because piece of garbage. No water for him? Correct. Water would terminate his visit? Correct. No water for his wife? Correct. Had to terminate the visit if that happened, right? Correct. And the water fountain was right next to him the whole time, wasn't there? Yes, sir. Bunch of vending machines right behind us. Correct. Phone calls. So you said earlier, those phone calls are monitored unless they are attorney calls, you said, right? Correct. And do they determine which ones are attorney calls and which ones aren't? I think he flags them as attorneys. Do you know that? Do I know that? Yeah. No. Okay. So you're just guessing, right? I'm not guessing. I mean, attorney calls aren't recorded. I don't know how he did it, but no, he's not a guess. But that's not a guess. Is there any form of communication from that cell to that outside world other than those attorney calls that's not monitored? Is there any sort of communication, mail, from inside Richard Allen's cell to the outside world, other than where he may flag us? Mail that's not monitored. Mail. You don't monitor the mail. They scan it. Well, we took some discovery up there in March, didn't we? I don't recall. You didn't know what? You know what? That we took a box of discovery up there to give him. Okay. And it took 2 weeks for them to get to him because they had to sort through the box. Did you know that? I don't recall. Okay. I just recall the legal mail coming in. They actually take the documents that get sent to these people and they check the documents for trace evidence of drugs, don't they? Not in his circumstance. The legal mail was sent in, and I believe it was roughly 400 to 500 pages. I asked because we copy all legal mail. I asked if the legal mail was to be copied, and they said no. We just give him the original. So that's what I did. So his legal mail was not copied. Okay, and it took some time to get through that process, didn't it? Excuse me? It took some time to get through that process, didn't it? It was a lot of pages. We even had restrictions where we went to visit him, didn't we? Of course. At first, we were allowed to take our phones in there, right? Judge, I'm going to object. Correct. None of this is relevant. Judge, it's all relevant because it has a tendency to prove that the conditions that this man endured for 13 months impacted his mental health. How is whether you can bring in a phone relevant to that specific issue? It's relevant because it impacted our ability to communicate with him and represent him in an effective way. Sustained. Thank you. So the rules changed when we were coming up there, didn't they? Judge, I'm going to object again. I don't know what the relevance of this is. I'll move on. Thank you. You taped Richard Allen's meetings with his lawyers, didn't you? I had them taped, yep. Okay. You had a camcorder up there, at the prison, right? Yep. And when we met with him, you had an officer holding that camcorder, taping our visits with him from outside the room. Unfortunately, yeah. Imagine that. All right. You took us in a specific room and you made him sit in a specific chair, didn't you? Yes, we made a visitation room for him. Facing the camera? Correct. Camera focused on him all times. So we were talking to him about this case. Judge, objection. Asked and answered. Sustained. Let's talk about the use of force. That's something that occurs from time to time in the WCU, doesn't it? Everywhere in prison, unfortunately. One second. And we're back. Okay. Oh, wait, I promised to double check. Anybody new? Nope. Okay. Just everything perfect. Look at you guys. Are your fingers warming up yet, young lady? Type away. Let's get them fingers warm. Boom. Okay. And there was never a time when Rick was any meaningful threat to any of you, your staff, was there? I don't clarify the meaningful threat where he was a threat to their physical safety. Well, if you don't follow orders, that's you can be a threat. Yeah, sure. This fucking guy, those guards, like if I had time now, I would show you the photos. Those guards are like 6'2", bench pressing literally 3 plates aside. I swear to God to you. 3 plates aside is each 3 plates are 45 pounds each. So 3 of them, it's 135 pounds. So times that by 2, it's 270. And the bar is 40 pounds. So 345 pounds. So 315 pounds. 3 plates aside. These guys are bench pressing in their videos, or there's photos they're posting to the whatever it was, Facebook or the internet. These guards bench pressing 315 pounds. Like, that's like one, not even, you probably don't know a man who can do that much bench pressing. Like, that's like football linebacker, prime health junkie, steroid junkie weight. And they're worried about their physical safety from this 5'4" broken man they're torturing, fucking shackling, chaining them, shocking, tasering, fucking putting on a leash. Okay. But there was never a time when Rick exhibited any of those behaviors, was there? Yeah, there was. Okay, well, when was it? I believe it was twice. We had to use force on him. Ironically, both after attorney visits. Okay, when he refused to take his hands out of the cuffboard. Yeah, he was inside his cell, and he refused to take his hands out, and they fucking tasered him. Yeah, he was inside of his 8x12 cell. Correct. With the door locked? Correct. And he wouldn't move his hands from this cuffboard, right? So we could not secure the door. Correct. Right. So you gave him a little zap of electricity twice, didn't you? After several times to tell him to put his hands back in. A real threat, wasn't he? Non-compliant, yeah. Because if you're non-compliant enough, that's how you get treated, isn't it? The cuff ports need to be closed for safety reasons. What's the safety? Yeah, he was treated just like all the other convicted felons, wasn't he? He was treated better. Now, Mr. Boss McClellan asked you about these people that these inmates that would sit at his door. You're familiar with that program? Yes. Call them companions, right? Suicide companions, yep. It's part of some programs at the prison where people can participate and get some credit for it, right? I don't know about credit, but they get paid for it. Yeah. What? They get paid for it? Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. And so there's some incentive for those inmates to be part of this companion program? Sure. And basically, the companion is required to sit at the door of whatever or whoever it is that they're monitoring. In this case, Mr. Allen, correct? Basically, they do shifts. They do what? They do shifts, right? Yes. And they're given a pen and some paper, correct? And and they're basically asked to make observations and document those in writing, correct? Pretty much everything that the offender's doing in that cell, they document it, correct? What he's saying, yep. How he's acting, yep. Love these answers. Idiot. It makes it easier for me, and the times that those things are going on, right? Yes. Could be as frequent as every 5 minutes. You might report on somebody's behaviors. Yes. And that was the case here. Correct. And these companions, unfortunately, are convicted felons, right? They are. And some of them are convicted of crimes of dishonesty. I assume so. Great point. Like these guys are kind of lording over him and, watching him. And they're all convicted of horrible crimes, right? They're convicted criminals. And he's an innocent, proven citizen of the United States. Isn't that fucking wild? It is fucking wild. And at some point, you testified earlier, you pulled the companions, didn't you? I did. The rules of the companions, the companion program rules prohibit them from actually talking with the offenders, didn't they? Well, we'd hope that happens. But they're not supposed to talk to them, right? They're not counselors. Nope. All right. And they're certainly not supposed to take anything that goes on, any information that they obtain from their companionship and communicate that to anybody else, are they? We would hope not. But that happened here, didn't it? I'm sure it did. You had some breaches, didn't you? Look at, he's about to admit stuff and he's got to jump in. Judge, I'm going to object to that relevance of this. What? Yeah, the relevance is that there was a safekeeping order in place and he was responsible for carrying that out to ensure his safety and security. And that was breached by these companions who spread this information all over. Overruled. Nice. So Nick got overruled. Basically, she's sustaining her robe for Mr. TikTok sensation, the sexy socks, Bradley A. Rosie. That's what happened, didn't it? Judge, I'm gonna. Oh, I spoke too soon. Judge, I'm gonna object again, unless Mr. Rosie can prove how this somehow affected Mr. Allen's safekeeping or his mental health, or that even Mr. Allen knew about that. I don't see how this is relevant. Sustained. Take it back, Shibby. Okay, I'll take it back. Sorry, Seagull. You had problems with the companions, didn't you? Not really, no. Well, you removed them, didn't you? I removed them when he got his legal mail for his protection. Well, let's talk about that. And privacy. You don't have any idea that what was in that legal mail, do you? Nor did I want to. All right. You don't even know what he read, do you? Nope. Okay. You just know he got legal mail and it happened to be around the same time that you were talking about these other things. The same day. April 3rd, right? I don't know. It was the same day, though. Some of those companions documented behaviors on the log sheets. Correct. And those log sheets then and those log sheets are then directed. There's a process that, for those log sheets getting to the administration, right? Getting to mental health, yep. And they don't just take them back to their cells, and is my point with them. Nope. No. And that's what happened here in this case. They were all funneled to mental health. Yes. And those records ultimately were turned over to the state, weren't they? Correct. Oops. Now, the guards that you had replaced these companions with guards at one point, correct? Yes. And those guards don't have any formal mental health training, do they? Nope. And you mentioned earlier there was a reference in this 292, this letter, Exhibit 292, this letter that was directed to you, right? Yes. And this letter came about the time he got his legal mail, didn't it? I don't recall. I put a date on the letter. Okay. I believe it was March. Okay. It was about the time he started acting up, right? Fair enough. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yep. When it started getting pretty bad in the cell. He started making it pretty bad, yes. Okay. Well, the feces, all that stuff, right? Right. Is there any other, did you generate any other document? Well, strike that. Did you generate a report that reflects your receipts of this letter? I believe I turned over a few to internal affairs. I'm not sure when. You say you think you prepared a report, or you're not sure. Did I prepare a report? Yeah, a report. No, I was just, if I got a request from him, we got to turn it over. I don't know what you mean by prepare a report. Well, you didn't generate any kind of an incident report that, hey, I got a letter from Rick Allen. Nope. Anything like that? Nope. It's very common to get those. And you said that there are other times where he said things to you that were incriminating. Yes. You didn't prepare any reports with regard to any of those either, did you? Nope. There's not any documentation other than your word here today that those things occurred, are there? Objection. Asked and answered. Sustained. I'm sorry? Sustained. No reports, right? Again, Judge, the objection was asked and answered. Sustained. He started engaging in these bizarre behaviors in April, right? 2022 or 2023? I don't recall. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember when they occurred, yeah. That sound about right? Sounds about right. One sec. Need a quick drink. Sorry. Awesome. Let's do this. Now, these statements, that you were talking, that we were talking about a minute ago, most of these occurred at his cell door, right? Correct. And I think you told me that the only real proof of those existing, other than you testifying, is things that other inmates or guards may have written in their log sheets. Correct. And at some point you told me, well, strike that. Have you ever read a log sheet where someone was recording incriminating statements from an inmate? No, I typically wouldn't get log sheets. Like, what kind of is that? They're sitting there, these people are just writing logs down. These convicted criminals are just writing logs, and he gets to say them as if it's all fact. Well, this was the first. Yep. Law enforcement was coming up to the prison and meeting with your guards while this was going on, weren't they? I don't recall. Do you even remember a situation where law enforcement was interested in what someone was doing, an inmate at the prison, that had to do with Mr. Allen? Yeah, I don't recall, no. Or any other inmates in this situation? We've had a law enforcement come in and talk to staff for various reasons, but I don't remember any law enforcement talking to staff for Richard Allen's reasons. But you told me that you don't recall any situation where law enforcement had come up there because someone was confessing to something, right? Say that again. You told me that you didn't recall a situation in the past, and I still don't, where law enforcement was coming up there because somebody was confessing to something. Correct. In terms of his overall state of mental health while at the DOC, especially Westville, you would have to refer to a psychologist, wouldn't you? What do you mean, refer to him? Miss Walla, Dr. Walla, would be in a better position to have an opinion about his mental health status? Oh, sure. You never talked to the Carroll County Sheriff about Mr. Allen's circumstances at the prison while he was there? Not that I recall. No one from the sheriff's office never came up to check on him? Not that I recall. Now, at some point after 13 months, Rick was moved, right? Yep. To Wabash Valley? Yes. And you knew that we were trying to get him out of there, didn't you? Yes. We've been here in court over it twice, haven't we? 3 times. Okay. And finally that happened, didn't it? It did. I'll object to this line of questioning. I don't see what the relevance of this, whether or not his attorneys were able to get him moved. I don't see the relevance in this. Sustained. So he was moved and it wasn't your choice, right? It wasn't my choice. Nope. In December of 2023, he just wasn't gone one night, right? He moved. And you were his MDT team, weren't you? What team? The MDT team or the medical team? I would pop in, yeah. Okay. It's basically a team of 4 or 5 administrators and doctors that make decisions about inmates, right? I mean, correct. I'm not. And Rick had a team. I'm not assigned to that team. You're not? No. I mean, I'd pop in, but on occasion, but I'm not assigned to the team. Okay. So you didn't know anything about why he got moved to Wabash Valley, right? Nope. Even though you were at the Warden. Yeah, that's right. You said basically it all happened over an email, didn't it? I'm not sure how it happened, but Westville moves, a lot of inmates. Did you ever, every day? Sorry, go ahead. I said we move a lot of inmates every day. Did you ever follow up and get an explanation for why he was all of a sudden gone? Wasn't curious to. Life in prison can be pretty tough on people, can't it? It's an adjustment, especially on one's mental health, correct? And detaining somebody in the super secure unit like the WCU can be tougher, can't it? It's an adjustment. More major adjustment, right? Objection again, asked and answered. Sustained. Especially for someone who has never been to prison before, right? I don't know his history, but it's an adjustment, yeah. Did you ever review any of the in-cell video in Mr. Allen's cell? I have. Okay. When did you do that? Why would I do that? When did you do that? I'm not sure. When an incident occurred in the cell, I would review it. Okay. You don't work for the DLC anymore, do you? Correct. You got fired, didn't you? I got let go. Objection. This is outside the scope of direct. Sustained. I got fired. I got let go. Judge, may I? 1 second. Cool. Oh, who, what? Something happened? What happened? Something happened? Oh my goodness. What was there? Oh my goodness, yeah. Oh. Oh boy. You saw him on his, oh my goodness. Nobody called an ambulance. Oh, you get migraines too? Yeah, you have sleep troubles, don't you? Sorry, man. Well, you're here now. Get them fingers warmed up. Hope you feel better. Hope everyone has a wonderful day after I finish up here. Look at me flying through this. 4 pages left. Oh my goodness. I sprung through this. Good. So, Judge, may I? It's outside the scope of direct. You were responsible for his safekeeping, weren't you? Yeah. And that responsibility, you breached that responsibility, haven't you? I breached that? Yeah. How so, sir? By neglecting your duties. Then nobody's objecting here. I did not neglect my duties. Okay. Well, I asked you what happened to you, and you weren't honest with me, were you? About what? Oh, about your transfer. What about my transfer? You said you were laterally transferred to the girls' school, weren't you? Judge, I'm going to object to this line of questions. It's well outside the scope of direct. It's outside the scope. Judge, 607. I'm entitled to impeach this witness through Rule 607. Bias, prejudice, his motive to misrepresent is all in question under Rule 607. And it's the state's or it's the defense's position that he has a motive to misrepresent the truth because it goes directly to his violating the safekeeping order, which he was responsible for. And it impacted that man's safety and security, and that's why it's relevant. Well, the objection was that it's outside the scope of direct. Well, I think it's relevant because I understand that's his objection, but it's not a proper objection. It's relevant because he talked about the safekeeping order and how the buck stops with him. I appreciate that, but I'm the one that decides if it's outside the scope, and it's outside the scope of direct. Thank you, which is why I've sustained the objection. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Mr. McLeod, thank you, Judge. So redirect of Warden of Westville, at the time a horrible John Galipoo. Questions by Mr. Boss Man McLeod. Mr. Galipoo, may be an unfair question, but do you know about what time or what day he got when he first received legal mail? I don't. I want to say it was in the spring, maybe in March or April, possibly. Now, you said that Mr. Richard Allen was on suicide watch. Is that correct? Correct. During the time he was with you, did you place him on, or why was he placed on suicide watch? Dr. Walla put him on suicide watch for a conversation that they had that was private to me. So typically, I would be involved in those decisions. I would just follow the orders. I wouldn't be involved in those decisions. I would just follow the orders. And those were coming from his mental health provider? Correct. And in general, why is someone placed on suicide watch? What is the point of that? To keep them safe. Mr. Rosie talked about taping the attorney visits. When attorneys come to visit individuals at your facility, are all those meetings taped? They are. Are the audio portions, is there audio to those tapes? No. And then lastly, on the door sheets, those are something used by the mental health providers. Is that correct? Yeah. The door sheets go to the mental health provider so you can get updates and feedback. Oh, I don't have any other questions, Judge. Mr. Rosie. So Rosie's back up. Earlier, you said he came in on suicide watch, and now you're saying Dr. Waller put him on suicide watch. Well, he came in on a different suicide watch order. Oh, once we got him, we referred him within 7 hours. And he was continued on suicide watch. And within your facility, the majority of time he was in there, he was up on suicide watch, right? For a lengthy period, yeah. Which meant he had less privileges than all the others. Correct. And Mr. Boss McClelland asked you about the attorney visits being taped, and you said all visits are taped, right? Correct. Now, when the other attorneys come in, they go into a little room there when they walk in the door, and they meet with the inmates or the clients in a room, like an attorney room with a window glass, right? What facility are you talking about? At the WCU. You're the only attorney I've ever seen in there. Oh, so all the other attorney visits didn't occur? No, I've never seen an attorney in there. Okay, all right. And when 2 lawyers did show up, put a video camera on us and sat there and watched us visit with our client, didn't you? Because that room doesn't have a camera. If it was in general population, those rooms are full of cameras. You also sat inmates at the door when we were meeting, or other guards at the door when we were meeting with our clients, didn't you? Well, you can't do constant watch, sir. All right. No privacy, is there? Not when you're on suicide watch. I have nothing further. Does anybody on the court have any jury? So does anybody on the jury have any questions for Mr. Galipoo? No response. No. All right. Thank you, Mr. Galipoo. You may step down. You're welcome. So you may call your next witness, Mr. Boss McClelland. Judge, State of Indiana, would call Ethan Drang, please. Oh boy, Mr. Drang. So we got Galipoo done. Look at us. Oh my God, it's 7:58. Oh my God, I'm done work in 2 minutes. Holy fuck. How perfect is that, guys? Check it out. I'm finished work in 2 minutes. Oh, I should probably just end this. Maybe I'll just have a quick look at chat. How's everyone? Any questions? Any updates? Anything you want? Any requests? You guys, I'll be finishing in the next few minutes. So if you guys, you can start to say your goodbyes or any how would you like this world to remember you? Type it in chat. I'm only kidding. I'll be back tonight, but I'm not ending just yet, but I'm done. So done with this Galipoo guy. So I'm guessing we can have a quick peek at these guys and just get ideas of who they are before we start. How's that? So what was his name again? Oh my God. Jason, what was it again? The next guy was Ethan Drang. What a name. That's Ethan Drang. Let's see who Ethan Drang is. Why is he first? So you state your name, Ethan Drang. Lean into the microphone. Yeah. Facility. How long are you employed there? So what is it? This guy's big group. What did he do? Oh, he probably just was one of the suicide guys, right? That after the companions, the inmates, right? Awesome. Look at you guys. Are you all engaged? Look at you. Oh my goodness. Kelly's engaged. Look at you guys. You're engaged too, young lady. Oh my God. Look at you guys. I want to be engaged. Let me know. Oh my God. Awesome. So which one is this guy? He's probably, so basically, he was one of the guys that took over as a suicide companion. Okay. So cool. So I'm sure the other ones are probably similar. Well, just so we get an idea. Oh, I didn't even look. Who was it? Michael Clemens is next. Oh, Mr. Clemens, tell us about yourself briefly. I'm not going to read it. Briefly, Mr. Michael Clemens. Who are you? Special training? Nope. No, APOD. Yep. Nope, I was a suicide companion. Oh boy. So these are going to be quick. 10, 15 pages. So there'll probably be some kind of surprises, I'm sure. We won't get into specifics. Lots of this happened in the month of April. Let's do this. So I'm sure who's the next guy is Michael Roberts. Probably. Just so I'm going to be doing these guys tonight. So just so we're sure. No surprises. Mr. Michael, who the hell are you? Come on down. Yeah, look at this. Everyone, make sure you speak up. The microphone doesn't amplify. Yeah. So we're this microphone that the defense and I can't hear you. So speak really loud. Even though speaking really loud is going to make it hard for the people the microphone is meant for to hear. Yes, thank you. Any way to get this fixed, assholes? Why don't you just put a speaker for the defense and yourself too, the jury. What horrible people, eh? They've known about this from the beginning. It's the microphone, like they're saying that it's only for the people out in the people visiting, right? In the, what is that called? Oh my God. People in the whatever fucking crowd. I forget what it's called. People in the visiting, whatever, visitors. So he tells them, Cleveland, before every time, tells them to speak extra loud because the defense and they can't hear that speaker or whatever. But when they talk too loud, that speaker, I think it screws up for them. I'm pretty sure that was the whole. So a bunch of jerks. Like, come on. Why can't they just fix this? Like, you got your head investigator, Steve Moonman Mullins, is an IT expert. Come on. This is horrible. That's the only reason they got this through is people just didn't get the info. But man, thank God, these people are going to be remembered for this. Even if it doesn't get appealed, it's impossible. This has to get appealed. He has to get an appeal. Just on the bullshit from the Westville and the IDOC treatment alone. He has to. Okay, so he was another suicide companion. Oh yeah, he says, wow, yeah, this is where oh my God, yeah. He said lots of stuff, I guess, right? Now, is it just him writing down what he said, right? Oh my God. So he's writing down what he says. And then, that makes it like, okay, that's going to be horrible, but we'll have to read it. You're a horrible person, Mr. Michael Roberts. James Early. Let's see, Mr. James Early. Ooh. Oswego. That's a cool name. Look at you guys. You're going to have to start a Shibby fan club and you guys can all get together and meet. Maybe in the spring and maybe we'll all go meet in Niagara Falls or something. Find something central because I can get to Niagara Falls in like 2.5 hours or so, 2 hours. We'll all go and hang out and have a Shibby fan club party. Ooh, the drag strips. Cool. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to check out. Did I check him out? Which one did I check out? I was coming to talk. I'm such an idiot. So I did. So James Early. Duh. I just said it to myself twice. And I forgot. Okay, Mr. Early. Early come lately. And what is up with you? Probably another suicide companion. I'm pretty sure it's probably safe to say that these are all suicide companions. But I'm going to take the bait, because if I don't check, even though I know it's probably most likely, if I don't check, I'll be thinking all day long. Were they? I've got to just check. So John Miller, you horrible human, come on down. You are the next suicide companion on the innocent person. The innocent citizen is being tortured. This guy was a man. Oh my. I'm sure you are. Oh, here's the whole microphone thing. Like everyone. Isn't it wild? You know, instead of just fixing the audio, like every day or every person, microphone. Talk loud for us. Yet the louder you talk is going to make it hard for the people who the microphone is for to hear you. Wild. It is wild. It's amazing. This was able to happen. Yeah, suicide companion. I knew it, but my petulant mind must. I should check who I'm looking for first. Did I do John Miller, Brandon Fisher? I'm sure I just checked John Miller. But yeah, Brandon Fisher. I'm guessing. Brandon Fisher, suicide companion. Oh, wait. Oh, here's the microphone. Boy. Maybe it would be easier, Nick, to just fix it. No? Garbage. Suicide companion. Where is it? Yes. What time period? Brandon Fisher. I'm sure. Let's see. It's got to be 20 pages. They probably saved the better ones for last. Oh, what should we tell them about the microphone, Nick? Tell them about the microphone. Mr. Fisher, I'm going to have to tell you about this shitty microphone. What a bunch of jokers. NASCAR and drag strip. Cool. I do like the old school NASCAR where it's like, I want it to be cars like the Trans Am series, like real cars. I want it to be where they would go and buy a Firebird or a Camaro or a Mustang, and they would race. Like you'd have to go to this dealership and buy a car, and obviously make it safe, make it a fuel cell, and make it some cage or whatever to take out all the unnecessary junk. But I want it to be a real car that the people can go buy. Because those NASCARs, I don't even think there's one bolt. It's just a sticker of a Camaro on the front, and they're amazing machines, but there's not one bolt on that NASCAR Camaro that's on the real Camaros. Not even one bolt is the same, I'm sure. But they're awesome. But I like the old school ones, where it's the Trans Ams, Camaros and Mustangs racing each other, Dodge Challengers, and real cars, the ones you'd go buy at the store. That's awesome stuff. Of course, it's a suicide companion. I know it, but I just Raymond, and I must look. Raymond, come to me, young man. Raymond Smith. Nick, tell him about the microphone, bro. Unfortunately, look at this. Isn't this wild? Don't we think we'd get somebody to fix this microphone? Like, it's amazing. It's amazing. This, I mean, And Gull loves it because the word's not getting out of what they're trying to get away with here. The people, thank God we had a few people that were, not bootlickers. Oh my God. Man. So this is going on about shit they say to him. Like, oh my God. He's an innocent guy. I think he should say, if I'm, like, they shouldn't be able to use any of this because, when you think about it, if he says, if they're going to question him or just get any info, so they should say, well, I don't want to speak to anyone without my lawyer present. So then anything said without a lawyer present for this guy who's innocent until proven guilty should not even be able to be used because he's not in a good way and they're just taking advantage of this. Last one. So, Jason Bedwell. Sure, you're a suicide companion. But what the hell? I've gone this far. What's one more? Oh, let me guess. Is the microphone fixed yet? Let's see. Nick, is the microphone doesn't amplify for us again? Fair enough. What an idiot. How fucking amazing is that? So, tonight will be the horrible things he says to his suicide companions. Companions are there for his safekeeping, to keep him from committing suicide, right? Oh my God. Fucking horrible people, eh? All right. Shut her down. Are we talking cars? Oh, look at you. I've had a bunch of cars. Cool. Cool. What was it? What's a flip flap? What's that? 396? What's a Chevy? 396. What the hell? Oh, I should look. Maybe you said what it was. Oh, Z20. Oh, okay, of course. Flip flap. What's that? Z28. I've owned many Z28s. I have one in my driveway right now. What are you seeing by flip flap? Yeah, of course. I have one in my driveway right now. So I've been driving I've owned many of them. I love Camaros. What's a flip flap? What is that? Is that a color? Apple green. Flip flap? Flip flap. Candy apple green flip flap. I don't know what a flip flap is. Is that something I'm missing? Cool. Oh, the paint. Okay. I'll take it. Cool. 69 Camaro. Yeah. I do like the 70.5, the split bumper. Those are my favorite. The 70.5, the split bumpers are cool. But anyone, anything except the early 80s is good. Even the early 2000s, the 410s were cool. And the Camaros now. I mean, the IROCs were cool. I had an 82 and my buddy had an IROC, but they were kind of, that whole bullshit with the 305 and those motors, the TPIs weren't all that great. And my buddy had an 87 GTA, Firebird Trans Am GTA. It was fast considering, but yeah, the TPI garbage motors. So, anything, as long as it's rear wheel drive. Love it. Look at you guys. So how about this? I will finish up. All right. Thanks, guys, for being here. How about this? I'll play my 4-minute video and it'll give you time to say your goodbyes. Okay. Type away. I'll make sure that it's my 4-minute outro will be the stupid funny one I made with it's all like I just took a screen recording and I kind of played my shorts. Played 2 or 3 shorts of all my when I got copyright strikes for it's 4 minutes and 54 seconds. Oh, 4:54. I dedicated to Shay. The 4:54 4 minutes and 54 seconds. So you guys have 4 minutes and 54 seconds from when this ends to say your goodbyes and type away. All right. I won't put it to loop, obviously, just once. And it's my ridiculous outro of me just playing my live. Like, oh, I just did this. I did a screen recording of my shorts and did this. Like I played, so and I would play one and I play another one and I would kind of, so let's do this. I thought they were funny. So here, look at this. I've got some work I need to do. I'm a heavy machinery mechanic. I play with toy cars and I fix them. These are my favorite. They're like a tank. They have the tank steering where you gotta, you should see. Oh yeah, you'll see them in this video. I got twice as many as I show you in this video, in this one of these videos. I think. Anyways, so I'll double check chat. Oh, where am I? Awesome. In your driveway. Me too. So you guys have a great day. Look at you. How dare you start talking about cars when I'm about to leave? I'm only kidding. Yeah. Awesome. All right, guys. Have a great day. Thanks for being here. Love it. We should finish every show talking about our cars. I have my favorite. Now, I love Camaros. I'm a Chevy guy. But I did have an 87 Mustang in high school. It had the 5-liter, 5.0 HO motor. 87 Mustang 5-speed. And it was 373 gears, like a 2.5-inch exhaust, punched out the catalytic converters, CVX mufflers. And I think it was 373 gears. And it was pretty much stock, but a few things like the 160-degree thermostat, and I put electric fans on it and just a few little things, nothing but like bolt-ons, full-on headers. It sounded so beautiful. It was an 87 Mustang LX, white LX with a GT front end. I got pictures of. I'll find them for next time. Oh my God, I'll do that for next time. All right. Maybe we'll have a car show one time. How's that? One night. We'll dedicate it, and I'll give you my email address. You guys can send me any pictures, and I'll make a folder of my cars that I've had, and you guys can send me emails, and maybe like on a Saturday night when we're killing time, we'll just have like a car talk show when we're killing an hour or two. Always would sound fun. All right. So my Mustang, it was quick. I mean, I could get it. I took it to the Cayuga racetrack a bunch of times, and we got it to I think I got it to do like 13.9 seconds in a quarter mile. It doesn't sound fast, but when I was like 18 or 19 years old, and back in then days, like in the early 90s, whatever it was. It was early 90s. Yeah, 92, 93. That was pretty quick. So I got in a lot of trouble with that car. So for when I was 18 years old, to have a fucking 13.9 second 5-speed Mustang 5-liter. Oh boy. It was pretty good. Yes. But I'm a Chevy guy, but the Mustang, that was a good Mustang. So talk amongst yourselves. Thanks for being here. Have a lovely, lovely day. You've got 4:54 to say your goodbyes. All right? Boom. Love it. Love it. I name all my cars too. My current Camaro is called Killer. Well, update. You got 4 minutes and 54 seconds to tell everybody about your cars. All right, guys. Have a great day. Well, I'll probably be on again tonight. If you feel like coming by, come on by. I don't expect you to. I don't want to hog use from whatever else you're doing. But if you want to just come in and say goodbye, I say hello and anything. Stay for 12 hours. Save 2 minutes. All right. I appreciate everything. Have a wonderful day. I'm going to do the fishy salute. All right. Bye. Just know I would never do you ladies any harm. I will never do it. All right. Just so you know.
I put on the back of my bike and we went riding down by.
And I'll get on the back of your bike. I'll ride bitch for you. Think you love her, guy? Tell me. This is for Fishy. Fishy, do you think he loves her? Let me see. Let's see. For Fishy. Do you love? Did you guys hear that? I agree, Prince. The first time is the greatest. Just picture 14-year-old Shibby. 14-year-old Shibby and his best friend's older sister's bedroom floor, getting carpet burn on his knees. Just the first time was the greatest. I agree, Prince. I agree. Did you hear that scream, that screech? Oh my God. Tell us, do you think, does the background singer, the guitarist, I forget her name, do you think she, oh my gosh, no more rabbit holes. Yes, Fishy, you came in at the right time. Hello? Fishy's here. What's going to happen is that was dedicated to Nicole. Should I do another Prince one? When Doves Cry? We can't just no. I would.
All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like.
Just no. So let's do this. So yesterday I read all this 113 pages. I'm going to just kind of scan over it. So no strike. Yes. Is it because I have all the garbage on the screen? I'm kind of made it my own. Not garbage. You know what I'm saying? Like I got this outline. I have my face in the top right. I have this banner saying how much of an idiot I am. And if you listen, it's your own fault. If you listen to my, right here, look it says it at the end. If you listen, I did get a strike. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's done. How do I fix it? So let's, oh my God. Let's do this. One last song. Little Red Corvette. It's going to set the mood for the show for all of you. Oh, Becky B, is that about my story? Maybe I shouldn't have said how I take back the 14-year-old Shibby story. That's probably too TMI, right? That must be what you're talking about. That's it. Do it once. Hit it and quit it, right? That's what you do. Once, one and done. That's it. Fishy's favorite song. One and done, Fishy. I have gas and Energizer batteries, so I'm good to go all night long. All night. Do you, Fishy? Do you guys have enough gas? For Nicole? Yes, Nicole. This is for Nicole especially. She wanted Prince. This is for Nicole. Actually, it's for everyone. Mostly Nicole, but all of you lovely, lovely listeners. Especially Fishy. She'd like you guys to know that she came at the right time. Oh my gosh. Okay. We've set the intro for the show. Wow. Oh my God. Let's do this. One last song.